God, I'm sorry. No, you're not hurting me. My voice is low and cracked. I can't believe you're here. She holds me at arm's length, studying every crease, every pocket of exposed emotion that filters across my face. My baby girl, she whispers, you're alive. I send her a delirious nod, more tears pouring out. I'm alive. I never doubted it, not for a goddamn second. Giving me a little shake, she hugs me again, and we stay like that. Chest to heart, I let her life force warm me. A mother's love. When she inches back up minutes later, she cups my cheeks in her hands as multicolored rings and baubles press into my skin. Look at you, honey. Just look at you. My bottom lip wobbles. Do I look different? I haven't even glanced in a mirror. I'm thinner, I know that much. But are my eyes still blue, or have they dulled to a miserable shade of gray? Is my hair thinning, falling out? My skin must look sickly. I don't think I'd recognize myself. You look perfect. A smile crests, the first smile I've worn since my hand was last pressed to a wall. My mom is here. This moment is everything I could want and more. She scoots closer to the bed, taking my hand again. You don't have to tell me anything, not yet. A thumb dusts across her knuckles. Take all the time you need. Time? I don't need any more time. All I need is right now. I tell her everything. Everything I recall, from the harrowing, gruesome ins and outs of my captivity to the Timekeeper and his horde of evil minions, the egg transfers, the men and women who appeared on the other side of the wall, only to vanish into thin air. Mom has always been the best listener. She'd tell me that all a person ever truly wanted was to be heard. So she made it an art form, her own special love language. There's solace in her silence, and it fuels my words and pain-steeped stories. When my strength is depleted and my voice is raw, she climbs into the small bed with me and curls an arm around my waist. I prop myself up against two stacked pillows and glance down at her fingers as they graze the length of my arm, wrist to elbow. My mother loves jewelry. Rings, bracelets, necklaces. There's a new jewel circled around her index finger that catches my eye. It's shaped like a dragonfly. What's this? I touch my fingertips to the gold and cerulean ring with curiosity. She glances at it, wiggling her finger. It reminded me of you, your love for insects. She smiles. Dragonflies represent resilience and change. It kept me grounded, close to you. My eyes water through a nod. I never believed you were dead, Everly. Her chin lifts, gaze connecting with mine. Never. Lost? Yes, but not gone. I would have known. I would have felt it. Mom is the intuitive type. She loves nature, crystals, incense. When I was stressed, she'd tell me to stand outside in the grass, barefoot. When I was sad, she'd encourage me to hug a tree and breathe in the crisp bark. Nature is a healer, she'd say. It's our essence. For years, I had none of that. No sunlight, no grass blades, no flowers stretching toward an open sky. I became a hollow shell. Heaving in a frayed breath, I look up at the ceiling and think of Jasper. The snap, the clipped tether. I'd convinced myself he was dead because I felt him leave me. It was a bone-deep dread that consumed me for months. But he's alive. My instincts were wrong. The truth couldn't reach me inside of that place. Have you talked to Allison? I wonder, reaching for my mother's hand. She stiffens a bit. Does she know? Mom nods slowly. Yes. She's in the waiting room. They would only allow one person in at a time. I missed her. She missed you. Terribly. I swipe away a stray tear. Have you stayed in touch? Of course. We've had coffee dates, shopping trips, lunches out on the patio. Less frequently, lately. Swallowing, I close my eyes. Why? She doesn't reply for a while. Then she whispers, she's been busy. Can I see her? Sure. Mom untangles herself from my arms and stands, smoothing out her blush-hued blouse. I'll send her in. She leaves the room, and I pull the starchy blanket up to my chin. Seconds tick by, turning into minutes. 92, 93. I push my hair off my face, tucking it under my head. When I lay back down, something pokes at my scalp. My eyes round. The guitar pick. A tsunami of emotion hurls into my chest as I sit up straight and drag my fingers through my giant mess of hair, searching for the precious treasure. It's still secured, just barely, tangled in a few loose strands. Wincing, I slowly pull it free, my heartbeat skipping as it comes into view inside the palm of my hand. A shimmering blue teardrop. Cerasis. I make it my mission to find him. I won't give up, won't stop looking, not until I've memorized the shape of his eyes and the curve of his lips. Isaac is still alive, and this guitar pick is meant for him. I'll track him down, tell him I'm sorry, and then we'll both make music again. The curtain shuffles, and I reach behind me to tuck the pick underneath my pillow just as a shock of familiar auburn hair catches my eye. Allison stands at the edge of my bed, eyes huge, freckled cheeks glistening with tears. My best friend, Ev. She takes a cautious step forward, almost like I'm a mirage she's terrified to watch dissipate before her eyes. God, it's really you? I hold out my hand, needing to feel her, to hold her. Allison. Ev, she croaks again, before rushing forward. She collapses against me, sobbing into my hair. You're real. You're alive. I'm sorry. I'm so, so sorry. I close my eyes and inhale her scent, lilacs and vanilla. Don't be sorry. I didn't fight hard enough. More sobs, more desperate squeezes. You were alive this whole time. You didn't know. I should have. Another firm hug. Some mornings, I would wake up believing you were still alive, lost, waiting for us to find you, and the guilt would sucker punch me, crush me, body and soul. And then I'd go to sleep at night, deciding you were floating somewhere among the stars, looking down on me, at peace. It's funny how everyone's perspective has been so different. Jasper thought I was dead. Mom was convinced I was alive. Allison was riddled with uncertainty, torn in both directions. Loss is so subjective, and disappearances are a specific kind of loss. No closure, no answers, just a gaping hole of unknowns and heartache. Death is easier. Death is tangible. Loose ends are just tragic, the threads dangling forever out of reach. I can't imagine how it's been for any of them. I watch through blurry eyes as Allison sits up, perched at the edge of my mattress. Her normally tanned skin is sallow, sapped of life. I want to bring the color back to her cheeks. Tell me what I've missed, I prompt, reaching for her hand. Her eyes drift closed, a swallow catching in her throat. So much. Everything. Did you break up with Eric? Eric was the man she was seeing at the time of my abduction. They'd been on the outs after a seemingly disastrous vacation in Belize. I still remember our playful text messages that night, our final conversation. Allison curls her thin, reddish hair behind her ears and bobs her head. Yes, it was over the moment we landed at the airport. I broke up with him at baggage claim. The irony. She forces a light laugh. Yeah. Casting her gaze away, she rubs her lips together. Your mom has been a rock for me. She's a piece of you, a beautiful piece. She took me under her wing, and we grieved together. There was comfort in that. I'm glad, I say softly. I'm glad you were there for each other. Are you going to stay with your mother for a while, until you get back on your feet? She glances at me, her eyes wide and glossy. I frown. Oh, well, I figured I'd move back into my house. She nods. Right, of course. That's a good plan. A sickly thought coils through me. Are my things still there? My clothes? Personal items? I hadn't considered the notion that Jasper may have donated my things, sold them, discarded them. He thought I was dead, so I wouldn't hold it against him. Still, my stomach pitches at the thought. It's okay if he did. I can start over. No, he didn't. Her hand tightens on my fingers. Everything's in storage. Your mother wouldn't let him get rid of anything. But, she trails off, worries her lip between her teeth. It was painful for him. Living in that house all alone, surrounded by your memory, your magic sprinkled into every room. It was too much. I hope you understand. My throat burns. I get it. We can all start over. My eyes glaze over as I send her a melancholy smile. Together, pain coasts across her pretty face, raw, physical pain. Together, she whispers back. We spend the next hour catching up, starting over, telling stories, and weaving endings into new beginnings. For a moment, it feels like old times. Giggles break through, tears of joy and belly laughter. She tells me about the 3 puppies she adopted, a bonded trio, Pepper, Jack, and Cheese. I scroll through images on her phone, a genuine smile brimming with life. It sticks. This is what I missed. This is what I craved. And now I have a second chance. It's finally time to live the life I dreamed about for 2 painful years. 31. On the 4th day post-captivity, I'm woken by a stream of golden light. Christ, make it stop. Morning, sunshine. The blinds lift all the way, blasting through my eyelids like fire. Motherfuck. I pull the pillow from behind my head and throw it in the direction of the voice. 9 weeks and 3 days trapped in that windowless room have given me a new appreciation for sunlight. But nice to see you too, Luke. Chipper as always. I'm significantly less enthusiastic about Nurse Rebecca. It's, oh, stupid 30 in the morning, and I feel like I've been hit by a train, I grumble. My Chipper is hibernating, forever. She moves away from the blinds and strides to the bed, prodding the tubing connected to my hand. My new torturer may wear pink scrubs and a smile, but I swear she still likes to make me suffer. How are we feeling today? We are feeling like we're trapped in a tiny room with an intrusive person who won't leave us alone. Why does this seem familiar? Never mind. I'm going back to sleep. I roll to my side. Scratch that. I try, but after doing an award-worthy impression of a turtle stuck on its back, I lay there cursing instead. My caregiver stands over me, her expression lacking sympathy. When you're finished trying to rip your stitches open, take those. She nods at the horse pills sitting next to a plate of scrambled eggs and fruit on the bedside tray. And eat your breakfast. After more than 60 straight days of similar breakfasts delivered by the ogre, I don't want to see another scrambled egg as long as I live. I've made this no secret. You're a sadist, Rebecca. And you're a ray of sunshine, Mr. Tanner. After raising the bed to a sitting position, she breezes toward the exit, giving the man entering a long-suffering grimace. It quickly turns to a melting smile as he greets her with his dimples on display. She's got no idea she's having heart palpitations over the real Mr. Tanner. I roll my eyes. Your natural charm is nauseating. It's probably not a great idea to make the nurses hate you. Tanner stops by the side of my bed, his leather briefcase in tow. Just saying. Technically, it's you the nurses hate. I grin with a full show of teeth. And that one is a monster. Don't let her fool you. She's actually very nice. You're just a miserable patient. Now, I'd appreciate you not ruining my good name, thanks. It's like you've never met me. He raises an eyebrow. I shrug. I'm not sure what you expected, tossing me in here under your name, but I'll do my best. In this case, my best is nothing. So I should expect the nurses to start cursing the name Luke Tanner? Got it. He glances at the untouched plate of food and back at me. How are you holding up? It's better than my previous accommodations, I suppose. That's all I can give him for now. I'm alive. There are no chains, cuffs, or continual threats of death here, but I'm still a prisoner, both in this bed and my own mind. The bastard that eluded me is living rent-free in my head, taunting my helplessness, while he gets farther and farther away. Meanwhile, I'm bored out of my skull. It turns out I actually miss having an incessant conversationalist in the room next door. I wonder what she's doing right now. If she thinks I died in there. Damn it, stop thinking about her. Throwing my head back against the pillow, I exhale. I'm about to lose my shit in here. After Tanner and the FBI busted the ring wide open, I spent the night combing the woods, hunting futilely for my sister's murderer. My old partner finally found me the next morning, face down on the side of a road. When I woke, I was in a medical facility, groggy from anesthesia after undergoing surgery to repair my broken body. And the man, everly dubbed the Timekeeper, he was long gone. Interestingly enough, my old friend had me discreetly transported to a private medical facility under his name. Aside from him, no one has come to visit or question me, which means the authorities don't know I'm here. Obviously, he has something up his sleeve, but he isn't sharing. Granted, I haven't been in the best shape. In the beginning, I was so delirious that hearing medical staff call me by the name Luke sent me into an identity crisis, triggering dreams that I was a mild-mannered man named Luke Tanner, who had a dissociative personality named Isaac Porter, a vigilante who spent his nights fighting supervillains with his sidekick, a shape-shifting songbird named Jewel. It's possible I got a little violent. I earned myself a heavy sedative and a long nap, which I don't have time for. I figured you were a little stir-crazy. Tanner brings his briefcase closer, flicking the latches open. Now that you've had a few days to recover, I thought you might be interested in the information I've pieced together. It's about fucking time. So far, he's told me nothing, except that Everly Cross and her husband are alive and well, and the leader of the ring is in the wind. Wincing, I shift higher on the bed. Tanner snags the paper cup from the table, offering me the pain medication, but I knock it out of his hand, desperate to be lucid for the first time in days. Don't be dramatic. You're no good to anyone until you've recovered. Handing me a file, he sits in the chair next to the bed. The vinyl creaks beneath him. I'm not sure how much you already know, but you were being held in a wilderness area in an abandoned lab once used for animal testing, I finish. That became obvious once I saw outside the room I'd been locked in. Right, it hadn't been used since the late 80s until your black market kingpin found it several years ago and set up shop. He nods at the file in my lap, and I open it. A glossy black and white photograph sits on top. My blood pressure rises. The bastard has a professional headshot? I look up, incredulous, though I suppose I shouldn't be. Does he have a resume too? Of sorts. He leans over and taps the next page. Your guy's name is Leonard B. Vincent. Once had a failed stint in the fashion industry, then tried his hand at being an actor. When Hollywood didn't embrace him, he got a master's degree in business and followed his true passion. Black market trafficking. He's good. No police record, genius IQ, sociopathic tendencies, etc., etc. Seems he found a niche filling special requests for the very rich, dealing in anything he could get paid for. Illegal adoptions, egg and organ harvesting, the sex trade. I hear an echo of Everly's voice through the wall. I think they take my eggs. And then there was you, Tanner finishes. That was creative. Leonard B. Vincent. I growl the name through my teeth and push the picture away. If the B stands for Bruce, my life is ruined. Your Batman thing is weird, he deadpans. Spoken like a Captain America fan, he gives me an exasperated sigh. Listen, the Captain represented the American dream during a tumultuous time for the country. He's an icon. Do you really want to have this argument right now? No argument to be had. I already knew you had terrible taste. Suddenly exhausted, I lean back onto the pillows and exhale. I guess I should be thanking you. For saving your ass before you ended up on the wrong end of a big game hunt? Or for that time I found you on your face on the side of the road? He lifts his finger like he's had an epiphany. Oh wait, that was the same day. Point taken. You're my hero. You know what they say. Every brunette needs a blonde best friend who has their back. Even Batman. That's what people with vaginas say on Instagram. I glare at him. How'd you find me anyway? Lucky break, mostly. Some rich high school kid was overheard bragging about his dad setting up the ultimate big game hunt. The praise sounded suspicious. You'd been gone several weeks, and, well, you're not the only one who gets gut feelings. Guessed I've finally rubbed off on you. His lips twitch. Fortunately for me, Tanner is really fucking good at his job. Most people would have assumed that kid was full of shit and ignored the report until it was too late. The kid's father was so afraid of losing everything, he made a deal to help us bust the operation. The feds showed up, and you were 100 miles outside our jurisdiction, but since I was the original point of contact with our informant, you talked your way in. Couldn't let someone else take the bragging rights for saving you, could I? Silent laughter twinges my ribcage. God forbid. So, what do we know? Well, while you've been playing Sleeping Beauty, I've been conducting interviews. I tap my fingers on the tray next to the cold eggs. And, for one thing, Everly Cross is as worried about you as you were about her. My heart thumps in a way I don't appreciate at the sound of her name. I wasn't worried. Shoving the file back in his briefcase, Tanner raises an eyebrow. Bullshit. You don't send me to check on someone personally if you're not invested. He ignores my glare. Also, during my 5-minute briefing with her, she said your name at least 10 times. She was very insistent, frantic even. She was convinced she killed you. Isaac, please, please forgive me. My mood darkens. She has a husband to comfort her. There's a knowing glint in his eye. Ah, it was like that, was it? I didn't admit anything, jackass. Come on, no one would blame you. That woman is hot, even after 2 years locked in a room. I'm about to punch you in the fucking throat, I growl. What did you tell her about me? He laughs until I nearly get out of bed and throttle him. Then his smile drops. Absolutely nothing. Oh, come on. I've seen you spill your guts the second a pretty woman bats her eyelashes your way. Not this time, my friend. He shakes his head. As far as we're concerned, there was no evidence of a person named Isaac in the building. So, the department doesn't know you were there. Same with the feds. Well, shit. A spontaneous smile overtakes me. I'd been wondering if there would be repercussions for going in there without police jurisdiction, since I'm no longer employed. I didn't know you had it in you. Listen, Porter. He braces his elbows on his knees and leans closer. When you dropped off the radar after our conversation that night, I had a bad feeling. Rumors on the street said something went down between Dolph and Nick Ford, but the trail dropped from there. When the report came in about that kid running his mouth, my instincts said you'd found a way in undercover and ran into trouble. My chest warms. I'm a jackass, but Tanner looked for me anyway. Once I interviewed the father and we traced other disappearances to the same ring, I was able to get in while keeping your name out of it. And now, with the guy still out there, it's helpful if you can trail him as covertly as possible. Let him think you died back there. And there's the clan. Fuck, I guess you really are my hero. The only time the name Isaac has come up was with Everly Cross, and since you'd already mentioned her, I made sure I was the one on her interviews, so I could find out how much she knew. Turns out, it was next to nothing. I rub my overgrown beard, anxious for a shave. Honestly, I told her more than I've told anyone. I just didn't give her anything that could be easily traced. Thank God. Regret softens his eyes. She's pretty upset. Kept insisting that she didn't make you up, that we must have missed getting someone out of the building. I hated lying to her. For a split second, I feel a twinge of guilt, until I remember the way she said Jasper's name. She has a husband, dumbass. What did you think was going to happen? Since I haven't been coherent enough before now, I give him the rundown on everything I gathered about Vincent and his mind games, and the details of what went on in that building. Then, with an ache in my chest, I tell him about Sarah. He's quiet after I tell him about the video. Horrified, apologetic. We sit there in silence for a while, in mourning. An incoming call breaks it. He answers, leaning back in the chair. Hey, Mom. Yeah, I'm with him now. He moves the phone to his chin. My mother says she's glad you're okay, and she'll send some of her turtle brownies with me next time. He mouths, sorry, with a shrug. I laugh quietly. Guess he's not hiding me from everyone. Setting all mama's boy jokes aside, the woman's brownies really are the best, and she's a steel trap when it comes to secrets. I can respect that. Wait. Tanner hops to his feet, tension entering his voice. She's in our town? Where did you hear this? Wide-eyed, he paces the floor. I'll see what I can find out, but unless something has changed, she's not going to be happy about it. He looks up, catching my raised eyebrow, and answers it with a frustrated shake of his head. Don't worry, Mom. It's not you she hates. I'll find out what I can and come by later. Isaac says hi and he'll take a double batch of brownies. Love you too. Shoving the phone in his pocket, he exhales harshly. Fuck me. Everything okay with the family? I push the eggs to the far corner of the small table. The smell is killing me. The family is fine. I guess Shay is back in town. Oh shit. Finally came back to kick your ass after all these years? Not funny. My mother was heartbroken, wants me to check on her. I don't see that going well. Let me know if there's anything I can do. I'd love to, but you don't exist, remember? And the sooner you get better, the sooner you can go after the bastard. A smile spreads as the implication sinks in. I was always going to go after Vincent, but I wasn't sure whether I'd have Tanner's support. Frankly, I thought you'd tell me to leave it to the feds. But we both know you won't. He packs the papers back into the briefcase, exchanging them for a laptop, which he sets on the end of the bed. Might as well embrace it. This way, I can help you. If you want to go about it officially or need funding, I might be able to hire you as a subcontractor due to your expertise, but then you'd be on the books and there would be questions. I have a good amount of savings. I'd rather do it on my own until we're forced to cross that bridge. I figured as much. He nods toward the laptop. There's a file on there containing the details I've compiled on Vincent's operation and everything else I've found. I might be able to get you some extra cash. Just don't go dark on me, okay? I can't do that again. Sure. The look he gives me is dubious. Try not to get me fired, he adds. And if you trust the girl, I can let her in on it. I don't, but Tanner is like a dog hunting a bone. He senses one buried in the vicinity, and he doesn't let up. She's scheduled to come down to the station when she's out of the hospital. I could tell her the minimum. I said no. It's forceful enough to stop one of the nurses in her tracks as she passes by my door. I don't trust her. Got it? She can think I'm dead for all I care. Blind trust ends badly. I still can't believe I let my guard down. I look away from his curious gaze, knowing he's too astute. I'm not giving him an invitation to probe further. Go ahead and tell her that. Tell her she killed me. Let her stew on that while she's beneath her husband. Fuck, I'm petty. My head falls back on the pillow. How about I just stick with the original plan? There's no evidence of a man named Isaac. I try to swallow, but my throat is too dry. Fine with me. We'll pretend I was never there, that I never laid myself bare before Everly Cross. I'm a figment of her imagination. A story. A ghost. Okay then, I'm going to head out. He taps the top of the laptop. I've left you plenty of reading material when you're up for it. I mean it though. If we do this, you have to stay in contact. You cannot go dark on me. I shrug. We both know what I'm like when I isolate, and I don't make promises I'm not sure I can keep. Basically, I don't make them at all. Except one. I will kill you. Consider that a promise. Tanner pauses, like he can read my mind, like he might already suspect this is a bad idea. But it's better he stays in the loop by helping me than wasting his breath telling me to stay out of it. Rest up. With one last look of caution, he hands me a bottle of water from the bedside table and heads for the door. I'll be back later. There's an unwelcome pressure behind my eyes as I watch him go. It's the realization that I would be dead now if my friend hadn't moved heaven and earth and gone into hell to find me. It compels me to stop him. Tanner? He pauses in the doorway, turns. Exhaling through my nose, I dip my chin. Thank you. A grin curls at the corners of his mouth. You'd have done the same for me. With a half salute, he walks out the door. Yeah. Opening the laptop, I glance at the file titled Saving Porter's Stubborn Ass. Again. I would have. 32. I stare at my reflection in the smudged hospital mirror. Hollow cheeks, dark circles shadowing my jaded, red-rimmed eyes. Pale skin, surrounded by a mound of dirty blonde hair that looks like it was on the receiving end of an unfortunate lightning strike. My lips are chapped, my nails long and brittle. My body is frail and malnourished, but I'm still here. I matter. I press both palms to my cheeks and practice a series of different expressions in the mirror. Wonder, joy, anger, shock. My mouth still knows how to smile, my eyes still know how to gleam. I'm going to be okay. When the water runs warm, I discard my gown and step underneath the jets for the first time in years. A real shower. Gel soap, shampoo, conditioner. God, conditioner. I want to drown myself in it. I leave it in my hair for 20 minutes too long, while I shave my legs and let the scent of clean citrus and honeysuckle wash away the remnants of my captivity. An hour rolls by before I'm towel-dried and tucked back into bed, spooning a mouthful of lime jello between my freshly brushed teeth. A nurse glides into the room a moment later, her smile bright and cheery. "Good morning, Mrs. Cross. How are you feeling today?" I swallow the jello. A little better. The pain meds are working and my fever finally broke overnight. That's good news. Any other symptoms? Just loss of appetite. The jello is good though. She nods. My diagnosis came through last night. Ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, or OHSS for short. It's when the ovaries swell to a dangerous size, a rare and potentially deadly complication that can occur in women who take fertility drugs to stimulate egg growth. The egg transfer almost killed me. If my captor hadn't given me that initial dose of antibiotics, it likely would have. I set the empty bowl of jello aside while the nurse checks my vitals and takes notes. "I'm thinking you'll be with us for another day or two. You're right, your temperature is back to normal. The doctor just wants to monitor you for any setbacks." My legs itch to walk through that curtain and never look back, but I send her a tight smile. "I understand. Thank you. Get some rest. I'll check on you again shortly." I curl up under the covers and search for the television remote as external noise echoes all around me. Other patients with different stories, doctors chatting, nurses laughing. Sighing, I flip through the stations, hoping the sight of colorful, flickering images and the sound of laugh tracks might lull me into a sense of normalcy. But my mind is scattered, my attention flimsy. It's too much, an assault on my senses. I turn off the TV and collapse back down to the bed, begging for sleep to steal me away for a few hours until the next round of tests. Not a moment later, Jasper strolls into the room. "Everly." Glancing up at him, I scoot back into a sitting position and grin widely. "Hey, good morning. I brought you something. It's not much." He unwraps an arm from behind his back, showcasing a bouquet of fresh pink, violet, and cream flowers. A timid shrug claims his shoulders. "Feels silly, really, but I thought maybe they would cheer you up." "They're beautiful." Tears moisten my eyes. "Thank you." He cautiously approaches my bedside, setting the vase atop the adjacent table. Uncertainty filters through him, seizing his steps, his gaze, his movements. Glancing over at me, he swallows, then looks away, taps at his thighs with tense fingers, shuffles in place. I hate this limbo we're in. He's my husband, I'm his wife, and yet we feel like strangers. Years have come between us, and I don't know how to get them back. Wetting my lips, I gesture toward the nearby chair. "You can sit." He clears his throat. "Right." Jasper moves the chair over to my bed, the legs scraping against linoleum. "How are you?" "I'm okay. I took a shower. It was heavenly." A smile spreads. "I can imagine. You smell divine. I'm sorry I stank yesterday. I'm sure you needed to take 10 showers to eliminate the stench by association." "No, you smelled exactly like I remembered." "God, I hope not. Like what?" He pauses, a flash of poignancy lighting up his eyes. "Home." We stare at each other for a few tension-filled heartbeats before Jasper takes my hand and links our fingers together. "The doctor said you'll be out of here in a day or two. How do you feel about that?" I'm more than ready to get on with my life. Being here feels no different than being there. I feel trapped. "You're not," he murmurs. "You're safe, I promise." I don't think everything has sunk in yet. I might still be in shock. I press my lips together as my eyes glaze over. Someone was screaming last night across the hall, crying and wailing. I thought I was still there, that I never left. I pictured a woman taking her final breath while I was locked inside my cell, helpless to stop it. Part of me wonders if that feeling will ever go away. There's a wrinkle between his eyes. Worry lines tease the bridge of his nose and mar his forehead. It might take a little while to adjust. You don't have to rush anything. We'll get you situated and take things slow. I consider his double meaning. Take things slow. A life adjustment. A marriage adjustment. My mind spins. Will we still sleep together in the same bed? Will he go back to work right away? Will I go back to work ever? I'm too much of a coward to ask those questions right now. All I want to do is savor each moment as it comes. Jasper squeezes my palm, centering me again. We'll get through this, okay? Don't worry. Don't overthink anything. Baby steps. I glance at our intertwined hands. Yeah, I think My words fall off, clipped at the edges. A lump forms in the back of my throat. Inhaling a shaky breath, I twist our tethered hands side to side, studying his ring finger. The lack of a ring on his finger. I hadn't noticed yesterday, too absorbed with everything else, too bushwhacked and blindsided. My eyes pan up to his. Where's your wedding ring? Jasper blinks at me, registering the question one word at a time. It's like he hadn't realized he wasn't wearing it. Instinct has him pulling our hands apart and rubbing his empty, ringless finger, as if he can hide what I've already noticed. Oh, His brows bend deeper, his face draining of color. I'm sorry, I forgot to put it back on. I don't know why, but it feels like a small death. A knife in my gut, a lasso around my neck. I grind my teeth together, keeping the whimper in my throat. I see. It doesn't mean anything. I thought you were gone. It wasn't intentional. I mean, it was. Inching away from him, I burrow underneath the covers and try to keep my expression neutral. This shouldn't hurt so much. You intentionally removed it from your finger. Not because I don't love you anymore. No, because you gave up on that love. Everly? He shakes his head with sorrow, regret etched into every line decorating his face. Baby, please. I didn't. I'm tired. I stare at the ceiling. My bottom lip wobbles, so I chomp down on it to quell the quiver. The nurse said I should get some rest. I can't see his reaction, but I hear the sound he makes, a choked gasp, despair. He stands from his seat, looming over me and pressing a trembling palm to my blanket-covered shoulder. Everly, I'm sorry. I close my eyes through a slow nod, fighting back tears. Me too. Jasper lingers for a few more seconds. 22. Then his hand slides off my shoulder with absolute defeat, and he turns to leave the room. I watch him disappear from my periphery. The curtain shuffles, his loafers pausing on the other side as hesitation grips him. I wonder if he's about to come back inside, ambush me with more apologies, plead his case. But he doesn't. He walks away. A tear trickles down my temple as I glance at the spray of pastel flowers resting on the side table, glimmering under the can lights. My throat tightens. I asked Isaac if he would ever get me flowers one day. I wonder if he would have. 2 more days slog by like thickening molasses. I'm restless, antsy. I want to go home. Thankfully, the news comes in when I'm a minute into brushing my teeth, zoned out and staring blankly in the mirror. A nurse's voice pulls me from the void. Your discharge paperwork is in. Today's the day. Today's the day. A new chapter begins. I spit out a mouthful of toothpaste and rinse the sink, combing my fingers through my hair while a trickling of nerves race through me. My mother has been in and out of my room over the last 48 hours, bringing me homemade treats and warm smiles and telling me she spruced up the guest room of her quaint bungalow located on the outskirts of Los Angeles. Just in case. I'm assuming Jasper filled her in on my discovery the other day, spurring the just in case. My heart teeters at the memory. The flowers at my bedside are already wilting as I traipse back into the room, still weak and underfed. I managed to keep down oatmeal this morning, while the antibiotics do what they can to rid me of this infection. When the nurse disappears, my mother enters minutes later with a duffel bag stuffed with a change of clothes, real clothes, something other than nightgowns made of ivory and lace. I'm thinking you can spend the first few nights with me, Mom says, her eyes aimed downward as she pulls out a pair of jeans and a sky blue blouse. She spreads the outfit across the wrinkled bed covers, smoothing out the collar of one of my old favorite tops adorned with a daisy print, just until you get acclimated. And maybe because I'm a worried mother who doesn't want to let you out of her sight for at least a month, she shoots me an affectionate side-eye. How did that interview go with the detective? It was fine. I clear my throat and pad over to the side of the bed, plucking a rectangular business card off the table. Studying it, I graze the pad of my thumb over the lettering, Detective Lucas Tanner. It was the same man I spoke to amid the tumultuous rescue, the one who asked for my name. I don't think I'd recognize a single other face from that 5-minute blur, but for some reason, Detective Tanner stood out. It wasn't much of an interview, just a briefing, I clarify. I'm going to follow up with him once I'm settled. My brain was mush. All I could really manage was a stream of fruitless questions about Isaac. Is he alive? Where is he? Who is he? The detective didn't offer much. Nothing, really. It appears the elusive man on the other side of my wall will forever remain elusive. A figment of my imagination. That's what I choose to believe anyway. The other option, the undoubtedly worse option, is that he never made it out of there. Aside from asking about Isaac, the other burning question on my mind was about the babies and the faceless recipients who paid to have my eggs stolen. Unfortunately, there is no trail to follow. Everything about that black market prison was designed to be anonymous. No records, no names, no faces, just shadows and whispers. I'll never know who they are, where they live, or what became of the pregnancies. Those children could be anywhere in the world, oblivious to the horror tied to their existence. And as much as I ache for answers, I cling to one grim reassurance. They can't find me. The anonymity that erased their origins also protects mine. All I can do is hope they have a good life. My eyes meet with Mom's as I return the card to the table and swivel around. Have you talked to Jasper? Humming under her breath, she pauses before answering. Yes. She doesn't elaborate. I glance down at my own ringless hand. Empty, but not because of free will, and only because it was pried off my shaking finger as I hollered and cried while a giant man gripped me around the waist and forced me into compliance. It was stolen, likely sold. I blink back to the hospital room and reach for the new set of clothes to change into. Moments later, I'm dressed, my hair pulled back into a slack ponytail. The jeans are loose around my waist, heavy and weighing me down. My favorite blouse itches my skin as I fiddle with the collar and release the top button so I can breathe. A wretched thought filters through me. I miss my nightgowns. Not knowing what that means, I clear the madness from my mind and focus on the moments ahead. I try to stay present, grounded. Today will be a good day. Allison joins us 20 minutes later as a female doctor with white hair rattles off instructions. She gives me a prescription for at-home antibiotics and pain relievers, then tells me to take it easy for the next week. No heavy lifting, no strenuous activity. I stare at her, nodding absently, while only comprehending every other word. I'm in a daze, a fog of unknowns. I bought you a new phone. Allison holds out a cell phone after the doctor leaves, a dimpled smile brightening her eyes. I thought you might need one. I gawk at it like it's an ancient relic dug up from a burial ground. Oh, thank you. I'm not great with the techie stuff, but I can try to help you set it up. I'll add my number back in. Perfect. I take the phone and wrap my fingers around it. A cumbersome, foreign weight. I'm not sure if I remember how to even use it. It'll come back to you. Allison and Mom chat easily beside me as I take a seat on the edge of the bed and gaze at the vase of flowers. Do I take them with me? They're going to die soon. Then again, everything dies eventually. People, dreams, love. Everly? I glance at my mother with a slow blink. My thoughts are scrambled, edging toward morbid. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. This is a happy moment, the best moment. Sorry, I'm spacey. It's a lot to take in. The two women share a worried glance, and I hate it. I'll be fine. I'm adjusting, learning to live in the real world again. Very few people can confidently say they crawled their way out of a hell like mine, still intact and still whole.
All my tainted pieces need time to heal. That doesn't happen in 3 days. I'm fine. My chin jerks up when another presence enters the room. I hold my breath, my attention landing on my husband. He's freshly showered, dressed to impress in a charcoal and white pinstripe polo tucked into ironed black slacks. Loafers adorn his feet, as always. His hair is styled with gel, looking glossy under the lights, not a strand out of place. Jasper freezes, glancing around like he expected me to be alone. The energy in the room changes, a palpable shift. Sliding his hands into his pockets, he looks over at Allison as she quickly turns away and starts typing something on her cell phone. Mom clears her throat, moves to the other side of the room. I frown. It suddenly feels like I'm an outlier, the only one in the room not privy to a secret or an inside joke. The ensuing silence is painful as I stand from the bed and pull my ponytail over my shoulder, fiddling with the split ends. Good morning. I'm a free woman, at last. Nobody laughs, nobody speaks. Tough crowd, I mutter through a strange chuckle. Jasper finally sends me a half smile, sauntering in my direction, looking stiff and out of place. This is a big day. It is. I'm trying to decide what I should do first. I purse my lips to the side. I already got the exciting stuff out of the way. A shower, a clean toothbrush, Jell-O. I'm thinking a hot cup of coffee is next on the list. I'm sure that can be arranged. Mom cuts in. I have your favorite at the house, peanut butter crunch. My mouth waters at the thought, my appetite creeping back to the surface. Jasper steps closer, sweeping a hand over his slicked back hair. I'm on my way to the office, but I heard you were discharged. I wanted to stop by and give you a proper send-off. My lips twitch. So formal. His voice quiets as he glances around, then looks back at me, his throat bobbing. Listen, I'd like to give you some space while you get back on your feet. I know this is a lot. I'm thinking we can grab dinner next week to talk, reconnect. My throat buzzes like a beehive. Sure, that's not what I want. I want to hug him, kiss him, sleep beside him as his heartbeats subdue my troubled mind and carry me away to sun-drenched dreams. I want to dance in the kitchen to the scent of freshly cooked breakfast and eat Chinese takeout by the crackling fireplace. But there's a gap between us, a rickety old bridge I can't seem to get across without plummeting into deep, dark water. All I can do is hold on for dear life while the planks teeter precariously beneath my feet. I reach for him. My fingers curl around his wrist, and my heart caves in on itself when he flinches and pulls back. It's brief, but damaging. A catastrophic blow to my barely stitched back together heart. Regret fills his eyes, a flash of guilt. He tries to erase the misfire by pressing a hand to my bicep and giving me an apologetic squeeze. Instinct has my eyes panning over to Allison. I don't know why. I catch the way her posture stiffens, a strange look coasting across her features. Turning her back to us, she bows her head to stare down at her phone. I glance back up at Jasper. What's going on? He winces, an involuntary reaction. What do you mean? I mean, everything got weird when you walked in. You're reading into things. You just need some time to... Don't do that. Panic dances across my skin, burrowing inside me. I swallow, my pulse quickening with anxiety. Something's going on. My mother skips over to us, interjecting, "Let's get you home, Everly. I want to show you the new addition I added onto the house, a little sunroom." That I inch backward. Please, someone tell me what I'm missing here. My teeth start chattering against my will. Did someone die? That can't be right. Everyone I cherish is in this room. Was there a tragic world event? An apocalypse? It feels like there was. My intuition is telling me something is wrong, that everything is wrong. There's debris in my lungs, craters in my chest, bloodshed at my feet. Jasper shakes his head and scrubs a hand over his face. It's nothing, he breathes out. Lies. It's something. And that something is going to kill me before I've had a chance to truly live. I know it. I feel it. I peer over at Allison again. Her back is still facing me, but she's no longer engrossed in her cell phone. It dangles at her side in a clenched fist, both of her arms trembling. "Jasper," I rasp out, my eyes lifting to his ashen face. "Why won't you touch me? Hold me? Kiss me? Why aren't you wearing your ring?" So soon, he shakes his head again, his Adam's apple rolling in his throat. I don't know how to do this. What's right? What's wrong? It's confusing. My gaze dances between my favorite people, the only people I've thought about for 2 years, waiting for me on the other side of my torture chamber. My lights at the end of a dark, suffocating tunnel. They're hiding something from me. They're traitors.
Balling my hands at my sides, I heave in a breath, looking back up at Jasper and seeing him, truly seeing him, and I think I know. It hits me like a hurricane. I know, I know, I know. I don't want to know. Guilt stares back at me in pools of dark green. Betrayal. I feel sick. My stomach cramps, clenches, implodes. Bile burns my throat. My chest collapses. No. It's a whisper, a quiet scream, as everything suddenly becomes crystal clear. No. Allison starts to cry. My mother stands off to the side, clutching her chest as tears trickle down her face. Confirmation. Jasper grips me by the shoulders and bends down, staring right into my eyes. I didn't want you to find out like this. His voice is tortured grit, gravel, and brimstone. God, Everly, I'm so sorry. I wrench myself from his grasp and plummet to the bed. I'm shaking, shivering from head to toe. Time warps, my vision clouds. I hear a scream, and I think it's mine, as nurses race into the room in streaks of black and gray, a colorless haze. Hands reach out, faces blur above me, and an oxygen mask is pressed to my nose and mouth. My wails are a distant whirring in my ears as someone takes my hand and squeezes. My mother. She's sobbing, her grief mingling with mine until it's all I feel. Grief. Mind-numbing grief. No, I cry through the mask as a needle glides into the underside of my elbow. No, my husband and my best friend. They're together. A nurse holds me down while the other tinkers with my IV. Thrashing and moaning, I wail, tears blotting my vision. I slide my hand underneath the pillow and latch on to the blue guitar pick, curling into a ball and trembling with soul-crushing pain. Medication flows through my veins, doing what it can to calm my agonized mind. This can't be real. I traded a nightmare for a new nightmare. As my cries weaken to whimpers, I think about the snap, the loss of him, while sedatives steal me away. I see it in a whole new light, my greatest fear bursting to life in vivid color. Jasper and Allison moved on, left me behind, like a ghost tethered to a place no one visits anymore. I see it now. The world didn't forget about me, but they did. Part 2. Life is an irreversible process, and for that reason, its future can never be a repetition of the past. Walter Lippmann. 33. With my arm in a sling and my mind buzzing, I follow Dad into his office the next day, eager to uncover my mysterious treasure. It better be cool. I've earned it. After all, last night's adventure landed me in the ER for a sprained wrist, this ugly sling, and mild dehydration. As much as I wanted to go straight to the lab when we got home, Mom and Dad insisted I was in no condition to play detective until I'd gotten some rest. Closing the door behind me, I hear the sound echo through the bright, sterile office that smells like latex and science experiments. The whole room feels serious, like a place where age-old mysteries get solved, and standing in the middle of it, I'm pretty sure I'm about to crack one of them. Dad sets the box down on his massive oak desk, careful not to damage the frame. Dirt crumbles off the edges, scattering across a few manila folders, but the face remains caked in stubborn patches of mud. My gaze locks onto the carved letters etched into the wood. Forever. Definitely suspicious. While my little sister was more intrigued by the assortment of stringy cobwebs dangling from the box, I was laser-focused on the contents inside. The box is old, the kind of old that smells like damp wood and secrets. A miniature coffin. I watch as my dad studies the box, his eyes doing that thing they do when he's analyzing the data, squinting slightly, flicking back and forth between the object and his mental notes, as if he's piecing together a puzzle only he can see. "What do you think's inside?" I ask, leaning my hip against the desk. Old love letters? Treasure? A mummified body? The box isn't big enough to hold a body, but there could be a head, maybe a femur or two. Dad's mouth quirks as he throws me a sidelong look and runs a hand through his mop of curly brown hair. "Why do I get the feeling you're rooting for the last one?" "Because I'm your kid, and you have the coolest job in the world." His expression softens, a hint of something wistful crossing his face. Doesn't always feel that way. He rubs his palms together and sighs, nodding at something across the room. "Hand me that precision rotary toolkit, the one with the fine diamond-tipped bits." I grab the sleek case and place it on the desk. Dad selects a tool with the care of a surgeon, fitting a delicate bit into place. This should get us past the lock without damaging anything. My pulse quickens as the tool hums to life, its sound a soft promise of discovery. I watch, transfixed, as Dad works the bit along the edge of the rusted lock. Sparks jump like tiny fireflies, and the scent of warmed metal mixes with earthiness. He pauses to inspect his progress, then delicately applies a final nudge. With a satisfying click, the lock pops open, and Dad leans back with a triumphant grin. He turns to me, setting the tool aside. "Ready?" Most fathers would probably want to look inside first, for fear of traumatizing their 12-year-old son with a severed finger or a collection of teeth, but not Dad. He might not know I've been sneaking peeks at his crime scene photos since I was 5, but he knows I'm into all the weird, gritty details of his job. I nod, my heart hammering. Finally, he eases the lid open, and a faint, musty smell escapes, like the ghost of something ancient. Inside, nestled in a thin layer of decayed velvet, lies— whoa, what is this? It looks like a small hourglass attached to a tarnished silver chain. The glass is smudged, and there's something inside, something I can't make out. "What the—" I breathe, reaching out before stopping myself. "Can I touch it?" Dad studies the hourglass for a moment before nodding. Carefully. I scoop it up gently, the chain foreign against my fingers. The hourglass is small, and it feels oddly alive. An hourglass on a chain? I tilt it, watching the contents inside trickle slowly. "What do you think it's for?" Dad leans closer, his brow furrowed. "It could be decorative, or maybe ceremonial. Hard to say. It's creepy." I smile faintly, holding it up to the light. "I like it." Dad straightens, his tone growing thoughtful. "Let's not jump to conclusions. I'll run a few tests on the materials and see if we can trace its origin. Do you think it's cursed?" His lips quirk into a half smile. "Let's hope not." But as he watches me cradle the tiny hourglass, a shadow flickers across his face, brief but unmistakable. I'm pretty sure this is a mystery even he wasn't prepared for. 34. Present day, 1 year later. My smile is brighter than the midday California sun as I saunter into the station with a ceramic plate wrapped in tinfoil. Astrid greets me at the front desk with a grin to match. Must be a new month. She stands from her rolling chair and eyes the hidden treats. "He's with the chief now. You might be waiting a while." I glance at my invisible watch. I have a Kindle, plenty of snacks, and nowhere else to be. Plopping down in a waiting room chair, I settle in with a contented sigh. "Thanks, Astrid. Any leads yet?" "Not yet, but I'm patient." Tanner uses a different word. She purses her lips, tilting her head. "Relentless, is it?" Inspecting my cuticles, I answer breezily. "Obnoxious. That's the one." 20 minutes roll by as I tap my feet and whistle under my breath, playing on my phone while detectives and various office personnel stroll by with waves and cheery chit-chat. When Tanner opens the door and spots me sitting in the waiting room with a platter of brownies in my lap, his shoulders drop. Exasperation steals his expression as he shakes his head and flicks his hand my way, trudging through the central room toward his office. I follow, my head held high and black pumps clapping in time with my steps, the double fudge brownies glimmering against the window light. Dropping the plate onto his work desk, I flip my curls over my shoulder and lift my chin with a pleasant smile. "Good morning." He glares at me. Right. I'm not sure why you're always so grouchy. I bring you food. I shrug, chin lifting. Your coworkers love me. That's because they don't have to deal with you. They only get to reap the benefits of your above average baking abilities. He looks down at the covered plate, unwrapping one of the edges and plucking a brownie from the pile. Powdered sugar dusts his fingers as he takes a big bite. You're a master manipulator, Everly Cross. It's Mayfield now. I plant my hands on my hips and arch an eyebrow. Are you profiling me? Just stating the obvious. You've had a bug up your ass since our follow-up meeting, and now you're trying to pull answers out of me answers I clearly don't have, mind you, with sugar and carbs. He's not wrong. 2 weeks after I moved in with my mother, reduced to a broken-down mess of heartache, I scheduled that interview with Detective Tanner. I pressed him about Isaac. He was a stone block for most of the conversation, but then there was a moment I'll never forget, a subtle interaction I can't let go of. I mentioned Sarah, Isaac's sister, and a look traveled across his face. Painful, personal. He blinked away what I'd already noticed and cleared his throat. So, did he tell you anything about her? My breath caught. I stared back at him, trying to see beyond the ruse. You tell me. Tanner shut down and recovered quickly. Listen, I'm sorry, but we found no evidence of him. I believe you, and I'm not saying you imagined this guy, but we did a thorough search of that place. All remains discovered were identified. He wasn't there. If he made it out, he's gone. Maybe he got on a plane, left the country, changed his identity. You said he had multiple. Sounds like he could be some sort of con artist. His words rang true, but my instincts are strong, and I trust them more than anything. I saw something that day, felt a niggling intuition pinging in my bones. Tanner knows more than he's letting on. Now I've made it my mission to uncover the truth. I'm not sure if he's protecting me and withholding a death confirmation to spare me from more potential heartache, or if something more complex is simmering in the background. Either way, I'm stubborn. Once a month, I make the 5+ hour commute from San Francisco to Los Angeles and stop by the station, a pit stop on the way to my mother's house. I bring treats, I bring smiles, I bring a constant reminder that I'm not going away. Before I can say anything else, another woman comes barging into Tanner's office with box-dye red hair hacked off at the shoulders, tattoos covering both arms, and pillowy crimson lips. Fire spews from pale green eyes. "You need to back off," she hisses, sweeping past me and planting both palms on his desk as she lurches forward. I mean it. Tanner's posture changes when he sees her, a new look inhabiting his gaze. Softness at first, but then something more volatile. "I'm busy, Shay. Clear your schedule. I'll wait." The woman glances at me, doing a double take, as if just noticing my presence. She deflates a bit. "Hey, hi, is he giving you trouble too?" Tanner moves around the desk and grips her arm, leading her out of the office. Vice versa. I don't have time for either of you today. They exit the room as Shay pries herself out of his hold. "You can make an appointment with Astrid. I'll be available sometime next year." It appears I'm not the only one with a bug up her ass. The inflamed redhead gets right in his face. "You have no right. Keep meddling in my business, and I'll make your life hell." I'm seeing that. I'm serious, Luke. Tanner waves over a fellow detective, who approaches with an exasperated sigh. "You need to go. We can talk later. I'm in the middle of an appointment." "Another innocent victim you're harassing, I'm sure." She holds a hand up to the detective, an offer of compliance. "I'm leaving. No need to send your bodyguards after me." "I would never." Tanner crosses his arms, eyes flickering with emotion. "I'll be the one putting those handcuffs on you." "Your wet dream." A smile paints her lips as she gazes up at him with otherworldly jade eyes. Then the smile morphs into hard steel. "Stay away from me, Luke." She storms off, her leather-clad hips and flaming red hair sashaying behind her. Tanner stares after her, tapping a hand on his thigh, before returning a moment later, looking rattled as he rubs his forehead with 2 fingers. "Sorry, old friend." Seemed very friendly. You were on your way out? Nope, just got here. Tell me what you know. Tanner's lips vibrate as he blows out a long breath and collapses into his work chair. Swiveling it from side to side, he studies me, brushing the pad of his index finger across his lips. Okay, sign. My eyes flare. A surge of hope sweeps through me as I go still, waiting for what he'll say next. You know, these unwarranted, excessive visits really did light a fire under me. I found him for you. He pulls open a drawer, sifts around inside, and tosses a manila folder on the desk. You're welcome. Please never return. Bending forward, I rush to open the folder, my heart rate tripling. Then my eyes narrow with disdain when they land on the photograph inside. You're an asshole. What? Why? He feigns outrage. It's Isaac. I slam the folder shut. Isaac Maurice Nottingham is ancient. He's clearly in his late 80s, minimum. 91. I hate you. You said he was likely older than you. I'm not one to rule out a potential suspect based on how society perceives age gaps. Leaning back in his chair, he folds both arms over his cocky button-down and smiles with faux charm. His family reported him missing for a few weeks about a year ago. The time frame checked out. He was probably napping. A non-committal shrug. Well, he stood out. He was found on his boat. Women love men with boats. He's missing all his teeth. Teeth are overrated. Boats are not. You're ridiculous. Huffing, I gape at him with fury in my eyes. He thinks this is a joke. You're making a mockery out of this. It's not fair. Tanner's lips part to speak, but nothing comes out. He falters, and I swear a flash of guilt skates across his face. Everly, I'm sorry. I don't know what you want me to say. I want you to say what you know. Tell me the truth. I didn't make this man up. He was real. Isaac, Nick, whatever his name was. Isaac, his real name was Isaac. Dark hair, brown eyes, rough around the edges, over 6 feet tall with a muscular build. He sighs, looks away. I step closer to the desk. He wasn't my imaginary friend. He was my real friend. And if he's dead, please, just tell me. I can't live with these unknowns. They're horrible, and they're rotting me from the inside out. My voice wavers. It's bad enough that my captor is still out there. I need closure. He cups a hand over his jaw and scratches at his stubble, his eyes glazing with sympathy. I wish I could give you that, truly. We're still tracking Leonard Vincent. My team hasn't stopped. But for now, that's all I can promise. My stomach tightens, and a sharp pressure builds in my chest. The name catches in my mind, Leonard Vincent. When Tanner first said it, I almost laughed. It sounded too ordinary, too human, not like the monster I've always called the Timekeeper. I remind myself he's gone, that he's forgotten me. He's a businessman, the worst kind of narcissist, and I'm just a loose thread in his web. He wouldn't waste his time chasing down a woman tied to his black market ring. It's too risky, too stupid, too beneath him. My lungs deflate. I gaze at Tanner for several seconds, waiting for more, waiting for something. I try to read him, try to peel back every dirt-shrouded layer, and I see it, clear as day, hiding in the depths of his regretful brown eyes. I'm not wrong. He knows exactly who Isaac is, and not even his well-trained detective mask can hide the truth from my inherent instincts. One day, he'll cave, but today is not that day.
Fine, I murmur, peering down at my feet and grinding my teeth together. I pause for a moment before I spin around, my hair flying with me as I shoot him a half-hearted wave over my shoulder. See you next month, detective. I'll bring blueberry scones. A few members of the department whoop and cheer. Tanner's grumble sees me out the door. Can't wait. 35. Meanwhile, I find her waiting for me in a hotel in Bucharest. I'm buying a pack of Chesterfields from a 24-hour tobacco shop when a boy of around 8 taps my elbow, hands me a key card, and points to the building across the road. Then he darts away, leaving me to decide whether this is a trap or something else. For some reason, my gut goes with the latter. Something else it is.
With my heart beating heavily, I cross the city street, quietly letting myself into room 238. Illuminated by soft lamplight, she's pale-limbed and petite, spread out like an offering in black lace. Long bronze-gold curls fan out over the edge of the bed like a waterfall, painted with streaks of grisly red. A steady drip falls from the ends onto the floor. Tap, tap. Her blue eyes are empty, her throat slashed open from ear to ear. I cross the room and pick up the tiny glass trinket sitting on the side table. Then I smash it under my boot. Necks are much more difficult to snap than the movies make it look. The one beneath my hands now is thick and muscly, like the guy it belongs to. Not worth the effort. His trachea will be much easier to crush, and suffocation is just as effective. But first, perhaps you didn't hear me. I lean in inches from his ear. Where are they? His lips clamp shut. It's the third time I've asked. Mind you, this is after shattering one of his knees, breaking an arm, dislocating the other shoulder, and busting his nose. Still, nothing. Okay then, let's try a different question. Where's your boss? Digging my knees into his chest until I hear something crack, I loosen my hands to give him just enough air. His voice is like fingernails on a chalkboard. Kill me. If you insist. Pressing down, I put all my weight onto his throat until his face turns purple and he loses consciousness. Then I keep going. When the guy's heart stops, I get up and walk away. Mercy is a thing of the past. I didn't start this mission with the intent to kill anyone other than my ultimate target, but if you're going to work for a motherfucking serial murderer, you're accepting the high risk of becoming a casualty. As Tanner has warned me repeatedly, it's a slippery slope. Sliding into the role of executioner is getting easier to embrace each time. Our little game of cat and mouse began the minute I left the hospital. Using the information gathered on the other facilities in his international ring, I began hitting them one by one, releasing victims, burning buildings to the ground, taking away his source of income. Let's be honest. What I'm really hitting is his ego. He first emerged in Brazil, oozing through the underground like the poisonous slime he is. Scouring the continent, I followed rumors of an American on the run that fit his description. That's where I made the mistake of leaving survivors who work for him. Tracked me across several continents before I had enough and finally killed them. Lesson fucking learned. Of course, Vincent ran again, first to Africa, then Indonesia, and now Europe. That's okay. I'm still on his trail, taking his businesses out as I go. Including the lab in California, I've dismantled 4 of his black market sites, and I have no plans to stop until his legacy is a pile of smoldering ash. Then I'll watch him burn too. With my gun posed to shoot first and ask questions later, I silently move down the hall, 1 foot in front of the other. All it would take is the tiniest slip-up, and I'd be fucked. The main floor may be deserted, but there's still a basement and an upper level to check. A door to my left stands open a crack, leaving a shaft of dim light to streak across the aged hardwood. Staying hyper-aware of my surroundings, I glance inside. A rickety-looking staircase drops down, lit only by a single bare bulb. Basement it is. I take each step slowly, cringing with every creak until I reach the bottom. Unlike the other places I've infiltrated, I don't find captives, dead or alive, but between the smell and a scatter of discarded belongings, I know they were here. Judging by the items, there appear to have been children in the group. That's something I haven't seen from him before. It sends my temper through the goddamn roof. When I leave the basement and search the upper level, I'm less careful about moving silently. I'm way too fucking pissed. Turns out it doesn't matter, because I only find 1 person left. Yes, sir, 19 of them. At the sound of a voice, I slide along the wall in the upper level hallway and peek into an open room. A short, scrawny guy sits in a small office, illuminated only by computer light. At a glance, there's no obvious sign of a weapon, and he's too absorbed in a phone conversation to notice when I creep up behind him. They're waiting in a holding area near the docks. The boat will be leaving in 2 hours. I look over his shoulder at the computer screen, catching an address followed by a numbered list of genders and ages. I was right. They're kids. Nope, no sign of your guy. Are you sure he made it out of Jakarta? Ah, Jakarta. His guys almost took me out there. But if you're talking about me, I say near his ear, I made it out of Jakarta. His last breath is a soft gasp. With the gun pressed to his head, I remove the phone from his hand and lift it to my lips. 5 down, motherfucker. Then I pull the trigger and hang up. Heat sears my face, pushing me back several steps. No sirens yet, so I let myself linger long enough to pull out my phone and send a message, staying in the shadows just outside the flickering orange glow. Sometimes it's nice to take a minute to enjoy the spoils of war. Jesus, I sound like I belong in one of Everly's historical romances. Blood-soaked curls and lifeless eyes flash through my mind. I shake my head and remind myself it isn't. It wasn't. Why can't I just be allowed to forget? But it's a game now, a fucking dangerous one, and every facility I destroy raises the stakes even higher. I need to find that bastard before he takes his next turn. Because now, I'm playing with fire, literally. It crackles as I send the information to a contact from a local agency who assists trafficking victims. I've already advised the police of the dock location where Vincent's latest sale is awaiting transport. They should be on their way. The flames crawl up over the roof just as the distant whine of sirens tells me it's time to move on. I give one last look and pull the hood of my sweatshirt tighter around my head, leaving the wreckage behind. The blaze roars louder, devouring everything in its path. With the fire at my back and sirens on the wind, I walk away, blending into the shadows. Let them pick through the ruins. I'm already hunting the next piece. This isn't over. Not until he's burning too. 36. 50,000 plants, an aviary, 2 cats, and a partridge in a pear tree greet me as I traipse through the front door of my mother's house with a bag of kitty litter. Macaroni, a high-strung macaw, squawks at me as I drop the bag in the entryway, while 2 tabbies, Jojo and Juju, curl around my ankles. Mom? I look around the small bungalow, drinking in the bold prints and eccentric knickknacks as the smell of sage and incense wafts under my nose. Out back, I set down my duffel bag and wind around to the back of the house, exiting through a door off the kitchen. My mother is sprawled out in a lawn chair, sipping iced tea. Hey, you look cozy. I send her a smile as I gather my hair over my shoulder. She smiles back through neon red sunglasses and tips her head toward the sky. You know what's underrated? Kinetic sand? She frowns, twisting toward me. Good one. But I was going to say aging.
Romantic atmosphere. Plopping down in the adjacent chair that's already stocked with my own sweating glass of tea. Fiddling with the straw, I follow her gaze as she peers back up at the cloud-spattered sky. Yeah, I murmur before taking a sip. I'm on board with that. There's something so liberating about not giving a crap anymore, you know? She drapes both arms over her head as sunlight bathes her in a golden glow. I've gained 20 pounds, stopped dyeing my hair, and updated all my pictures on social media to a selfie I took last week, finally replacing that yearbook photo from high school. It's beautiful. My mother is beautiful, right down to her soul. Mom removes her sunglasses and glances my way, her eyes mirroring her smile. How was the drive? I settle back in the chair and cross my leg over my knee. Long. I was listening to a podcast about how spiders function as indicator species for habitats and ecosystems. That's my girl. She chuckles under her breath as ice cubes clink against her glass. I'm sure Festus is living his best life. Festus McGarty IV is my pet tarantula. The day I packed my meager belongings in my car and made the trek from Los Angeles to San Francisco to start over, I considered leaving the arachnid behind. After all, my mother had been taking good care of him during my absence, and I felt unfit to take care of anything with a heartbeat, including myself. In the end, I ran back into the house and gathered up the giant terrarium, bringing the pet I deeply missed with me. I couldn't leave another thing I cared about behind. He is. I twirl my straw around in circles. I miss you. The mood fills with melancholy as we both gaze up at the shimmying treetops. You're welcome over any time, Everly. It kills me that you're so far. I understand it, but I know. The past year winds through me in a tangle of icy tendrils. After my hospital stay, I moved in with my mother for 4 months, until a black cloud of depression, too many painful reminders, and a slew of zealous reporters obsessed with following my every move became too much to bear. I packed my things and hit the road, landing in the San Francisco Bay Area. Nobody recognizes me there. I can be invisible, blend in. It's not the life I imagined while hidden away, trapped between 4 walls with only my name to keep me tethered to my identity, but it's what I needed. The transition has kept me sane, functional, and alive. The divorce was finalized 2 months ago. I'm officially Everly Mayfield now, ex-model and ex-wife of renowned talent agent Jasper Cross. The split was as amicable as it could have been, given the circumstances and my torn, obliterated heart. I never saw it coming, and I think those are the moments when you find out who you really are, what you're made of, and what you're capable of overcoming. The blind sides keep us grounded, reminding us of our resilience. Jasper still texts me, Allison still calls. I haven't responded to either of them. Mom's sigh filters over to me, a doleful backdrop to my thoughts. Allison stayed over for a few days to take care of the animals while I was in Puerto Rico. She asked about you. I'm sure she did. My lips flatten into a thin line. Part of me resents the fact that Allison is still a big part of my mother's life. My mother is mine, and my best friend has already stolen so much from me. I don't want her to have Mom too. Still, there's another part of me that claws for understanding and forgiveness. It's a toxic teeter-totter of emotion that often gets the better of me. I haven't spoken to her since that day at the hospital. Maybe you should. Maybe it'll help you heal. I'm healing in my own way, which sounds a lot like running. I grind my molars so hard my jaw aches. Mom has always been honest, to the point of contention sometimes. I don't want her honesty. I did what I needed to for survival, and survival can be ruthless. No one knows what an uphill, knuckle-bleeding battle it is until they're in the thick of it. You should be on my side, I tell her, my words shaky. I'm your daughter. Sweetheart, I am on your side, always and forever. But I see both sides too. I'm only offering a different perspective. And I'm living on the side nobody wants to be on. I was held captive for years while my husband and best friend declared me dead, then started screwing each other behind my back. It's a betrayal I can't fathom, a pain that will never go away. Tears glitter in my mother's eyes as her face falls, her light brows gathering into a desolate frown. They grew close when they lost you. It was traumatic for everybody. They latched onto each other because of you, not to spite you. It wasn't planned. It wasn't a calculated arrow to your heart. It was just a common thread, a form of solace. I can't listen to this again. I stand from the chair as tea splashes over the rim of my glass. I'm going to take a shower. Everly, please. I can't. I falter, my back facing my mother. Maybe I should stop coming over every month. It's too hard, these reminders and lectures. She sits up in the chair. Don't say that. These visits mean everything to me. Then maybe you should stop tainting them with your misplaced opinions. I'm only trying to help, she reasons, her voice hitching. Help whom? The 2 people who shredded me to a pulp, who ripped my future out from under me like a dirty old rug? You, always you. It doesn't feel like it. Standing, Mom steps over to me, her bare feet rattling the deck planks. I know you, honey. I know your heart, your soul. I know this is killing you, and that kills me. She reaches for me, her ring-laden fingers curling around my wrists. You're a forgiver, an empath. You've always spun your pain into peace, and I know deep down you're not at peace. Your light is gone. I stare at her, internalizing her words and trying to make sense of them. But none of this makes sense. I've lost everything. My husband, my best friend, my career, my home. Even Isaac, the only person who understood what I've gone through. There's no peace in that. There's only a bleak chasm of missteps and no way outs. My light isn't gone, I mutter, wriggling my arms free from her grip. Her eyes close as I pull away and turn to enter the house. The cats follow me into the foyer when I go to retrieve my duffel bag, then shuffle down the hall to the spare bedroom. I take a shower, trying to cleanse myself of the last 10 minutes. When I return to the bedroom in a bath towel, I sift through my bag and pull out an assortment of nightgowns. The sun begins to set behind mulberry drapes as I lay each gown atop the bed, smoothing out the wrinkles. All ivory, all made of silk and lace. None of them are right. I've searched high and low, looking for the perfect one, but they all fall short. An hour later, my mother knocks on the door, stepping inside the room with a plate of chicken and rice. I brought you dinner. I glance up from the book I'm reading. Thank you. Hesitating for a beat, she fully enters, setting the rose-patterned plate on the nightstand. She takes a seat beside me as I inch up the headboard and toss the book beside me on the mattress. I stare at her. Mascara streaks line her cheeks, her eyes puffy and red. My heart stutters at the sight. I'm sorry. Extending my hand, I link our fingers together. I'm trying. I know you are. I'm trying too. I never expected it would be this hard, living on the other side of that place. She nods, knowingly. Expectation is a thief of joy. It hinders living. You need to take every moment as it comes, knowing some moments will be difficult and some will be beautiful. We only thrive when we're fully present. My thumb dusts over her sun-spotted knuckles. I'm starting a new job next week. I'm nervous. Really? A smile hints. I thought you wanted to take some time off. I was getting antsy, bored. I need the distraction. That's understandable. Are you getting back into modeling? I shake my head. No, I'm not sure that's the right path for me, or if it ever was.
Romantic atmosphere. Too many cameras, bright lights, gossip, and superficial smiles. While it was fun and exciting at the time, it was never something that made my soul sing. I want to put myself out there again, be seen. Hiding out in my apartment for the last few months hasn't been the therapeutic remedy I imagined it would be. I miss people, connections. I don't want anyone to know who I am. I just want them to know I'm still here. I still matter. Tell me about the new job, Mom, implores, settling back on the bed. I need details. My pulse quickens as I bite my lip, my hand trembling in hers. Nerves race through me. Indecision. Let me see how this first night goes. Clearing my throat, I look away, wondering if this new direction will be a life-altering mistake. Then I'll tell you everything. 37. A slate gray building with a flashing marquee comes into view when I curve around the corner, clutching the strap of my purse in a death-like grip. The distant aroma of sizzling street food gives off a semblance of normalcy as it mingles with the metallic tang of the auto repair shop across the street. I glance around, my anxiety a twisted knot of uncertainty lodged in my throat. God, what am I doing? Pausing in front of the steel door attached to my new workplace, I raise my chin and drink in the magenta and royal blue lights. I'm not sure why I couldn't apply at a restaurant or an easy, carefree desk job. A headset would be weighing me down far less than this glitzy headband gouging my scalp. I squeeze the strap of my purse, my bright yellow nails leaving half-moon prints on my palm. You can do this. Deep breath, no turning back now. With a sharp exhale, I yank open the heavy door and am immediately struck with an elixir of lily-of-the-valley, jasmine, and warm amber. It's a soothing balm to my rattled nerves. A rust-haired man with apricot freckles nods at me as I traipse through the dimly lit hallway. I likely look just as lost as I feel. Hi, I swerve in front of him, visibly flustered. I'm trying to remember where the dressing room is. The man eyes me, heels to hair. You're the new hire? I am. I swallow hard. I'm B. He takes the hand I offer in a firm grip. Fitting, he says, still giving me a once-over. Queenie was just asking about you. She's excited to see what you can do. She told me to get here an hour early. I hope that's okay. Yep. Take a left at the end of the hall and it's the first door on the right. Can't miss it. Thank you. Name's Len, he adds before I sweep past him. If you need anything, I'm your guy. The man is huge and intimidating, but his eyes are soft and safe. Noted. I nibble my thumbnail as I send him a nervous smile, then continue my trek down the darkened hall. Voices chatter, laughter rings out, music thumps in the distance, almost loud enough to override my pounding heartbeats. An unfamiliar woman greets me like we've been friends for years, halting me just before I reach the dressing room. Raven black hair is pulled up into a high ponytail, the shiny tresses falling over one shoulder. Hey, B, right? She scans her gaze over me, her teeth flashing white. Girl, there's a big crowd out there. Not to freak you out, but Halloween weekend is our busiest next to the Super Bowl. Your tips are going to be insane. She's dressed up like some sort of spider queen, as glittery web-like lace spills off her light brown skin. No pressure. I breathe out a strained laugh, catching a whiff of honeysuckle perfume. Where's Queenie? In the dressing room, asking about you every 2 minutes. She waggles her eyebrows. This is such a full circle moment for her. She says you're going to make big waves. I wring my hands together. The only waves coursing through me right now are riddled with nausea. Well, thanks for the warm welcome. You look gorgeous. Oh, thanks. She flips her ponytail over her shoulder and snaps a wad of pink bubblegum. We're a family here, zero competition. We build each other up, like a sisterhood. I love that. Smacking me on the butt, she shoots me a wink. I'm Ariel, the resident shoe hoarder. If you ever need a spare pair of heels, my locker is jam-packed. Help yourself. Watching her skip away, I smile at her retreating back before turning toward the door adorned with a silver plaque titled Dressing Room. Here we go. I push through the doorway and step into the room, quickly spotting Queenie near the beauty counter. One of the girls is helping her pick out a wig. Her golden brown eyes follow me as I toss my purse into one of the empty lockers and pop it shut, then glance at the adjacent locker that showcases the name Ariel crossed out and replaced with shoes, shoes, and more shoes. You came, Queenie says, puffing on a cigarette, looking regal and composed. I questioned it. Sauntering over to her, I swipe my sweaty palms down my outfit. The truth? Always. I questioned it too. Crossing one leg over the other, she sends me a smile, her dark brown skin glowing with beauty oil. I know. Then she waves a hand at the girl tending to her wig as she stands from the rolling chair and approaches me like a graceful gazelle. You look just like your mama. My skin warms at the sentiment. Her hair isn't as big. No, but her heart is. Her eyes dance over me with affection. I have 2 rules, so listen up, angel baby. I shuffle on both feet. Okay. 1. Always carry pepper spray with you. My nose wrinkles. I don't have any pepper spray. I figure if the universe fought to keep me alive through an abduction, years of captivity, and the subsequent horrors that made my imprisonment feel like a spa therapy getaway, it's unlikely I'll be taken out by some thug lurking behind a dumpster in the alleyway. But I nod anyway, smiling politely. 2. She gives me a once-over. Embrace it. Embrace it? Yes, all of it. The highs and lows, the good days and bad days. Don't let that shame creep inside you. Don't overthink, she tells me. This is about empowerment, release. Feel the music, the crowd, the movement. Allow it to guide you. Allow it to nurture you. A fluttery feeling dances across my chest like a defibrillator paddle. Swallowing, I bob my chin while I study her, seeing the love shimmering in her eyes. It's nice to feel cared about, like I still matter. Giving my hand a squeeze, Queenie returns to her chair as the woman beside her swaps out her wig, fluffing the long ribbons of fire engine red hair. You're nervous, she smiles, teeth gleaming stark white against her dark skin. Embrace that, too. Nerves give you power. Nodding, I inch forward, gathering my hair over my shoulder. I've never done anything like this before, but running into you at the coffee shop felt like fate or something. I don't know. Could be, she says, stamping out her cigarette. Or maybe it was all you, finally deciding to take life by the short hairs and pave a new path for yourself. Why couldn't I start by waiting tables? My lips twist to the side. You know, something more palatable, normal. Normal doesn't suit you, angel baby. You're a Mayfield. Her eyes glitter against the atmospheric lighting. Besides, you're sick of hiding. You want to be seen again. I let her words flow through me as I take a seat in the adjacent chair and glance at my reflection in the bulb-studded mirror. Queenie is aware of my history. She used to work with my mother decades ago, often babysitting me when Mom was on the clock. I adored her. She always had this calming aura about her, like she was a warm hug in human form. When Mom secured a different job and moved us both to LA for a fresh start, I never forgot about her. She'd visit from time to time, bringing me sweet treats from a San Francisco bakery, and I'd tell her stories. Queenie loved my stories. She's older than me, well into her 40s, but she looks ageless and refined. Her black hair is cropped short, nearly buzzed to the scalp, and she's one of those beauties with perfect bone structure who can pull off the bold look. Her full crimson lips pucker with regard as she drinks me in from the white chair. You used to be scared of the dark, she says, memories sparking between us. I'd tuck you into bed at night while you cried into your stuffed spider toy. I laugh, rolling up to the beauty counter and assessing the collection of makeup products. Mr. Webb's, that's right. She swivels her chair back and forth, eyeing me with tenderness. Remember what we do whenever that fear set in? You said I should tell you a story. It would distract me. My imagination would steal me away, taking me to sunnier places until the fear subsided, and peaceful dreams eclipsed the notion of boogeymen and ghosts tiptoeing in the shadows. You're scared right now, she continues. Your hands are shaking. I curl my trembling fingers into fists. Yeah, so tell me a story. I allow a smile to crest at the familiar prompt as I straighten my spine and reach for the makeup brushes. All right, inhaling a full breath, I begin spinning a tale that transports us to a bustling cityscape under the cover of night. I paint strokes of foundation onto my skin, setting the stage. The city comes alive in my words, its alleys teeming with shadowy figures and secrets. I speak of a mysterious man, driven by a haunted past, whose steely brown eyes pierce the darkness like a beacon of justice. He's strong, brave. He's all hard edges, but with a vulnerable heart. With each sweep of eyeliner, I reveal the web that binds the city's underbelly. The tension rises as my protagonist peels back layers of corruption. As I apply a shade of deep berry lipstick, the man confronts the mastermind behind it all, a cunning, eccentric manipulator whose motives remain shrouded until the final act. The room crackles with an air of suspense as my surly hero faces a choice that will determine the fate of the city and his own redemption. In this moment, our friendship blossoms. My heart comes alive, pumping with remnants of a girl I used to know, of a girl I miss desperately. As Queenie watches me transform, I know that our bond is more than just lipstick and imagination. She's my anchor, letting me believe for just a few minutes that I have exciting and interesting things to share. And I suppose grief is interesting. Heartbreak is full of fascinating complexities. But I try to shove my real-world baggage aside as I step into my alter ego named B and pretend to be somebody else. I hope it will last. The guilt I carry is powerful and all-consuming. Sometimes it feels like a deadly infection with no cure, only growing more terminal with each passing day. It starts as a painful ache in my chest, something like a tickle, a warning spasm. Then it spreads to my bloodstream and blackens my vital organs. Before I know it, it'll travel to my heart, and once it reaches my heart, I'm a goner. It'll only be a matter of time before I'm shriveled up on the cold ground, that once flourishing heart dead and lifeless. I close my eyes and swallow down the feeling. I can't let that happen. I liked that story. Queenie is newly adorned in a chestnut wig with spiral curls and honeyed highlights. I think it's my favorite one yet. A genuine smile blooms on my lips, only to fade the moment I stand from the stool and glance at the wall clock. It's showtime. And that's the damnedest thing about guilt. It infects everything within reach, anything it can sink its teeth into. Even a tiny, innocent smile. Even a fairy tale. October used to be my favorite month, but now it's just dead leaves, gray skies, and apple cider donuts that taste like dirt. It's that time of year when my ghosts come out to play, dancing in a graveyard of grief while I howl at the moon. I want to crawl back into my coffin until November, but I worry it'll just be another October. The lights are blazing, causing my skin to dampen with sweat as I stare out at the crowd. My heart rate doubles as a jackhammer, pounding relentlessly in my chest. This is a mistake. I'm not cut out for this. The music starts, and I'm a deer in headlights, frozen to the stage as my hand curls around the pole. Patrons whoop and holler, fists pumping in the air, strobes blinding me and making me dizzy. I can't breathe. I'm going to be sick. Dollar bills flutter at my stilettoed feet, piles of them. I force a timid smile and aim it at a middle-aged man with one of those handlebar mustaches who just tossed me a $100 bill. Can they see me shaking? Are they privy to the terror in my eyes? I'm used to men gawking and drooling as they watch me pose and bat my lashes, but this is different. This is taking it to a new level, one I was undoubtedly not prepared for. I try to remember my practice runs, though they did little to quell my anxiety. Swallowing, I close my eyes and try to center myself. A Halsey song is playing, an overproduced rendition of Bells in Santa Fe. The music has my insides buzzing, giving me a zap of courage that allows me to zone out and perfect my routine. Orange and purple lights douse me in colorful heat as I slither out of the bumblebee bralette and let the sparkly piece of fabric fall to the stage. The crowd goes wild. I latch on to the applause and lower to my hands and knees, arching my back, swinging my head, while my thick mane of fake blonde hair flies all around me. And an added tinsel kit causes the wig to shimmer against the strobes. This gentleman's club features topless performances only, so my black lace underwear stays firmly in place. Closing my eyes, I throw my head back, then pull to my knees, cupping both breasts in my hands. More catcalls, more whistles and cheers. I glide back up to my feet and strut down to the front of the stage, dancing and swaying, tangling my fingers in the synthetic hair as I scan the crowd. When I glance out into the sea of lights and obscured faces, I notice a man. I notice a lot of men, but one stands out. I'm not sure why he snags my attention as he stands off to the side, watching me dance. His arms are crossed, one hip parked against the wall a few feet away. Two long legs are tapered in dark denim, and a gunmetal gray Henley looks like it's glued onto him. Muscles bulge against the thin fabric, twitching in time with his stubbled jaw. The man exudes intensity, something heady and almost alarming. I can't see the color of his eyes through the strobe lights and a cloud of smoke, but I feel them dig into me like a pickaxe. My breath hitches. Gazes locked, I squeeze my breasts, then drag my fingertips up my chest, my collarbone, and through my hair in an upward, sensual glide. I bite my lip as I stare at him. He stares back, unflinching, unblinking, unreadable. The girls gave me a rundown on the types of men who watch us dance. They've been labeled. Ariel rattled them off to me as we sat together behind the stage, waiting for our respective cues. The hotshot. They think they're too good-looking and respectable to pay us. The hot ones are the cheap ones. The WOG, wrinkly old guys. They usually respect us too much to get a lap dance, but they tip well when we're on stage. The rookie. They've never been to a strip club before. Rookies are usually the most fun and make the job that much more enjoyable. The ball and chain. Typical married man. Most of the time, they talk to us more than they care about seeing our tits because they think we're more fascinating than their wives. We also get an assortment of bachelor parties, frat boys, and stags who are a cross between nervous and eager. But this guy, I can't place him. His gaze devours me, and I swear it simmers with something other than lust. It looks like anger. A hotshot with a chip on his shoulder, apparently. I whip back around and move toward the pole, curling my calf around it and flinging my body into multiple rotations as my hair follows. The crowd claps as the music fades out, and I finish my routine with a megawatt smile and send a little wave into the flashing lights. For a moment, I'm on the runway again. Everly Cross, the next big thing. Photographers clamor to get the perfect shot. Models glare at me with envy. Industry bigwigs watch with interest as I strut around in the latest fashion trends. My husband smiles at me, proud and adoring. I am loved. I force back tears as I step off stage and own the new life I'm building for myself. I did it, and I'm pretty sure I killed it. Adrenaline soars through me, harnessing my smile, as Queenie greets me behind the stage in a tiny back room. I race over to her, hooking my bralette back into place, out of breath. Holy shit. Holy shit, indeed. She props her shoulder against the wall and grins. I'm impressed. It's rare a new dancer delivers such a flawless routine on her first night. I've always enjoyed dancing. Generally, it was in front of my full-length mirror while Coldplay poured from my playlist and my tarantula silently judged me from his terrarium, but it's always been a part of me. I'm becoming more like my mother every day. Ariel gives me a high five, while Latte, another fellow dancer, lifts her hands with spirit fingers. I already feel a kinship, a new family unit. That was terrifying, I breathe out, feeling wild-eyed and dazed. But liberating in a way. I felt human again. You looked so confident up there. Ariel tightens her ponytail, gearing up for her own routine. A total pro. You're going to outshine all of us in no time. I swallow, nodding my thanks. Good luck. You're going to do amazing. Yeah, I got this. The DJ announces her and she takes off, sweeping past me. Queenie takes me by the hand and leads me back to the dressing room. Let's get you changed. I just had you scheduled for one dance tonight. When can you come back? I'm free all week. Fabulous. I'll work on your schedule. Can you be here tomorrow? Absolutely. I spend the next 20 minutes changing into athletic shorts and a tank top while I scrub the makeup off my face, listening to the roar of the crowd from down the hall. Queenie approaches as I grab my purse out of the locker. Do you need a ride home, Angel baby? No, I'm good. I walked. I give her a firm hug before turning around. See you tomorrow. See you then. The October night air is warm and fragrant as I make my way out through a side door. My street shoes clap against the metal steps, rattling in time with my pulse. I'm still feeling the high, the confidence, the telltale buzz of new beginnings. As I turn the corner, there's a man leaning against the weathered brick, smoking a cigarette. I falter. Our eyes meet through the glow of an overhead street lamp. Slowing my steps, I squeeze my purse strap, glancing around at the still lively street as cars whiz by and people gather in small groups. My attention flicks back to the man, the same man I noticed watching me. He lowers the cigarette, blowing a plume of smoke up toward the sky before settling his dark eyes on me. He doesn't speak. Hey. I'm a few feet away, but I feel the heat emanating from him, something potent. I wait for his reply, for the sound of his voice, but his mouth snaps closed. Jaw tight, he just stares at me, wordless. A muscle in his cheek jumps as his eyes roll over me. He's incredibly attractive, stunning even. My skin prickles with goosebumps. I wonder if he heard me over the heavy bass seeping out through the main door. Chewing on my lip, I take a cautious step forward. I clear my throat, peering down at my sneakers before glancing back up. I'm B. Do you? He turns and stalks away. I frown, rooted to the sidewalk, watching the shadows dance across his retreating back. Okay then. Forcing my frozen feet to move, I focus on the uneven cracks in the pavement to guide me away. I glance back once over my shoulder. The man is gone, vanished into the night. My heart pounds harder as I quicken my pace, breaking into a jog until I turn the corner. But he lingers, even after I'm tucked inside my apartment, reheating a plate of leftovers and withdrawing to my bedroom with a glass of red wine. I can't shake the feeling that those eyes followed me home. 38. I drag myself through the front door of my apartment at 6 a.m. the following week, exhausted and bleary-eyed.
My vision still sparks with multicolored strobes, and my feet ache from long nights prancing around on stage in stupidly high heels. Sighing with burnout, I reach down to unbuckle my bejeweled stilettos. I'm mid-bend when I catch a black lump in my periphery perched on my countertop, causing me to jolt to an upright position and whip my head to the right. There's a cat in my kitchen, staring at me. I stare back, offering 2 slow blinks. Meow! The animal looks far less lost than I am. Also, I don't have a cat. How did you get in here? I ask like I'm expecting an answer. Anxiety is a constant companion at home, keeping me awake most nights with a kitchen knife tucked under my pillow, bracing for the imagined sound of armed intruders, burglars, or serial killers breaking through the door. I was taken from the one place meant to feel safe, leaving it more exposed and vulnerable than anywhere else. Surprisingly, feline break-ins never crossed my mind. I puff my cheeks and blow out a breath, frowning at the cat as its tail swishes from left to right, clearing crumbs off the countertop. Come on, let's get you home. You have a better chance of survival with anybody else. Sauntering forward, I approach the mystery cat and glance down at the red collar around its neck. Mr. Binkers. Mr. Binkers licks his paw, telling me he's already right at home. I sigh. Evicting my newest roommate might be more challenging than anticipated. Despite my fatigue, I muster up the energy to coax him toward the open door and into the hallway. Let's go, kitty kitty. Shoo, adios. I make some meowing noises and clap my hands, hopping up and down. Yay, the hallway. How fun. Judging by the deadpan look I receive, Mr. Binkers thinks I'm a moron. My shoulders sag. Fine, I huff in defeat. Sleep on my counters. Maybe they'll finally get some use. That is, outside of my monthly baking spectacles for the West Los Angeles Police Department. Most nights, it's pantry staples and frozen dinners. I kick off my heels and peel the faux leather skirt from my hips. It flutters to the cream and silver carpeting as I hang my purse on a wall hook, then pad into the kitchen to pull a box of frosted blueberry Pop-Tarts from the cabinet. I give Mr. Binkers a wary side-eye when I take a bite, the stale, sugary crumbs a sad substitute for true sweetness. Meow. My nose scrunches. I break off a piece of crust, setting it on the counter beside the cat. Bon appetit. The remainder of the pastry dangles between my teeth as I make my way over to the love seat, wearing only my panties and a camisole, and plop down. The piece of furniture is the color of actual vomit, a rusty, off-putting shade of orange that never made the color spectrum cut, but it was a hand-me-down from my childhood that Mom was going to toss in a dumpster. I took it with me, needing the familiarity, a reminder of home. My gaze skates over to the far wall, landing on the 10-gallon terrarium that houses my pet tarantula, Festus McGarity IV. I pop up from the cushion to check on him, peering inside the glass enclosure and the miniature world inside. Plants, rocks, and branches are carefully arranged, mimicking the spider's native environment. He skitters across the bottom as a heat lamp provides a gentle warmth. Then I trudge back toward the love seat and drop back down to my butt, closing my eyes and shoving the remainder of the Pop-Tart into my mouth. It sticks to the back of my throat like a wad of bubblegum. This is my life now. Random cats, stale pastries, a stripper stage, and PTSD. As I shove my hand between the cushions in search of the television remote, I hear something coming from the adjacent apartment. Voices. Conversation seeps through the wall that separates me from one of the neighbors. I make out a low, gravelly tone paired with a woman's phlegmy cough, but I can't decipher any words.
Romantic atmosphere. I try to tune out the distorted dialogue on the other side of the wall because it reminds me of a different wall, a sheet of white chipped by my fingernails and stained with my tears, too thick and sound to burst through with frail fists, books, or gowns made of lace. Once, I tried to shimmy the porcelain sink from the wall, but my strength was pathetically non-existent, and it wouldn't budge. Sometimes, I daydream about yanking it free, hammering it into the sterile barrier, and gouging a hole big enough for me to climb through. It wouldn't have been freedom, but it would have led me to him, and that feels like the same thing. Something flutters in my chest when the voices grow louder. I always think I hear him whispering in my ear. He's a shadow, a ghost, a faceless haunting made tangible by my own guilt and grief. I lose myself in his past words, in the timbre of his voice. I imagine coffee brown eyes I never got to see with my own. He often haunts me during my quiet moments when I'm stewing in a reality so different from the one I envisioned, if I ever made it out of that place. I don't think he'd be proud of me. He'd be crushingly disappointed, I'm sure. My mind races back to last week, recalling the man watching me dance, smoking a cigarette as his stare unraveled me. Dark hair, dark eyes, voiceless and volatile. I haven't seen him since. That night, as I laid in bed with a little blue pick clutched inside my hand, I wondered if it could have been him, Isaac. My instincts had pinged like cold kisses on the back of my neck, but I scrubbed the notion from my mind. It was a stretch. My Isaac would never disappear for a year, only to track me down and say nothing. My Isaac would never allow me to believe he was dead after everything we went through together. My Isaac would never be that cruel. There are millions of dark-haired, attractive men in the world. I've seen them. I've considered them. I've always been heartbreakingly wrong. The sooner I come to terms with his loss, the sooner I can stop looking over my shoulder, stop seeing him on crowded streets, stop wondering, yearning, and questioning every stranger's face. He's gone, Everly. As I scrub away the goosebumps on my arms, I reach for my cell phone when the metallic ding of a notification echoes through the quaint apartment. My gaze settles on a new text message, and my stomach pitches. My insides shrivel like quick-dying blooms, their colors zapped to gray. I blink at the name and hold my breath. Allison, I miss you so much. Please come home. Collapsing backward on the love seat, I reread the text message half a dozen times as I fight back tears. Allison's icon shines back at me, an image of the two of us with ear-to-ear smiles, our cheeks smashed together, arms tangled. I never had the heart to change it. Memories from a long-ago day at the theme park flash through my mind like a geyser of sun-kissed laughter, music, and unbreakable friendship. Or so I thought. I peruse through more missed texts, a few from my mother with her daily words of wisdom. She's my human fortune cookie. Mom, we must let go of the life we planned and live in the one given to us. Mom, when life gives you lemons, make a tequila sour, or 3. Mom, there are no bad days, only lessons learned. A smile touches my lips as I send back a few heart emojis. I keep scrolling and land on another text, sent last night around 9 p.m. I freeze. My throat clogs with grit. Jasper, can we talk, please? It's important. He's never texted me that before. Generally, it's always been a long string of apologies and guilt-ridden pleas for forgiveness. Every text I've ignored, every word I've banished from my mind. There's no point in engaging. We're divorced, and he's with Allison. I collected the money owed to me in the divorce, moved nearly 400 miles away, and picked up the pieces of my shattered life, aching to start anew. I have no place in their world anymore. My thumb hovers over the keypad as I debate my next move. Curiosity pokes me. Indecision weaves a barbed knot inside my chest. Can we talk, please? It's important. Closing my eyes, I turn off the screen and toss the phone beside me. I reach for a blanket and curl up on the love seat, allowing exhaustion to take me under, while hoping sweet dreams find me. The most important thing right now is getting through another day. When I wake up 3 hours later, drowsy and hungry, I peer into the kitchen, searching for my new furry companion. But he's not there. Mr. Binkers is gone. 39. Queenie clinks her glass with mine as I tamp down my nerves and gear up for my next performance. Another week has rolled by, and I'm still not the fearless, topless dancer I was hoping I'd be after 2 weeks of parading around in front of drooling, dumbstruck men. My confidence has blossomed, but I wonder if this is something I'll ever fully get used to and accept. I've been wearing wigs during my routines, terrified one of my captors is hiding out in the crowd, making plans to snatch me up the moment I make the darkened trek to my apartment. But I can't hide forever. That's the whole point of this.
Penny for your thoughts, Queenie says, swallowing her lemon drop shot and placing her glass on the bar counter. I rub my lips together. Hope you have a lot of pennies. I have a lot of singles. Better make 'em some good thoughts. A smile flickers. Does this ever get easier? Were you nervous when you first started? Oh, honey, I've been doing this for a long time. I hardly remember those first few weeks. Yeah, I nod, glancing down at my fidgeting knees. I can't picture you ever questioning this. You've always been secure in who you are. So are you. That girl you think you lost somewhere, the girl who was audacious and bold, she's still in there. She presses a firm hand to my knee, ceasing the wobbling. You never lost her, angel baby. She just lost her way. I glance up, my eyes misting. You don't think people ever change? Change? Leaning back, she props an elbow up on the chair back and tilts her head. I think people grow, and people regress. When they grow, they become a better version of who they already are, and when they regress, it means they're too scared to grow. She shrugs, pursing her lips. So, no, I don't think people truly change. Not at their core, not their essence. Queenie reminds me so much of my mother sometimes. It's a sweet familiarity that has me smiling through the heartache. Thank you, I murmur, twirling the half-empty glass between my fingers. You always know the right things to say. I don't know about that. She barks a laugh. I just say what I want to say when I want to say it. It's up to the listener to take what they need from it. I swallow back the rest of my old-fashioned, Winthinks as it burns a trail of fire down my throat. Plucking a cherry from the bottom of the glass, I glance around the crowded bar, assessing my audience for the evening. I recognize a few faces. One man sends me a lewd look as he runs his tongue over his lips, causing me to slink back in the seat and readjust my long brown wig. But before I fully turn to face Queenie again, someone else catches my eye. I twist around, craning my neck over the sea of men. My pulse tap dances. It's him. The smoker from outside the club 2 weeks ago. He looks away the moment our eyes meet, and I sit up straighter, jerking my head toward Queenie. Hey, do you know that guy? She frowns, following my gaze. Which one? The good-looking one. That's subjective, honey. My third husband looked like a garden gnome that weathered one too many storms, and I liked him just fine. For a few years anyway. Blinking repeatedly, I feel my skin heat as I gaze across the bar at the dark stranger who's staring down at his glass of clear liquid over ice. The one in the black t-shirt, broad shoulders, dark hair. She peers around me and squints. No, never seen him before. He was here my first night, watching me dance. Queenie sends me a perplexed look. So was I, along with half this place.
Yeah, but it was more than that. I saw him outside the club when I was leaving. There was something about him. I tried to talk to him, but he stormed away. He was kind of intense. The silent type, a rare breed I can appreciate. She lifts off the stool and slaps a $20 bill on the counter. Hesitating, she glances down at me. Did you feel unsafe? This isn't a cry for help, is it? No? You sure? Say the word and I'll have Len drag his ass out of here if... I'm fine, Queenie, promise. It's true. Maybe my intuition is all wrong, but despite the dark intensity rolling off him in waves, I never felt true danger. I still don't. It was just an odd encounter, that's all. But in an intriguing way, I guess. Well, try talking to him again. Maybe he's just what the doctor ordered. What's that? A quickie with a hot stranger. Looks like he'd do the trick. Squeezing my shoulder, she leans in and adds, that'll chase away your nerves real fast. My skin hums with warmth, my insides buzzing. I haven't had sex in years. The closest I came to intimacy was that night with Isaac through the wall. The dirty talk. Chloe and Nick. And I suppose that makes me a hypocrite, considering the situation with Jasper and Allison. I thought my husband was dead, so I crossed a line with the man on the other side of my wall. But I thought I was going to die too. It was my only form of solace at the time, human connection. I can't feel guilty about it. There's no room for any more self-blame. My cheeks burn when the stranger slowly looks up again, his explosive eyes settling on mine. They look angry, piercing. Energy crackles in the air. A strange feeling unfurls between my ribs, clawing and poking.
No, stop it. It can't be him. That wouldn't make any sense. I'm searching for something that isn't there because I need it to be there. I need it to be him so I can relieve myself of this self-inflicted grief. Queenie disappears into the crowd, leaving me alone with my stare down as I study the unnerving mystery man. He looks away a few times, but his eyes always trail back to mine. There's a pull, a magnetism. Reining in my courage, I set down my glass and stand from the stool, smoothing out my purple sequin dress and fiddling with my fake bangs. The man stiffens. I keep watching him, keep making sure he doesn't run away from me again. I want his name, his voice, confirming or disproving. I circle behind the bar stools as he tosses a wad of cash on the counter. My eyes are locked on his profile while everything around me blurs. I move, dodging people and leering glances along the way. But the moment I'm about to reach him, a hand grabs me by the arm. I jump in place, pivoting around and coming face to face with an older gentleman with silver glasses to match his thinning hair. "Excuse me, miss. I couldn't help but notice you sitting over there. Are you performing tonight?" I blink at him, startled. Yes, I'm sorry, I have somewhere to be. What's your name? You're very beautiful." His focus dips to my cleavage. Striking, really. Wrenching my arm free, I rub away the insidious tickle left from his touch. Then I turn around, noting that the occupied stool is now empty. He's gone. Damn it. I have to go. Flustered, I stalk away, pushing through a slew of small groups, trying to uncover where he disappeared to. But he's nowhere to be found. Disappointment filters through me after I make 3 laps around the club, coming up empty. That disappointment follows me on stage an hour later. It weakens my steps, drains my enthusiasm, and tightens my smile. I pick apart the crowd, searching for him in the ocean of eager faces, but he's not there. I feel like I'm going crazy, losing my mind. The patrons don't seem to notice my missteps and disenchanted eyes, and I leave the stage with over $300 in tips when the song is over. But the pocket money does little to fill the holes inside me. As I veer off to the dressing room to freshen up and discard my cash, Latte catches me by the elbow. "Hey, B, you have a private dance in the champagne room. He prepaid for an hour." "Really?" My gaze drifts over to the staircase leading up to a row of private rooms. The past few nights, I've had to work my ass off to earn a private dance in the champagne room. They're not cheap, so there's often a lot of schmoozing and forced connection making on my end. Wow, okay, about time a bit of good luck landed in my lap. Now, all you gotta do is land in his. She winks. Though take 5 to freshen up. He's in the pink room. Ball and chain, I wonder? Married men generally know what they want because they know what they're not getting at home. Her muted cocoa lips twist to the side. "Don't think so. No ring," she says. He was kind of intense. Really hot, though. Enjoy the change of scenery. Hot and intense. A shiver creeps down my spine. No, it's probably not him. That guy clearly wants nothing to do with me. Before Latte skips away, I ask her, "Description?" She pauses. Dark hair, kind of shaggy on top and shorter in the back. Didn't catch his eye color because I was too busy counting the veins in his arms. She fans herself. Vein porn is real. My heartbeats kick up speed. Tall, muscular build, rugged, built, sexy, and pissed off. Nodding, she flicks a finger in the air. That would be the guy. Have fun. She scampers away. My nerves tangle into a sticky web as I falter for a beat, then swerve into the dressing room to fix my hair and lipstick, slap on a fresh coat of deodorant, and dab some pheromone-infused oil onto my pulse points. I make a quick pit stop at my locker and slip the wad of cash I earned into my wristlet. 5 minutes later, still wearing my brown wig and violet slip dress, I make my way up the industrial steps to the row of 5 VIP suites. They go by color: pink, purple, red, black, and white. The pink room is made of pure velvet, from the walls to the sofa benches and even the beaded curtain. Magenta and carnation tones glitter under vibrant chandeliers, and I inch the shimmery skirt of my dress down my thighs as I clear my throat. Anticipation dances through me as my breaths flounder. Exhaling deeply, I turn toward the pink room and approach the entrance. The beads flutter in front of me, almost like someone just walked through them. I frown. Stepping forward, I inch back the curtain and peer inside the room. Nothing. No one is here. The room smells like roses and vanilla, lightly illuminated by wax warmers as I enter, but the residual aroma of smoke and sandalwood tickles my nose. Heady masculinity. Confusion snuffs out the adrenaline spike, slackening my shoulders as I step back out of the suite and look around, scurrying over to the opposite staircase. I lean over the balcony, curling my fingers around the iron railing as my eyes take in the loud, overflowing room. My stomach pitches. I spot him moving swiftly along the perimeter of the club, pulling something out of his pocket. I want to call out to him, but I don't have a name. I want to scream, shout, beg for him to return, to tell me who he is and what he wants. Stop running, stop hiding. But he doesn't look back. Holding on to the railing, I inhale a shaky breath, my eyes misting over. 2 syllables fall out in a choked whisper as I watch him shove through the side door and disappear into the night. Isaac? 40. What the hell am I doing? The door thunks closed behind me, muffling the music inside. Within seconds, I've vanished into the darkness, a cigarette between my lips, inhaling the nicotine-infused smoke like it's the first breath I've taken in days. Fuck, I mutter on the exhale. I almost did that. With my eyes fixed on the exit, I wait for that mane of wild curls to emerge. Any minute now, she'll confront me, ask 1,000 questions that demand answers, wear me down until I tell her all the things I don't want to admit. Someone else should do this job. It shouldn't be me. It's got to be me. Pressure builds in my chest until it's hard to breathe.
The reasons I have for coming don't include talking to her. I could easily stay at arm's length, where she'd never know. But watching her dance like that, embracing that intoxicating sex appeal, owning her body, is getting to me. So much that in a moment of weakness, I dropped a cool $600 for a private room and an hour of her time. Then reality sank in, and I ghosted. I'd rather not analyze that. By the time my cigarette is down to a burnt stub, she still hasn't appeared. My hands shake like I've gone a year without a fix. Yeah, I'm fucked. Every time she's been close, I've locked up. So the real question is whether I'm even capable of talking to her the way she'll expect. Am I reliant on walls to carry on an intimate conversation with another human being? Maybe. The thought of opening myself up without that barrier between us makes me nauseous. It didn't end well then, so why should it be any different now when I'm not even sure I'm capable of that kind of connection? Tanner thinks the past year has gotten into my head, made me lose it a little. But that's a side effect of cutting myself off from society to follow a psychopath into the depths of the underworld. There's a labyrinth traveling under the world where monsters thrive just beneath society's nose. And when hunting, you go where your quarry lives. You blend into it. Maybe if I were a stronger man, one more acquainted with the light, I could use it as camouflage and strip it off like a costume the next day. But I was born of the shadows, and when they saw me coming home, they opened their arms and welcomed me back. It's gotten even harder to remember how to coexist among the general public. I was never good at it, but now I don't even know where to begin. How to make polite conversation. What am I supposed to do? Walk up and introduce myself? She might think that's what she wants, but I'm not sure she'd like what she found. I pull another cigarette from the pack, headed down a spiral full of self-loathing and regret when something vibrates against my thigh. A tickle, an annoyance. My goddamn phone. I don't have to guess the caller. Only one person has this number. Fishing the phone out of my front pocket, I bring it to my ear, never taking my eyes off the chipped black paint of the back door. What? Stop complaining. You'd miss me if I didn't call. My shoulders loosen. I said one word. How is that a complaint? It's all in the tone, Porter. You sound like an angry teenager. I drop the cigarette butt on the ground and smash it under my heel. Piss off, I'm working. My voice pitches cheerfully. To have a job where stalking an ex-model can be called work. I'm not stalking her. Tell that to the restraining order she's going to slap you with if you don't explain yourself soon. I'm better than that. I don't tell him how close I came tonight, how my resolve is disintegrating every time I'm close to her. She doesn't know I'm here. Yeah, I'm full of shit. Let me talk to her. Tell her the truth. The woman's been crawling up my ass because I can't give her answers when she knows damn well something's up. She's not an idiot. Of course she's not an idiot, I snap. My life would be a lot easier if she were. But then she wouldn't be Everly, and I'd be indifferent to her. I don't need you to talk to her. Easy, killer. It's her right to know she could be in danger. Besides, it would allow us to move her to a safe place. Get some protection on her. I'm her protection. Yes, except you're also the reason she's in danger. He says it in that gentle tone he uses when he has something to say that I won't like. But I already know. I've been playing with fire, unleashing hell on my enemy, thinking I had nothing left to lose. I was wrong. The girl behind the wall had become something more than I intended, and he knew it. Everly was nothing more than a product to Vincent until I went fucking around with his empire. Now she's a way to get back at me. I knew it the second that picture landed in Tanner's inbox. Damn it. As I run through every possible scenario, deciding on the next best move, the side door cracks open. My breath stills when the bouncer walks out and glances around. He nods over his shoulder, and Everly appears, waist-length hair twining around her body with the breeze. Damn, she's something. Even dressed in street clothes and makeup-free, she's easily the most stunning woman in this place. My knuckles go white thinking about how many assholes have jerked off thinking about her, how many she's rubbed up against. Fuck, I have a problem. Tanner's continued chatter interrupts the trance I've slipped into. Since I don't have a bat signal and you don't bother with email, you'll have to humor me. I figured you'd want to know that the bane of your existence is aware of your location. I've got security footage of one of his spies watching you while you're watching her. I'm off my game. I should have noticed someone following me already. He knew I'd come here. That was the whole point. He hoped you would. He threw the bait to find out, and you went for it. What a hero I am. Everly chats with the bouncer for several minutes, huddling in her light jacket as a fine mist drizzles from the cloud cover. It's obvious from the way he's gesturing between the cloud cover and her phone that he's trying to talk her into ordering a ride. She doesn't care that she has no business being alone in the dark, unaware that I've turned her into a target. She just wants to walk in the rain. That's why I shoved pepper spray into her purse when the dressing room was empty. Still, she's treating her freedom carelessly, like her experience has made her immune to tragedy. It makes me want to snatch her off the street and put her over my knee until she learns a lesson. The mere thought makes my dick half hard, which isn't fucking helpful at all. How many times have I imagined having her under me, playing out that scene I described to her in filthy detail when we had no hope of making it come true? She's single now too, and watching her dance topless for a bunch of assholes just out of reach has been turning my balls 50 shades of blue. But there are still too many things in the way. Too many reasons I really need to shut my mouth and keep my distance. Besides not being sure I can even carry a face-to-face relationship like that, I still have moments where I'm just fucking bitter. As idiotic as it is, I still hear her husband's name echo in my dreams. I gave her my trust, and she chose another man. A man who'd already turned his back on her. Sometimes I can't decide whether I want to fuck her or make her suffer. Both could work. Tanner rudely interrupts my inner conflict. There's another thing bothering me. Why hasn't he just taken you out if he's got a lock on you? There's gotta be something else he wants. That's comforting. Worth pondering, though. Indeed. I inch closer to Everly and the bouncer, pressing the phone closer to my mouth, and I take it there've been no more leads since Amsterdam. A text pings through in the background. No, Tanner says, but I just sent a picture of the guy who's been following you. Amsterdam was what finally shook me, convinced me to change my strategy. But it won't be over until I've wiped him off the face of the earth, and now he's decided to play. It was in Europe that my prey stopped running and began to bite back, playing his little mind games. More in a sense. Casualties left in his wake. Then it became personal. I found the bodies in Bucharest, Berlin, and Amsterdam, victims who closely resembled Everly, Sarah, and finally, me.
After the last one, a humble mechanic and father of 4 who'd done nothing wrong but leave his house looking like the wrong person, I came back to the States, afraid of what would happen if I pushed him further. This time, I went underground. I needed to put a stop to all the senseless death. But I'd made an error in judgment. There's nothing Vincent loves more than games, and he wasn't willing to stop playing. It was in Europe that my prey stopped running and began to bite back, playing his little mind games. More innocence, casualties left in his wake. Then it became personal. I found the bodies in Bucharest, Berlin, and Amsterdam, victims who closely resembled Everly, Sarah, and finally, me. After the last one, a humble mechanic and father of 4 who'd done nothing wrong but leave his house looking like the wrong person, I came back to the States, afraid of what would happen if I pushed him further. This time, I went underground. I needed to put a stop to all the senseless death. But I'd made an error in judgment. There's nothing Vincent loves more than games, and he wasn't willing to stop playing. It was in Europe that my prey stopped running and began to bite back, playing his little mind games. More innocence, casualties left in his wake. Then it became personal. I found the bodies in Bucharest, Berlin, and Amsterdam, victims who closely resembled Everly, Sarah, and finally, me. After the last one, a humble mechanic and father of 4 who'd done nothing wrong but leave his house looking like the wrong person, I came back to the States, afraid of what would happen if I pushed him further. This time, I went underground. I needed to put a stop to all the senseless death. But I'd made an error in judgment. There's nothing Vincent loves more than games, and he wasn't willing to stop playing.
A month later, a photograph of Everly showed up in Tanner's email, the Golden Gate Bridge an unmistakable backdrop behind her. There was no questioning who sent it, but just in case I was confused, the subject line was an hourglass emoji. Subtle. So now I'm here, far too close to crossing a line I won't be able to uncross. I could watch out for her quietly, of course, invisibly, but I can't think straight being this close to her. I can't. Did that picture come through? Hang on. I glance away from the woman consuming my attention long enough to glance at the photo in Tanner's text. It's a nondescript guy in a baseball cap. Not helpful. Movement in my periphery catches my attention, and I look up just as the bouncer disappears from the doorway. Everly sets off in the direction of her apartment, striding confidently with her chin held high. Damn it, I want to go over there and shake her, tell her bad shit can happen within a 3-block radius just as easily as it could within 3 miles. Talk to me, Porter. What's going on? You know the guy? No, that's not... Then I freeze. A figure staggers out from beneath a street lamp near the front entrance as Everly passes, his slurred words carrying as he approaches her. Hey, gorgeous, you looking for some extra tips? Who the hell is this? My hand slowly drops to my side as I watch Everly's reaction. Chin up and shoulders back, she shakes her head, dodging around him to continue down the block. The knuckles of my free hand crack with the force of my clenched fist. Don't mean no harm, just a lonely guy looking for some company. He follows her, rubbing his palm over his crotch. This guy is about to fuck around and find out. Without taking my eyes off the douchebag, I lift the phone enough to growl into the speaker. Talk to you later. I've got to go kill someone. Then I shove the phone into my pocket and work my way closer, slow and quiet, sticking close to the building. Come on, baby, he calls after her. I could give you the ride of your life. You don't know what you're missing. Unfortunately for him, he's about to be missing half his teeth and possibly his dick, assuming he has one. The second Everly turns the corner, I'm in front of him, my fist planted in his face before he has time to see it coming. Stumbling backward into the side of the club, he takes a minute to wipe his face with the back of his arm and recover. Then, with eyes full of venom and blood trickling from his nose, he fixes his glare on me. Who the fuck are you? Is it me, or did this shithead sober instantly? You were looking for company. I grab him by the throat and lift him off the ground. I'm company. After steering him to a particularly dark corner of the used car lot next door, I throw him on the ground. He stays where I put him, coughing and sputtering, while I tower above. Convince me we don't have a mutual friend who sent you to tail my ass. You high or something? I don't want your ass. He nods in the direction Everly disappeared, grinning like an idiot with a death wish. I want hers. And that's it. I unleash every last bit of rage I've been holding on to until he's unconscious. If I go any further, he might not recover. Shaking with the effort it takes to stop, I pull out my phone, open the picture, and hold it next to his face. Damn it, I was hoping to kill two birds with one stone. Aside from the fact that this asshole now looks like he's been through a meat grinder, I don't think it's the same guy. Truthfully, it's hard to tell, but there's enough doubt that I probably shouldn't finish him off, even though I really fucking want to. Leaving him bleeding in the parking lot, I hurry down the block. Now I've got to catch up to Everly. Fuck, I hate this new job of hers. Why couldn't she sit in a lab somewhere and study bugs? If I start beating the shit out of every douchebag who looks at her wrong, it's going to get out of hand fast. Strippers pretty much make their living off men looking at them wrong. I catch up to her just as she's unlocking the door to her apartment building, unaware that I nearly killed a drunken asshole on her behalf. Lucky for him, she's in one piece. Soon, I'll retreat to my motel around the corner, but while I catch my breath, I head to the spot where I've been spending more time than she'd probably want to know about. Facing her window, there's a line of trees that's good enough to keep me hidden, the grass matted from the time I've spent keeping watch. If she came out here, she'd see the spot littered with cigarette butts. The blinds in her apartment window close, leaving the tiniest leak of golden light around the edges. She wasn't so diligent at first. I wonder if her instincts are tingling, telling her someone is watching. Does she suspect who it might be? My eyes linger a few beats longer than necessary. Meow. A black cat sits outside the main door, protesting the rain. Looks offended to have been left on this side of the door. I've noticed him running in and out of the complex on the heels of other residents, so I guess he belongs to someone. The drizzle grows steadier, turning to weighty drops. Looks like the rainy season is coming in early this year. Meow. The animal looks at me so pointedly, I can almost hear his thoughts. Why are you just standing there, dumbass? Can't you see I'm getting wet? The lone light over the door lends a sort of iridescence to his rain-slicked fur as I walk over and look down. Slowly stretching one front paw, he unfurls his claws and digs them into my jeans. Fine, I can take a hint. I fish down into the bottom of my jacket pocket, pull out a key, unlock the door, and hold it open a foot until he slinks inside. The thought of following him in, going upstairs, and knocking on her door gives me pause. What would she do? What's the worst thing that could happen if I walked up and introduced myself? I let out a mirthless laugh. Maybe she thinks that after a few unraveled confessions in the shadow of death, she knows who I am. But purging a few dark secrets through a wall doesn't change the truth. Could I ever be good for a woman like her? No. I watch the rivulets of water slide down to the metal handle, collecting in droplets that quiver and furl into a puddle on the concrete. At the entryway, lined with mailboxes. At the cat, bounding up the stairs. Then I take a long, slow breath in through my nose and release my grip on the handle. Slowly, it closes, locking Everly safely inside, and I turn away. 41. You're doing what? Wincing, I inch the phone away from my ear as I march down the sidewalk in my heels and a tan trench coat. Perhaps this was a conversation better suited for an in-person visit. I didn't want to tell you when I was down there because I didn't know if it would last. It was one of those spontaneous, split-second decision things, you know? I ran into Queenie a few months ago at a local coffee shop. I told her I was in a rut and feeling antsy, so she suggested it and, well, I thought doing something totally outside my comfort zone would snap me out of this funk I've been in. Jesus Christ. I figured you, of all people, would understand. I swerve around the corner, inhaling a lungful of engine fumes. Are you disappointed in me? No, of course not. You sound pissed. Taken off guard, not pissed. Her taken-off-guard sigh travels through the speaker, but it sounds like a pissed sigh. Everly, are you sure this is the best route for you to take? You've been through a lot. The idea of strange men leering at your naked body isn't sitting well with me. My stilettos clink against metal steps as I enter the club through the back door and make my way down the winding hall. Len greets me outside the dressing room with an endearing wink, and I shoot back a distracted smile. It's topless only.
Not to mention, you were a stripper, I remind her. I'm also a mother. Your mother. I can't protect you when you're 400 miles away, and that industry isn't always savory. Everyone has been amazing.
Romantic atmosphere. Supportive, nurturing, empowering Queenie sends me a worried frown from the beauty counter as I veer toward the lockers, but I shake my head, assuring her I'm fine, and you don't need to protect me. I'm capable. I know you are. You're strong and resilient, she replies. But you're also beautiful, vulnerable, and only 5'2" when you're not slouching. I'm not worried about the women. I'm worried about the men, the patrons. I've had my fair share of disturbing run-ins. She pauses. You should carry a weapon with you. Pepper spray at the very least. I have some, don't worry. Truthfully, I don't know why I have some. It appeared in my purse the other day, likely courtesy of Queenie. Mom sighs again as I open my locker and discard my satchel. Then she adds, what about modeling? If it's the attention you're missing, I'm certain Jasper has connections that can re-spark your career. I'd feel better about that avenue. My fingers tighten around the phone at the mention of his name. I don't want to do modeling. There's too much noise. When I glance up, Queenie is leaning against the far wall, watching me with a glimmer of concern in her eyes. I don't want my name in lights, my face in magazines, or people waving cameras at me everywhere I go. Everly Cross the model is associated with abduction, a black market ring, scandal, and divorce. I'm Everly Wayfield now. I'm just B. B? My stage name. Fidgeting in place, I glance at the wall clock, feeling restless as my start time draws nearer. Listen, I need to go. I'll come visit you next week, and we can talk more about this. Don't worry, okay? I'll always worry. You'll understand when you settle down again and have children one day. The path you choose for yourself isn't always the path you want for them. I stare down at the floor, my throat tightening. I don't know if I want to settle down again. After living in a box for 2 years, all I want to do is live outside of that box. Proverbial, figurative, all of it. I don't want to be trapped anymore. But it's not the time for that conversation. I get it. I'll call you later. Give the kitties kisses for me. Macaroni squawks something indecipherable and likely offensive in the background. Mac, too. Mom's voice quiets as she whispers, I will. Love you. Love you. I disconnect the call and spin around to face Queenie. Sorry, Mom is unraveling. You finally told her, huh? I slither out of my coat and hang it in the locker before closing the door. I did. She didn't take it as well as I had hoped she would, given her passion for this industry once upon a time. That doesn't surprise me. Jillian is a free spirit, but her spirit is consumed with you. You can't blame her for questioning this. I guess. Part of me knew that, and I think that's why I waited so long to tell her. You don't have any kids, right? Nah, I'm too selfish for that. She shrugs through a smile. And I don't mean that in a negative way, honey, just a realistic way. Some people only know how to take care of themselves, and there's no shame in embracing who you are and what you want. My life belongs to this stage. She lifts from the wall and waves a hand at the dancers behind her, who are prepping for their routines. Besides, my girls are like my children. That's enough for me. Smiling softly, I move into the dressing room and fetch my outfit for the night. It's career day. The club often sets up different themes to keep things interesting. Holidays are a given, but there has also been a retro 50s night, a masquerade, an under-the-sea mermaid vibe, and a nod to the Victorian era. Queenie asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. I considered going the entomology route and dressing up as a ladybug or a butterfly, but since I just did the bumblebee persona, I settled on a scientist instead. A sexy lab coat, extra high heels, and a pair of bold cat-eye glasses sounded fun. As I'm finalizing my smoky eyeshadow and securing my short black wig with bobby pins, a knock sounds on the dressing room door. I get up and poke my head out, spotting Len outside with a clipboard. You're almost up, he says. Do you have a song in mind for your routine? Oh, I chew on my cheek, pondering the request. Not really. Surprise me. He gives me a once-over, taking in my costume. You got it. See you in 10. Thanks, Len. 10 minutes later, my name is announced as I'm fidgeting backstage with my heart in shambles. All I can think about is him, and if he'll be here tonight. A shadowy face in the crowd, watching me dance, drinking in my curves, my movements, my skin, calling to me, waiting for me in that VIP suite after the show, so I can peel apart this morbid fascination once and for all. I don't know if he's Isaac. I don't know if I'm setting myself up for crushing disappointment or if the trajectory of my life is about to change. A part of me says it's him. A part of me says he'd never do this. Isaac wouldn't tease me like this. He wouldn't unstitch all my newly threaded pieces with games and disappearing acts. If he's alive, then he knows how much I'm hurting and how much I'm missing him. And the Isaac I know, the real Isaac, would take me in his arms at last and hold me while I released myself from this final, painful burden of thinking I sent him to his grave. I just don't know which part of me is right. The crowd goes wild when I grace the stage and school my face into a flirtatious smile. As I pluck open the first button on my lab coat, a song starts to play. The claps and whistles are background noise. Sound drowns out as my eyes search and scan. So many faces, none of them are his. I try not to let my dismay show as I strut forward and undo another button while dollar bills are tossed at my feet. Music seeps into my ears. At first, I don't recognize the song. The singer's voice is synthesized, the melody garbled, and I'm too zoned out to register the tune. A deep, erotic bass sets in, prompting my body to swing and sway as I reach for the pole. But then I hear it. Awareness punches me in the chest until it becomes all I hear. Freezing in place, I curl my hand around the pole, my knuckles going white. My heart ricochets between my ribs like a pinball in a rusty machine. My pulse pounds in my temples, my ears, my throat. It's a cover of The Scientist. I can't breathe. Everything around me blurs. The crowd, the lights, the clapping hands. It's a slow-motion swirl of debilitation. I feel my legs shaking, my breaths coming quicker and shallower. The song plays, my mind reels back in time, and something inside me snaps, withers, dies. I can't catch air as I gaze out into the sea of formless faces. Confusion washes over the crowd, and the applause falters as people stare and look around. I blink over and over, trying to scrub the fog from my eyes as my chest caves in and my airways tighten to smothering. The Timekeeper's voice echoes in my ears like a sinister lullaby. It's your favorite song. I thought this moment was deserving of a soundtrack. I'm there again. I'm in that sterile room, forced to make a decision as Isaac struggles with his binds and begs for me to choose him, to trust him, to save him. And then, as my vision fights for clarity, I think I see someone, the Timekeeper. He's moving through the mass of people, stalking toward the stage. He tracked me down. He found me. Two mismatched eyes twinkle with devilish joy as he straightens his bow tie and watches me from the edge of the platform. His arms extend, like he's waiting for me to run to him, like he wants me to come home. No, the world distorts around me. My hand shoots up to clutch my neck as my oxygen locks up, sticking in the back of my throat. I scratch and claw. Panic infiltrates me, body and mind. And then the image of my captor transforms. In a blink, he's gone. It's just a regular man standing there, staring at me as I fall apart. I'm losing my grip on reality. It was a smokescreen, a destructive mirage. It wasn't real, but the room is already spinning, funneling, pinwheeling. My legs give out and I collapse. A thud resounds in my ears as the back of my head meets the stage and the distant hum of worried voices reverberates through me. My eyelids flutter, unconsciousness teasing. I'm vaguely aware of footsteps approaching, hard soles slapping against the platform as a figure bends over me. Len? No, someone else. I'm being lifted into the air, hauled up and carried away. Two arms encircle me, firm and protective, one draped underneath my knees and the other cradling my back. I stagger against a hard chest as dizzying lights streak across my vision. I blink again. A face looms above me, dark hair bathed in magenta lights. I'm a sock puppet in his arms as my wig comes undone and flutters to the floor at his feet. We move, weaving through people, through outstretched arms. Bring her to the dressing room. Call an ambulance. Is she breathing? My head lulls, my eyes unable to focus. Soothing heartbeats pound against my temple as I nuzzle against the man's chest, breathing him in. Sandalwood. Smoke. I'm placed onto a couch, my limbs soggy noodles, but my hand reaches out, latching onto the collar of a leather jacket. No, wait. People clamor around me. Dancers. Len. Queenie. Get her some damn water, Queenie shouts, landing on her knees beside me. The man. I need the man. He's still here. My hand is clasped around his lapel, forcing him back to me, keeping him close. I try to focus, try to see his face as my breathing steadies. An image comes into view. Two dark, stormy eyes attached to a familiar face, scruff along his jawline, and brown, disheveled hair. His hand strokes my cheek. Just a graze, a fleeting, tender touch. The gesture douses me in warm, tingly peace as I slowly twist my head to the side and blink up at him, knowing, believing, with every tortured piece of my soul, Isaac. I breathe out. His expression changes. He glances around, face hardening as his jaw ticks and his muscles clench. He straightens, then backs away, gradually, like he doesn't want to go. His finger curls around a lock of my hair before he releases me. I watch him. Retreat. No. Another wave of panic threatens, clogging my throat, as I try to pull myself into a sitting position. Come back. I struggle against the new hands that reach out, holding me down. Then I watch, helplessly, heartbreakingly, as he turns on his heel and bolts through the open door, the image of dark-washed jeans and two black boots disappearing from my periphery. No. Tears gather in my eyes as I slump back to the couch. A glass of water is pressed to my lips. I sputter and choke while emotion carves new holes in my heart. Everly. Queenie presses the back of her hand to my sweat-damp forehead. Hey, talk to me, angel baby. I curl into a ball and sob. Oh, honey. She wraps her arms around me and holds me tight as I shatter into pieces. But they're not the arms I want. It's not her words I need. It's just another wall I can't break through. 42. Detective Tanner, please. I pad circles around my apartment in wide-leg jeans and a tight tank top, my hair pulled up in the world's largest messy bun as my cell phone wobbles against my ear. Hi, Everly. I pause my steps. Hey, Astrid. Am that recognizable, huh? It's the prominent irritation inflected whenever you say his name. Frowning, I mouth the name Tanner multiple times, realizing I do say it with an edge. Sorry. I clear my throat. Is he around? It's kind of important. He should be. I'll transfer you. 2 minutes pass and I glance at my Apple Watch, noting that I've managed over 1,000 steps just in unproductive pacing. A voice answers. Tanner. The moment he picks up, I plop down in a kitchen chair and ramble off a frazzled monologue all in one breath. Hey, it's Everly. Everly Mayfield. I'm damn near confident Isaac is following me, stalking me while avoiding me at the same time. It's an art form, really. And it's the Isaac, not Grandpa Isaac, so don't even bother. Have you been hiding him? Is he a criminal? Are you both criminals? You better start talking because the call disconnects. Son of a bitch. I stare at my phone screen, my eyes narrowing to slits. I'm petty enough to call right back. Astrid sighs through the speaker. Hey, he told me to tell you he's catching a plane to Aruba and he won't be returning ever. Please don't kill the messenger. Aruba's great. A pioneer of purified water technology. Gritting my teeth, I force my tone to stay pleasant as I stand from the chair and start cleaning my countertops for the 17th time. Can you transfer me again? Sure thing. straight to voicemail. I growl out something unintelligible and toss my phone onto the counter, then press forward on my hands. Frustration courses through me in volatile waves. It's been a week since my on-stage meltdown/panic attack, and Queenie encouraged me to take the week off to focus on my mental health. Valid. Apparently, putting off my therapy appointments hasn't been wise. I'm spiraling, and my stalker situation isn't helping. For weeks, I felt a presence, eyes on me. It would be natural to worry that my captor or someone working for him is after me, but the truth is, I've never felt unsafe. I've felt the opposite, protected. Now, given the mysterious man popping in and out of my orbit lately, I'm led to believe that my instincts have been right all along. Isaac is here. He's alive, and he tracked me down. A meow echoes from the living room, and I glance over into the sparse space that houses nothing but an ugly love seat, a coffee table, and a television. More pressingly, a random cat. Mr. Binkers swishes his tail from his perch atop the love seat, eyeing me with judgment. Judge away, kitty cat. My life is in shambles, I mutter breezily, strolling over to the ball of black fur. Before I make it to the living room, there's a knock on my door. My heart gallops. I don't get many visitors here, save for the mystery cat. Maybe he belongs to Isaac. Clearly, they're taking notes from the same handbook. Trudging forward, I unlock the door, and I'm greeted by the elderly lady who lives in the adjacent apartment. Oh, hello. A cigarette dangles between her fingers as she studies me. You're a pretty thing, you know. Her voice is reminiscent of my most recent bronchial infection. Banks loves girls with big hair like you. I blink at her, my gaze landing on two knobby fingers loosely holding the cigarette. What? Looking around, I make sure she's actually speaking to me, but the hallway is empty. It's just me, my big hair, and the weird lady, whom I've only met in passing over the last few months. Then the name registers. Binks. Binkers. Oh, I think I have your cat. Smoke billows around her, the ashy cloud blotting out the deep-set wrinkles on her face. My niece, Freda, pretty like you, got that same kind of hair that Mr. Binkers likes to catch his claws in. The woman barks a laugh before choking on a mouthful of smoke until she's doubled over coughing. Anywho, it's no surprise he's made his way over here. He likes vanilla sponge cake. You got any of that? No, but he's been showing up here a lot lately. Somehow, he's a Houdini like that. She shrugs. Okay, well, you can have your cat back, I say, inching away. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. She waves a hand at me as smoke stings my eyes. No need. I'm on my way out of here. My husband left me, so I can't afford the rent anymore. Keep the cat. What? Keep him. He likes you. I don't. I glance over my shoulder to where Mr. Binkers is now curled up on my counter, looking homey and content. I'm not sure I have time for a new pet right now. He's low maintenance, promise. The woman leans against the frame, flicking ashes to the floor. What about a shelter? Overcrowded. Poor thing won't stand a chance. Damn, looks like I have a cat now. Okay, I guess. Do you have any belongings for him? Sure do. Cat bed, food, litter, a few dead mice I've been collecting as trophies. My nose wrinkles. Kidding. Binkers doesn't like mice.
Romantic atmosphere. He prefers the finer things in life, like hogging the remote and stealing my pillow. She readjusts her purse strap, her wispy yellow hair glinting under the hall lights. I'll bring everything by tomorrow. You're a gem. All right, see ya. She walks away. Bewilderment has me lingering in the doorway for a few beats as I swallow the remnants of cigarette smoke and cheap floral perfume. With a sigh, I shut the door before swiveling around and crossing my arms. Mr. Binkers watches me as I stand in the foyer. I don't know what to do with myself, or the cat. We stare at each other. He meows. So, vanilla sponge cake, huh? The back of my neck prickles. The baby hairs on my arms stand straight up as I move and glide across the stage, finally feeling like I've regained control of myself after a long week of moping, looking over my shoulder, and scheduling my initial therapy appointment with Dr. Ackland. I tune out the song, whatever it is, refusing to hear something that's not there.
I assess the crowd with upturned lips and coy winks, but I don't see anyone. I'm too afraid I'll see multicolored eyes and shiny shoes, a psychedelic suit paired with a diabolical smile, a snake hiding in the brush, waiting to strike. But I feel the telltale pull of familiarity as I unhook my bralette and let the red sequined fabric flutter to the stage. A draw. Him. I arch my back with confidence, swinging my auburn wig from side to side as my skin sheens with shimmering body oil. He can watch all he wants. I'll give him a show. How does it feel, Isaac, to know you still can't touch me? The routine closes out, and I feel good about my performance as I saunter off stage, sending a flirty wave over my shoulder. I collect my tips and run into Ariel backstage. She nibbles on a banana and slaps me on the ass. "You have a VIP today. Lucky bitch." Swallowing a bite, she tosses the other half into a trash can. "Your knight in shining armor awaits." My jaw tenses. Who? But I already know who it is. The hot hero who carried you off the stage like King Kong. My heart pounds, my pulse quickening to overdrive. You can take it. I'm clocking out early tonight. But that's not what I want at all. I want to settle this madness and get to the bottom of why he's here, why he's stringing me along like a marionette on tangled strings. But I know my heart might not recover if he ghosts me again. You deserve a break from the skeevy bald guy with overactive sweat glands who was dry humping the table leg while watching you dance last night. She considers the proposal. George is just misunderstood. He's a great listener, she says. But no, King Kong is all yours, B. He was adamant about seeing you. I fluster, removing my wig and fluffing out my flattened hair. Okay, right. Len will be nearby if you have any trouble. But something tells me that man is the good kind of trouble. Something tells me it's the fatal kind. I send her a smile as I leave the backstage area and wind my way to the dressing room to freshen up. On a whim, I change into my bumblebee costume. If he wants to play games, I'm adaptable. My heartbeats are badgering my eardrums as I fix my hair, scrub the mascara smudges from under my eyes, and reapply a spritz of coconut body mist. When I pass through the bustling club, a rookie is leaning back on a stool as Ariel tips one of his sneakers toward his mouth and liquor pours out of the shoe hole. Whiskey dribbles down his chin while a group of bachelor party friends cheer and holler beside him. She sends me a wink before I gather a breath and pivot toward the staircase leading up to the prismatic champagne rooms. I tame my hair with sweaty palms as my heart thumps in time with my heels clapping against the metal steps. The pink room glimmers with a cotton candy glow. I inhale a breath and pause in front of the flamingo beads as a shadow moves on the other side of them. Then, with a gulp of courage, I pull back the curtain and let my eyes fall on the man sitting on the couch. Knees spread, one foot bouncing up and down, eyes like weapons, face like stone. I stand in the entryway, my fingers curling around the beads, my legs threatening to buckle. Our gazes meet like swords clashing in the heat of battle. I'm mad, I'm terrified, I'm hypnotized. The world falls away as we stare at each other, the gravity of it all bubbling to the surface. My emotions are at war. He's been teasing me, torturing me, and still I can't prevent my anger from draining, my shoulders from drooping, my eyes from watering. Everything comes rushing back, every moment, every word, every carefully threaded connection through that wall. I wring my hands together in front of me as I step inside the room, and the beads flutter closed behind me. Vanilla candles and earthy cologne assault my senses, while his eyes assault me. A stormy brown gaze travels down my body, taking in my costume, before his focus pans back up and his jaw locks. He blinks slowly, not saying a word. He looks uncomfortable, out of place. Something tells me he doesn't want to be here, and I don't know why. Isaac. I take another cautious step forward, hating the way my voice shakes. That is your name, right? He taps his foot against the shag rug, draping both arms over the top of the couch.
A muscle in his cheek ticks, his biceps stretching the material of his shirt while a leather jacket rests beside him. Or is it Nick? I probe, moving closer. Andrew. Marcus. I lift a finger in the air and tilt my head to the side. Lyle. His lips twitch. I know who you are. You can drop the act now. I press closer until I'm situated between his spread legs, and he stiffens. Tell me why you're hiding, why you're following me around, yet avoiding me at the same time. What's the point? Why would you do this? A frown bends his brows. Emotion. I use the moment of vulnerability to lean in closer and grit through my teeth. I thought I killed you. Something unreadable passes over his face. His eyes flicker with a trace of softness, of something other than stone-cold apathy, before he snuffs it out and snaps his legs closed, caging me in. I gasp. I lurch forward, my hands planting on his shoulders to catch myself. Our faces are mere inches apart, his body heat warming me. He smells like something woodsy, mingling with citrus, birchwood on his skin, lime on his breath. I idle between his thighs, my adrenaline heightening. I imagined him to be good-looking, rough, built, and darkly attractive, but he's beautiful. Bone structure cut from stone, a stubbled jawline, lightly tanned skin, muscles rippling and hard-earned. He oozes sex appeal and edgy intrigue. His hair looks soft and silky, a tousling of waves on top and cropped shorter in the back. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I motion to run my fingertips through it, but my hand stalls mid-reach when he snags me by the wrist. I go still, slowly turning to take in the contact. His hand on me. His grip is bruising, punishing, and my pulse speeds up as my fingers curl into a fist. Let me go. He doesn't. His opposite hand is balled up beside his thigh, every muscle flexing with suppression. I know he's affected by this. Talk to me, I demand, wiggling free and stumbling away from him. Veins line his arms in ropes, pulsing and dilating as he cups his kneecaps with both hands. Say something, anything. Nothing. More silence. I watch him guardedly through the low-lit room, our eyes a tangle of history and uncertainty. My black and yellow striped bralette and sheer skirt hardly cover anything and have me feeling vulnerable and exposed, and that's usually the point. But I'm pretty sure I could be wearing a woolly parka and I'd still feel bare under his gaze. Lifting my chin, I find an ounce of courage and narrow my eyes on him. Fine, you seem to like games. Let's play then. My high heels dig into the rug as I stomp forward and shove him back on the couch, both of my palms planting on his chest, until he collapses with a sharp breath. I mount him, straddling his lap with my knees on either side of his hips. Then I wiggle. He hisses. I'll give you your 58-minute lap dance, and then you leave. Stop following me, stop messing with my head. Tears prick my eyes. My voice cracks, agony inching its way to the surface. I can't do it. His two curled hands lie dormant beside my knees. I watch as he splays his fingers, then fists them again before letting out an exhale. The warm air beats against my lips, and I realize my thighs are squeezing his legs so hard I'm trembling. I loosen my hold and lift, my fingertips grazing up his arms until my hands are propped on his shoulders for support. I want him to see the pain in my eyes and rip off the mask. I want him to say something. I want him to be the man he was, back when he was the only man I had. But he still says nothing. My fingernails dig into his shoulders, my anger soaring back at his aloofness. This is what you wanted, right? I dip my face lower until we're a hair's breadth apart. It's why you've been watching me dance? You've been fantasizing about this. Your hands on me? I brush my lips to the side of his jaw. Your mouth on me? My own words strangle me. Moisture pools inside my underwear, and I hate this. I hate that after all we've been through, this is where we ended up, a second-rate fantasy in a stripper suite. Grinding against his groin, I feel his hardness press into my inner thigh. A shuddery breath falls out as my hands cradle the sides of his neck,
and I sway and move and writhe to this wayward dance he's forced us into. But then his palm slides up my spine, grips the back of my neck. In a flash, I'm flung off his lap like I weigh nothing and shoved down to the couch, his body covering mine as his eyes burn like hot coals. I can't move. I'm trapped beneath him. Get up. I try to wiggle free, shoving at his chest. A hand curls around my neck as he bends down, his teeth nicking my jaw. I shiver, moan, bastard. Regrouping quickly, I push at his chest again. Get off me. I swear to God I'll. He snatches a fistful of my hair and tugs my head back, his lips a centimeter from mine. Then he growls out, the tips of our noses grazing. What's the matter, Chloe? I thought you liked it rough. My eyes widen. Blood freezes. Lips parting on a sharp exhale, I gape at him, my fingers twisting the front of his t-shirt. Confirmation glitters in his eyes, his words, his voice. Then he fucking smirks. Fury spirals through me in searing waves as I grab him by the hair, pull his face down to mine, and kiss him hard. We both groan. His tongue slides into my mouth, eradicating all the things I want to say and scream. I purge it in a different way, my leg coiling around his hip, tugging him closer, our mouths angling, breaths hot and wild. I claw my nails down his back, my other hand still tangled in his hair, as his tongue dives deeper into my mouth. Teeth, moans, scratches. His erection digs into my thigh as I writhe against him, causing him to shudder as he grips me by the neck and bites my bottom lip, so hard a bead of blood pools to the surface. I whimper through the jolt of pain. He kisses me again with white-hot fire, passion, magic, pain. I feel lost. I feel complete. Our tongues lash together and I cry out against his mouth. Then I tear myself away, reel my hand back, and slap him hard across the face. You asshole! Isaac pulls up, his head sloped to the side as he processes the hit. His eyes close briefly before he slowly turns to look at me, jaw clenched tight, a pink handprint forming on his cheek. You do like it rough. He glides his tongue along his upper lip as he evaluates me with dangerous approval. Good. Get off me. How about I get you instead? I shove at him with both hands. I can scream. His gaze dips to my swollen lips. But will you? My chest heaves, my heart twisted into knots. I don't have time to reply before he snaps both hands out, snatches my wrists, and hauls my arms over my head. I arch my back, my eyes fluttering closed. I feel his mouth descend, hot kisses dancing along the side of my throat, as my body deflates, my rational thought dissipating with every stroke of his tongue against my pulse point. I moan when he pulls my earlobe between his teeth, his tongue grazing my ruby earring. Did your husband make you moan like that? My eyes ping back open. His lips curve with satisfaction. Didn't think so. A shot of outrage courses through me, and I find the strength to push him away, rolling out from under him and pulling to unsteady feet. My face is flushed, my costume in disarray. Isaac twists around on the couch, moving into a sitting position as he props an arm up on the backrest. I shove a finger at the curtain. Get out. Still have 50 minutes, give or take. My knees wobble as I yank down the hem of my skirt and straighten my bralette. I'll give you a refund, he sighs through his nose. Thought you wanted to talk? And that's the first thing you say to me? Really? I'm livid, volatile, cripplingly confused. Hot pressure burns behind my eyes as I drink in his passive disposition, my eyes landing on a jagged nail mark roping down the side of his neck. This was not the fairy tale reunion I imagined if I ever saw him again. No grand gestures, no teary-eyed hugs, no orchestra or string quartets, no flowers. And I think that's why I'm so goddamn mad. My mother told me that expectation was a thief of joy, and I feel robbed. I shove my hair back, trembling in front of him. Why are you doing this? Why are you toying with me? My words quiver despite my yearning for strength. Why are you acting so cold? He tips his head back, his fingers dancing along the top of the sofa. Sounds like you've painted a picture in your mind of a man who doesn't exist. No, I swing my head back and forth. Don't gaslight me. I know the real you. You showed him to me, in vivid color. I know you care. Do you? Yes, my voice dips with vulnerability as I croak out, "You came back for me." His gaze blackens with ink as he sits up straighter and looks me dead in the eyes. And I paid for that, didn't I? I stone my jaw, trying to hide my heartache. So, is that it then? Is this your way of punishing me for the choice I made that day? Don't really care about that. He shrugs, indifferent. That lunatic was going to kill us all anyway. You were in a losing game. Liar. It eats at him that I said Jasper's name. Not because he thought the Timekeeper would have let him go, but because I let him go. It eats at me, too. I've died a little every day since. I was certain I'd wake up one morning and there'd be nothing left of me. Harnessing my composure, I cross my arms and study him, trying to pick apart his tangled pieces. Why have you been following me? My eyes slant with scrutiny. Because you regret trying to save me? Because you don't care? You and your endless questions, he mutters with a sigh. Haven't missed those. Answer me. Maybe I'm just bored. Stop it. I stomp forward, my fingernails digging into my arms. This isn't you. And this is you? He gives me a pointed once-over, assessing my scraps of clothing and shimmer-dusted skin. A hand flies out, gesturing at the candlelit room, glowing pink as an erotic dance song thumps through the club. Shaking your ass for horny men? Shoving your tits in their faces? Does that bother you? He tries to remain detached, but I see it, the way the cords in his neck distend, the way his posture tenses. Isaac drops his hands to his lap and curls them into fists. No. Right. I take another step toward him. It doesn't bother you at all? That's why you've had a front row seat, watching my performances from the comfortable shadows, and why you dropped hundreds of dollars on a VIP visit, twice, because you're completely unaffected. His expression wavers slightly, a whisper of emotion crossing over his face. My thighs graze his kneecaps, and he glances at the contact. You're worried about me. You missed me. When he scoffs and looks away, I trail my fingers up his leg, the feel of his rough jeans leaving fiery lines on my fingertips. You're jealous. He grabs me. I'm in his lap again, a whoosh of air falling out as he wraps his arms around my back. Our foreheads knock together. My hands lift to cradle his neck, and I dust my thumbs across his skin. His eyes close, chest heaving with weighty breaths. Bending, I whisper in his ear, "What do you want from me, Isaac?" Heat flashes in his eyes as he slowly opens them. A hand lands on my hip, gently at first, before squeezing tight. He leans in. What does Chloe want? My lashes flutter. No, I'm not letting him twist our connection into something purely sexual. It's more than that. It always has been. I pull away, but he follows, his mouth settling in the swell of my cleavage as my back bows. She wants the real Isaac, I practically moan, tingles erupting in my lower belly. He shoves my bralette down past my breasts and takes a nipple in his mouth. He's not here. I gasp, my thighs clenching. Yes, he is. Isaac drags a hand up my spine and grips me by the hair, his mouth ravenous as he moves to the other breast, hooking my nipple between his teeth. Desire has me wet and needy. Indecision battles with arousal as I grind into him, seeking friction. Oh, God. I take his hair in both hands and hold his face to my chest, my body a wretched traitor as I buck in his lap. Isaac. He thrusts up, his hard cock straining against denim. He moves up my chest with an open mouth and bites my neck, sucking the sensitive skin between his teeth. My hands fly over him, tugging at his shirt, his hair, his face. I'm lost. There's no turning back. I yank his head back by the roots of his hair and crush my mouth to his. It's a fusion of tongues and groans and missing as I search for something I can't find.
Come back, Isaac. I suck his tongue into my mouth, our teeth clashing in a frenzy of heat and slickness. Clumsy, hurried, desperate. He punishes me, exploring every nook and crevice, sliding his tongue over the roof of my mouth before he bites my lip again and tugs roughly. Have you thought about me? Isaac dips a hand underneath my skirt and shoves my underwear to the side. Touched yourself? I whimper and squirm against him, begging for his touch. I thought you were dead. He pushes 2 fingers inside me, and we both unravel. I am. Oh, God. I collapse against him, my hair a dark blonde curtain around us. He inhales deeply, grabs it, and uses it to hold me steady as he pumps his fingers in and out with violent, angry thrusts. Fuck, Everly. He finds my mouth again, and our lips part, hover, as his eyes close with rapture. You're so fucking wet. I'm soaked, drenched, drowning in him. I ride his hand as my bare breasts bounce in his face. The feeling is already cresting, the salient release. Isaac sucks my breast into his mouth, still finger-fucking me until I'm a boneless, hapless heap of conflict and lust, jerking in his lap. I want more. I need more. Frantically, I reach down with trembling hands and fumble with his belt buckle. He freezes, his fingers buried deep inside me. Breathing heavily, he pulls away from my chest, locking our eyes for the barest breath. There's only a beat of hesitation before he finds what he's looking for. He loses control. His fingers slide out, one hand flying to his belt. He flings it open and yanks his zipper down, encircling a long arm around my lower back as he lifts off the couch, just enough for me to tug his jeans and boxers down his hips until his cock springs free. Holy shit, we're doing this. We're really doing this. My pulse scrambles to keep up. He's huge and thick, engorged to the point it almost looks painful. The crown leaks with precum, veins swollen and dilated. I wrap my hand around him and squeeze. Isaac buckles, falling back against the couch and taking me with him. Fucking hell, he hisses, twining my hair around his hand until my scalp burns. All thought peters out as the room dissolves around me. It's only us and this need, this violent physicality. I reach down and shove my underwear aside, centering myself with the head of his cock. Our gazes collide. The air crackles and burns chemistry, steeped in madness, a hopeless ache for more. More than words, more than walls. Finally, I sink down onto him. Oh my God. Our moans are a simultaneous, sensual fusion as I collapse against him like a broken doll, my forehead landing on his shoulder as he stretches me, filling me so completely it hurts. He doesn't give me a moment to adjust, bucking his hips until I cry out. He yanks my head back by the hair, our faces an inch apart. My jaw falls open with disbelief, whimpers spilling out like water from a busted dam. He drags a calloused hand down my body, cupping my breast, using it as an anchor as his hips jolt off the couch, piercing me harder. Again, quicker, faster, all caution tossed to the wind. I bounce in his lap, riding him like I'm starved, like I've lost my goddamn mind. Fuck, he grunts, squeezing my breast until pain mingles with pleasure. This is what you always needed, wasn't it? I pin my lip between my teeth, my hair whipping around us as I cling to his t-shirt. Don't stop. That's right. Fucking take it. He finds my neck, sucking the soft skin between his teeth as he rams into me, before subduing the ache with a flick of his tongue. I clutch him hard, my nails digging into skin. When he pulls up, he crushes his mouth to mine, forcing my jaw open. My teeth slam down, his growl rumbling through me, shooting fireworks to my core. The slippery, wet sounds grow louder than the techno music seeping into the suite. It's intoxicating, muting my mind, chasing away words and rational thought. This, only this. It's all action, a blur of frenzied hands, sweaty limbs, dueling tongues, and savage thrusts. A reckoning. My nails tear down the side of his neck. My pussy strangles his cock. His thumb presses against my clit, rubbing hard.
I ache, bleed, unravel. Throwing my head back, I scream through the sudden orgasm as his hand slaps across my mouth, stifling my cry as he sinks deeper. Bolts of lightning strike me, shooting up my spine. Yeah, that's it. Come on my dick, he hisses. Fuck. His fingers crawl inside my mouth, and I bite down, my shriek of pleasure dying out to a hoarse whimper as flickers of stardust blanket me in tendrils of heat. Isaac buries his face in my tits with a tortured growl while I cling hard, hold him, and pretend he's something he's not. I feel his release. His cock pulses inside me as he tenses, digging his teeth into the swell of my breast and leaving a wet bruise behind. A low, tapered groan follows, his body vibrating as the orgasm rolls through him, his hands latching onto my hip bones as he grips me with the strength of a storm. My breathing shallows, and my body sags, weightless, drained. Isaac exhales against my skin as the waves pass, his forehead dropping to my cleavage. Rolling, lingering, savoring. 1, 2, 3. And it's over. When I come down from the high, I'm in ruins. I feel blindsided. By him, by my own mutinous instincts. My eyes close, and I slump forward against his chest as reality crashes into me. Noise outside the suite filters in. Heady beats from the club, patrons laughing and cheering. Isaac slowly slides out, leaving a stinging ache behind as he situates my soaked-through underwear back into place. I can't move. I can't look at him. His touch isn't the gentle caress I crave in the aftermath when he tugs my hair back, forcing our eyes to meet. Feel better now? A satisfied grin curls up his lips. I know I do. My eyes prick with tears. No, what was I thinking? What the hell possessed me to? I scramble off his lap. Finding my bearings, I haul my bralette back up to cover my breasts. My sex pulsates, and my skin twinges from his nicks and bites. I feel color burning in my cheeks with a post-orgasm flush. My control snapped. That wasn't me. Something inside me broke, and all I can manage is, that is never happening again. You know that line about saying never? His eyebrow arches as he settles back against the couch and yanks his jeans up his hips, leaving the belt hanging open. When you change your mind, I'm at your service. I stare at him, at his disheveled dark hair, half matted to his forehead, and the rest sticking up in all directions. Neon red nail marks glow on his neck, his lips puffy and kissed raw. Until you're ready to drop the act and show me who you really are, please, just stay away. He tugs up his zipper. It's not an act. This is who I've always been. No. You told me things. You opened up. To a wall. I shake my head, biting back a sob. To me. Isaac glances away, scrubbing a hand down his face. No response. I can't read him. I don't know him. Gritting my teeth, I readjust my skirt, furious with myself for being weak. I feel like a sex-starved hooker. His release drips down my inner thighs, another shocking reminder of what I've done. I was literally on the clock when I jumped in his lap and rode him until I saw stars. This stranger, oh my God. Whipping around, I stalk toward the curtains, nearly tripping over my heels. His voice catches me before I slip through. B. I freeze in place, my back to him, closing my eyes as the nickname trickles through me like warm honey, a soothing balm. But the words that follow are an acid-doused knife. See you soon. An avalanche of emotion slams into me. I whirl back around, my eyes widening, ablaze. I gape at him, stunned he could be so careless with my heart. He falters, takes in my reaction, my pain. I see the regret fill his eyes, but it's too late. I waited so long to hear him repeat those words. They were a promise that we'd find each other outside of that place, that our stories, talks, and soul-deep connection would follow us home, that one day he'd finally see me. But he just twisted those words into something meaningless, and he can't take them back. He doesn't see me at all. Isaac swallows and looks away, dipping his chin until he's staring down at the floor. I flip him off and storm out of the suite. 43. I screwed a stranger. I screwed a stranger in the champagne room. I saw a man's face for the first time, and my inherent reaction was to hop in his lap, remove his pants, and ride him into oblivion. Jesus Christ! The words echo in my mind, a scratchy old record spinning relentlessly on repeat. My eyes squeeze shut as I twirl around the pole, my body rotating in time with my intrusive thoughts. I screwed. No, not a stranger, not technically, even though something tells me he is. Every sound hooks my nerves. The main door whooshes open and I snap to attention, my gaze darting left, waiting, hoping, or maybe bracing. When a new voice cuts through my fog, I strain my ears, waiting for the one voice that could shatter or steady me. I expected him to come tonight. He's like a vampire, keeping to the shadows, prowling when the sun dips and the darkness thickens. Isaac has been hunting me, and I walked right into his trap. Spotlights catch on the sapphire sequins of my bralette as I sweep it from the stage, my smile plastered on for show. I don't remember much of the dance, but I've made enough tips to feed myself for a few days. Still dazed, I retreat to the dressing room and slide into my casual armor, ripped skinny jeans, a cream camisole, black ankle boots. The raven wig comes off, my hair scraped into a hasty top knot. Purse and jacket slung over my shoulder, I weave back into the club. A body jostles me in the crush of people, and I jump, barely suppressing a gasp. "Sorry," the man mutters, vanishing. My heart pounds, adrenaline surging, as I clutch my purse, hating how jumpy I've become. Faces flash past. The timekeeper, Roger, the sinister nurse, a doctor with a sharp, rat-like smile. Isaac. Ghosts from my past curl around me, choking me, dragging me back to a captivity I thought I'd escaped. I wanted Isaac to return, to be the unsung hero who could piece me back together, but instead, he's fractured me further. Last night's misstep throbs in my chest, shame and longing bleeding together, the heat of humiliation warming my cheeks. I swipe at my damp hairline, scanning the room as strobe lights fracture across my periphery. Colors swirl, bass thumps, and every note sounds like that song. My pulse quickens, a whisper in my ear, a hand grazing my hip, a chill winding down my spine. See you soon. The noise blurs, voices muddle. Then my vision clears. Dancers and patrons fly around me as the crowd parts, and in that split second, under the wash of flickering floodlights, I see him. He sits, perched at the bar, watching me with those hazelnut eyes, his expression locked down, unreadable. But something stirs in my chest, a tangle of anger, desire, shame, and relief. Memories of last night unfurl, raw and vivid. The silk of his hair between my fingers, the hardness of his muscles, the heat of his body pressed against mine. Just touching him felt like striking a match to paper, a moment of fragile flame, already ashes but burned into memory. It was hard enough shutting out the sound of his voice. Now I've seen his face, and I don't know if I can turn away. I've felt his hands all over me. I know the way he feels inside me, know the sounds he makes when he... Stop it, Everly. He's not the man you thought he was. Isaac slowly stands from the stool. I'm paralyzed, rooted in place as my heart teeters in two directions. Part of me wants to run to him, to fold myself into the warmth of his arms, while another part wants to hide, to vanish from his orbit. My emotions sway like a seesaw, pulling me toward him, pushing me away, unable to settle. I swallow. I want to tell him to leave, to beg him to stay, but the words dissolve on my tongue when I hear my name echo through the crowd. Everly. I snap back, the trance broken. The voice registers, but it's not his. It's familiar and disorienting,
tugging me out of one daze and into another. I twist toward the other side of the bar, blinking as if my brain's struggling to process what I'm seeing. A man leans against the counter, black hair, sun-bronzed skin, and navy quarter zip and loafers I could pick out of a lineup. The man I once trusted with my whole heart. Jasper? His name falls out in a jagged whisper as my two worlds collide. He straightens and steps toward me, his smile shrinking as he brushes a hand through his hair, taking in the club around him with a hint of distaste. "Are you all right?" My gaze ricochets around the room, finding Isaac stalled a few feet away, his eyes drilling into Jasper with a look that could blister. I stifle a wheeze. My ex-husband is here, in San Francisco, standing in a strip club, and Isaac is watching. What are you doing here?" Jasper's lips tug into another tentative smile. "I texted you." I nod, fumbling for a response. "I know. You never replied. I'm in town for a few days, and we need to talk." His eyes search mine, worry climbing as he takes in my wide-eyed stare, the way I'm clutching my purse as if it might topple sideways. "Are you sure you're all right? He lifts a hand, gesturing to my trembling limbs. "Shaken? I'm fine. I wasn't expecting to see you." I force the words, darting a glance at Isaac. His eyes are on Jasper now, a storm brewing just beneath the surface, lethal and precise. The malice there makes my pulse hitch. I was just heading out. My throat tightens as I shift my attention back to Jasper. The timing feels surreal, like fate is playing some sick joke. Out of all the places in the world, he's here, in this moment, with him watching. The air vibrates with tension as my past and present circle each other, one stumble away from a collision. I nearly hit the ceiling when Ariel sweeps by and slaps my ass. Embarrassment blooms, pinkening my cheeks. Jasper's brows knit. He looks appalled. I didn't mean to surprise you. I realize this isn't the best time." He has no idea. My heart races as Isaac steps closer, slowly inching through the crowd like a shadow moving at the edge of my vision, each step carrying a silent warning. Should we step outside to talk? Jasper glances at the figure approaching, confusion splashing across his face. When Isaac lands beside me, his body heat zapping the remaining fragments of my resolve, I almost buckle. She doesn't look very happy to see you," Isaac deadpans. His shoulder brushes mine as our knuckles graze, a subtle show of possession. The electricity between the three of us crackles, my nerves stretched tight as a wire. Jasper's jaw clenches, his eyes narrowing as he sizes up Isaac. "And you are," Isaac doesn't flinch, "a friend." "Right." Clearing his throat, Jasper steps forward and curls his hand around my forearm. "Everly, let's go outside and..." In a blank, Isaac's hand lashes out and clamps down on Jasper's wrist, stopping him mid-motion. His grip is firm but deceptively calm. I see stars. Shit, there's no way this is going to end well. Jasper tugs his wrist free, his eyes flashing with irritation and alarm. He squints at Isaac. "Do I know you?" A scowl. "No." I position myself between the two men, sparing Isaac a quick glance before placing my palm on Jasper's chest, gently guiding him toward the entrance. "You're right, we should go outside." Isaac's gaze sparks with fury, cutting through the strobes like a blade. I ignore the sting. Launching forward, I send a weak smile to one of my coworkers and zoom out the front door, Jasper trailing behind me. The night air hits me like a douse cold water, star-speckled and sharp, and I falter on the sidewalk, slipping into my cropped black jacket. I turn to face my ex, my heart in a gallop. "Why are you here?" He clears his throat, nervously glancing over his shoulder, half expecting Isaac to be hot on our trail. "Who was that?" My gaze settles on my ankle boots. Doesn't matter. He looked dangerous. Straightening, I steel my voice. He's not. The words feel like a mantra, hoping that by saying them aloud, I can convince myself of their validity. That was Isaac. He was the man I was looking for during the rescue. Jasper frowns, then sends me a pointed look. The man with the bag over his head? Yes, I breathe out, wishing I could banish that scene from my memories, scrub the vivid colors from my brain for good. He was one of the captives. We shared a wall. The weight of the moment still grips me with a heavy hand. Jasper and Isaac, together in that room, both men bound and helpless, begging for their lives, while all I wanted to do was give up mine. Another look washes over Jasper's face, a different look, something curious and full of weight. He rubs a hand over his jaw, his brows creasing with thought. Shit, I know. I blank away from him. But he's not dangerous. He's just protective, given the circumstances. So, no, I think I've met him before. I hesitate, my thoughts scrambling. That's not possible. He went off the grid after we were rescued. He was never in the news. Jasper squints, studying me, as if he's trying to piece something together. You sure he's not a detective? What? I swear he interviewed me once. My heart teeters, and a stuttered breath falls out. No, I shake my head, rejecting the claim. There's no way that's possible. You must be confusing him with someone else. He dusts his thumb over his bottom lip, silent and stoic, marinating in the notion. Then he nods, blowing out a breath as he turns to face me. Right, he murmurs. I could be mistaken. That was years ago, and those months after the abduction are a bit of a blur. Of course. I stare at him, a briny knot expanding in my throat. I'm sure the details are hazy. There's still something in his eyes, a flickering of knowing. But Jasper regroups, peering over at a homeless man camped between two buildings. Listen, I have some news. I thought we could grab a bite to eat tomorrow and discuss. I cross my arms to ward off the night's chill. I don't think that's a good idea. It's important. A jolt of dread twists my stomach as I lock eyes with him. Is Allison okay? Yes, he says it quickly, severing our stare. Of course. Nodding, I blow out a breath of relief. A cool breeze whips by, doing nothing to disrupt Jasper's perfectly gelled hair. I can't help but think of Isaac, untamed and rebellious, wild in the wind, just like his spirit. Dark eyes, dark words, darker heart. I shake the images away. Then what is it? My voice wavers, laced with a sinking feeling he's about to unravel the delicate ribbons of peace I've managed to weave together. We're divorced, Jasper. We're living separate lives. I can't imagine what there is to talk about, or what It's about your future, a business proposition. Jasper slips his hands into the pockets of his khaki pants, shifting on his loafers. But I'd rather not talk here. His attention swings to the flashing marquee above our heads, featuring an emblem of a neon silhouette, a woman mid-dance, legs extended in a high kick, outlined in electric pinks and purples. Beneath her, the words, Ladies' Night, no cover until midnight, twinkle in sync with the beat of the music seeping through the front door. A shot of insecurity pierces me, knowing how he must perceive the new life I've built. I lift my chin, determined not to let him see me rattled. I'm busy, I lie. I have a date. A date? His huff of laughter is incredulous. With that guy? My defenses flare. Is that a problem? No, but I don't have a lot of time before I need to get back to Los Angeles. Can you reschedule? Sure, I clip out. I'll tell him my ex-husband popped back into town and wants to take me out. I'm sure that will go over well. He exhales sharply, frustration tightening his features. I just need one night. His hands tent under his chin, a pleading look in his eyes. Please, just hear me out. I consider what he could possibly want to tell me. A business proposition? My mind reels, each scenario spinning in my mind like a whirlwind of motives and hidden agendas. But my curiosity outweighs my reservations. Fine, I agree, wheeling my gaze toward the entry door, a prickling awareness at the nape of my neck reminding me that Isaac is just beyond it. One night. His eyes brighten. Yeah? I'll text you my address. Pick me up at 7. Perfect. I appreciate. I don't let him finish. Spinning on my heel, I head in the opposite direction, my pulse thrashing. When I glance back a few yards later, Jasper has disappeared into the night. I pause on the sidewalk, uncertainty clawing at my gut. Isaac is still inside the club, and I wonder if he's waiting for me to come back, to chase him down and cross some invisible line between us, this new wall. Should I? I dally on the sidewalk as movement distorts in my periphery. Late-night pedestrians blur past me, the clap of heels against pavement blending with muffled words and soft laughter. Lamplight illuminates a slew of unfamiliar faces, colorful jackets, blazers, lipsticks, light hair, dark hair, a pink and navy checkered suit. I slam my eyes shut. No, he's not here. The timekeeper is not coming for me. It's over. When my eyes peel open, I notice my hands are trembling violently. I rake my fingers through my hair, steadying myself as I try to summon one of my mother's hokey pearls of wisdom. Every second spent living in the past is a second wasted in the present, and there's nothing worse than waste. I shake off the jitters. As I take a step forward, another body bumps into me. My purse slips down my arm, crashing to the cement as a group of 20-somethings blow past with cell phones in their hands. Sighing, I bend to retrieve the fallen purse. But before my fingers clamp around it, 2 black boots enter my line of sight. A blink, a breath. A large hand snatches up the purse before I can, and I find myself staring up into a pair of blazing brown eyes.
Isaac's expression is stoic, his fingers hooked around the strap as he extends it toward me with unnerving calm. I stand and square my shoulders. No. He raises a brow, gaze sharpening. No. No, I repeat, meeting his stare with fire. Unless you're finally ready to talk, I'll give him one more chance, a chance to show me the man I thought I knew. But he just stares at me, his lips curving up with a smirk. You seem a little wound up. If last night wasn't enough to take the edge off, I'd be more than happy to help. My jaw clenches. I rip the purse from his hand, cheeks burning against the cold air. Leave me alone, Isaac, I mutter, turning sharply and stepping forward, aiming for a quick escape. But I don't get far. His hand closes around my wrist, tugging me back and into the alley beside us. I gasp as he spins me, pressing me against the brick wall, his body shadowing mine. What is it you're running from? His voice is low, almost taunting, but the question carries earnestness, a challenge. I swallow, pushing down the flutter of panic creeping up my throat. I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid of this, of what this could become. This isn't a conversation I want to have in an alleyway. Good, he says, unbothered, because I'm not interested in conversation. His gaze dips to my mouth, then returns to my eyes. You keep saying no, but everything about you screams for something else. I shake my head. You have no idea what I want. His thumb traces the line of my jaw, featherlight. I know what you're trying to avoid. Don't flatter yourself. He leans in, closer, his breath brushing against my ear. I don't need to. I already know you don't walk away from something this easily. My heart pounds, frustration fusing with an ache in my chest I don't want to name. His hand trails down, skimming my arm, and I force myself to stay composed as he finally releases me, stepping back just enough to give me room to move. Go on then, he murmurs, his eyes still locked on mine. He nods at the entrance to the alley, to freedom. Run. My legs refuse to obey. I stare at him, willing myself to turn, to escape, to run like he told me to. But I can't. Isaac sparked a fire between us, a blaze too explosive to tame. I glance away, gritting my teeth. Thought so. He inches closer, blanketing me with warmth and confusion. His hand rises, hovering at my cheek, daring me to pull back. I don't. I'm caught between the need to shove him away and the urge to let him burn away the parts of me I've tried so hard to keep under control. Still pretending you don't feel it? He asks, voice thick with satisfaction. I narrow my eyes, mustering every ounce of defiance. I'm not pretending anything. Last night was clearly a mistake. A mistake? Right. The heat of his hand settles on my waist, grounding me, rooting me to the spot. His thumb traces a slow, agonizing circle against my side, sending shivers along my skin. Have you spent the day convincing yourself you didn't want it? His eyes narrow as he evaluates me, the corner of his mouth rising with smug conviction. We both know that's a lie. I wanted someone who doesn't exist, I say, my eyelids fluttering. I can't do this with this version of you. I'm the only one you can do this with. His hand trails up my body, grazing the side of my breast before his grip turns forceful, possessive, and he brackets my throat, tipping my head back against the brick. How many men have you been with lately? Tell me. A whimper falls out as he squeezes my neck. I want to lie to him, but only the truth spills free. Just you. A low hum rumbles in his throat as he leans in, skimming his nose up my jaw. Fuck. Can't stop thinking about the way you rode my cock last night. How much you needed it. Oh my God, I swallow hard, feeling the pull deepen. Tilting my head to find his lips, I inhale a flimsy breath as our mouths gently graze. But I can't let him win so easily. A tiny grin crests as our eyes meet through the shadows. Jasper's taking me to dinner tomorrow night. Isaac stiffens. I feel his muscles lock, turning to stone. He pulls back slightly, a hurricane brewing in his eyes. Is that supposed to shake me? Does it? Stop lying to yourself. We both know your piss-poor excuse for an ex-husband was never enough for you. I loved him, I counter. I married him. And then he started fucking your best friend while you were locked away in a madman's den, waiting for him to rescue you. He shrugs. So I've heard. I frown. How do you even know that? Does it matter? An angry growl escapes, and I shove him away with both hands. Don't forget, you disappeared from my life just as easily. He grabs me again, pulling me back. Squirming in his grip, I grit my teeth. You vanished without a word, leaving me to pick up the pieces. I had my reasons. You're just as much a part of my past as he is. And yet, here we are. Isaac sinks a hand into my hair, curling his fist, the tension between us crackling like a live wire. What are you going to do about it? A sound escapes, part wince, part moan. Let me go. You first. I notice my hands are gripping the lapels of his leather coat, holding him to me. The realization sends a jolt of confusion through my senses, but my body betrays me, craving the closeness. The alley fades away, car engines and faraway voices replaced by the pounding of my heart. I'm trapped between the memories of his absence and the intoxication of his presence. Our eyes meet. Weakness carves a tunnel through me. I yank him forward, crushing my lips to his. Isaac groans hotly, opening his mouth, lashing his tongue against mine as his hands cut my face, fingers digging into my cheeks. All those days, weeks, months, divided by a wall. God, this was inevitable. This physical draw, this connection I can't seem to shake. The weight of his return, the intensity of his need, blurs the line between desire and reality. I arch against him, wanting more, wanting all of him, wanting the way he made me feel before everything went wrong. He tugs on my hair, slanting my head until our mouths angle, tasting deeper. My leg draws up, coiling around his thigh, seeking friction. Teeth nick and bite, hands grab and claw, and before I can take a breath, I feel the button on my jeans snap open. Collapsing against the wall, I close my eyes as his hand slips inside the waistband, his fingers stroking me through my underwear. A high-pitched moan tears through me, and Isaac captures it with his mouth. His fingers rub against wet silk, our tongues tangling with fire and desperation. My thighs spread wider. I need his fingers inside me to tug aside the scrap of underwear and plunge deep. Please, I whimper, dragging my hands up his neck, gripping his hair as we break apart.
Our lips hover, parted and needy, breaths intertwining. Isaac? 2 fingers work me faster, bringing me to the edge, the euphoric peak. I'm already close. I'm already... Then he stops. All motion freezes. I nearly cry out with frustration when he pulls his hand free, curling it around my hip as he presses our foreheads together. "I'm staying at the Crossroads Inn," he says, voice low and dark. It takes a moment for his words to register, for the implication to settle in my chest. My lips flatten into a thin line, my face flaming. I straighten against the wall, readjusting my camisole before sweeping loose hair out of my eyes. I'm not a booty call. Isaac takes a slow step backward, his eyes trailing over me from head to toe. "The things I want to do to you aren't fit for an alley, B." I blink at him. Temptation seizes me. My gaze flicks south, and I catch sight of the giant bulge in his jeans. Swallowing, I slide my focus back up until our eyes meet. His are sparkling with promise. Mine are rebelliously curious. I part my lips, but he beats me to it. Room 217. Then he turns, fading into the shadows of the alley. The echo of his footsteps bounce off the brick walls, leaving me in a charged silence. I'm left standing there, heart racing, torn between the thrill of chasing him into the unknown and the instinct to retreat into the safety of the night. But as he disappears, I steel myself and release a long breath. I refuse to follow him into the dark. 44. With one eye on my laptop and my phone in hand, I pace the motel carpeting. Likely unchanged since the 80s, the once turquoise tone has been stained, cleaned, and faded until it resembles dirty water. My accommodations are nowhere near 5-star hell. They'd be lucky to pull a solid 3, but they're convenient to my target, and that's all I care about. In my line of work, I've seen worse. So has she. Movement triggers the security footage I'm monitoring, bringing my computer to life. An older unit, its picture is a grainy black and white, showing little more than the general shape of residents coming in and out. But I'd know this particular resident anywhere. I haven't been able to stop thinking about this resident for one goddamn second since I felt her under my hands in that pink room. Since she rode and writhed and came all over my cock. I need more. I watch Everly jiggle her key in the lock of the apartment complex and let herself inside. Then I switch to my other feed and wait. This image is clear and in full color, the camera brand new and high-tech. While the one at the front door belongs to the complex, I placed my own in the hallway so I could keep an eye out for suspicious activity. Setting my phone down, I take a drink from the bottle of water on the table and glance at the no smoking sign on the desk, debating whether I really care. The answer is no. Pulling a cigarette from the pack next to the laptop, I hold it between my lips, too transfixed by the woman on the screen to bother lighting it. Once she enters her apartment, my ability to monitor her is cut off. Sort of. I'd be slacking if I didn't have other methods, but contrary to Tanner's jokes, I'm not trying to invade her privacy. I'm just not comfortable leaving her alone. This motel around the corner from her complex is already farther away than I'd like. She has my room number. The only thing to do is wait. Will you come to me, Everly? Needing a distraction, I spend the next hour catching up with the eyes I have in strategic places around the world. Before long, my phone pings, notifying me that my subject is on the move. Opening the tracking app, I watch her dot leave the parking lot, on foot, because she refuses to drive anywhere her feet can reasonably carry her, and turn left on the corner at the end of the block. A thrill shivers through my body. She's walking toward the motel. I knew she'd be too curious to resist. After pausing at the curb, the dot moves closer, winding around the building until she's on top of me. I smile to myself. Very soon, it'll be the other way around. She stands there for far too long, but I won't make the first move. She needs to make this decision for herself. Finally, I hear it. A brush against the door, too quiet to be a knock.
My blood pressure kicks up higher. My body is nearly vibrating, ready to rip the door open and fling her onto the bed, but I don't move from the chair. Patience. Now, I whisper into the empty room, let's see if you're brave enough. Once she steps into this room, she's mine. The tracking dot shows she hasn't moved, but when the silence persists for several minutes, I walk to the door, stopping inches away. Seconds go by, then a minute. I pivot so my back is to the door, leaning my head against the surface. Letting my eyes close, I imagine her out there, unsure of what she's getting herself into. I can't help but think of the days when I rested against a different wall, talking to the woman on the other side for hours. When she told me she'd see me soon, I wonder if she believed it would ever be possible. I didn't. When the knock comes, it's light-handed but resolute. She came to me. Allowing no time for hesitation, I move to the side, flip the lock, and pull the heavy door open with enough force that it slams into the wall. Before it can fall shut, I lash out like a viper, grip her wrist, and haul her inside. Her gasp lights my nerves like a fuse, and I release her into the room as the door closes, latching automatically. The lion and his lone gazelle. She's all mine. Catching her balance, she darts her gaze to the door, like she's wondering if she made a mistake. Her pupils dilate as adrenaline hits her bloodstream. I'll give her one last chance. I give a low rumble of warning, a tilt of the head. Are you ready for me? My eyes drift to her full tits, heaving under her sweater, then rise to her parted lips. She wets them with the tip of her tongue, her gaze flickering from the door to my face, then down to my lower body, where I feel it like fingers sliding along my cock. I'm half hard already. Sucking a deep breath in through her nose, she straightens her spine, hesitation replaced by resolve. She dips her chin. Fuck. Yes. I'm practically salivating. The pink room was just a taste, hardly a blip in the scope of what I want to do to that delicious body. Glancing between Everly and the bed, I take a quick mental inventory of the items at my disposal. It's not hard to get creative. A cup of ice sits next to the water bottle on the desk. Sheets can be used for tying, pillowcases for blindfolds. Of course, women wear any number of items that can come in handy for light bondage, so there's no need to look too far. What I really want is to feel her squirming beneath me, her soft, wet heat, the sounds she'll make when I have all the time to explore, to find those little triggers that will make her scream my name until she never wants another to leave her lips. She watches me closely, her breath leaving in a sharp exhale that exposes her thoughts. Fair warning, I say, taking a step forward. This won't be an easy ride this time. She swallows. I don't expect it to be. That's all the permission I need. Good. I angle my chin toward the floor. Then, get on your knees. Her eyes flare. My dick grows hard as a steel pipe, to borrow a phrase I never thought I'd use from those smutty novels Everly used to read. Care to test me? Because I never back down from a challenge. It only takes a few heartbeats, a slight, visible pulse along the side of her throat, and she sinks to the floor. I draw a hissing breath through my teeth and let it out as a sharp pang of lust hits me. Perfect. Even fully clothed, she's never been so sexy. That nervous determination and the tight set of her jaws, she may not be a natural submissive, but curiosity has her here, on her knees, wanting to explore the connection we once had, handing me her trust. It's a gift that unravels the last threads of bitterness I've been holding on to. Our past is history. She's here now, and she's mine. Stepping in so my feet bracket her calves, I look at her. Let your hair down for me. Her hands sink into the mass of hair knotted in a thick pile on the top of her head. Once released, it falls in a heavy cascade over her shoulders and down her back. Look at you, on your knees for me. Humming with satisfaction, I trail my knuckles down the side of her face. You've needed this for a long time, haven't you? Someone to take control. Make your blood sing with the thrill of it, push your limits, then reward you when you're good. She glances down. Unless it's not a reward you're after. I bite back a smile when she pulls in an audible breath. Wrapping my hand around her chin, I lift, letting my fingers dig into her jaw. Look at me, Everly. With glittering eyes, she obeys. I see you, fighting the urge to flip me off and see what happens. I drop my hand to my side. Remove my belt. She hesitates, but only for a second. Then she reaches for me. My cock swells, so engorged it's painful, but delaying gratification is worth the wait, for both of us. When she places the belt in my open palm, I fold it in half, pulling the ends sharply so the snap echoes through the room. A shiver travels through her body. Now, take me out, then put your hands behind your back. She unzips my jeans, freeing my erection from my boxers. Her nostrils flare when it jerks in her hand, but she releases me and follows my direction. Circling behind her, I loop my belt around her wrists and secure them. Coming to a stop in front, I tuck her hair behind her ears, letting my fingers trail down the side of her face with more tenderness than I knew I was capable of. Damn, if I thought she was sexy before, the way she looks now, bound and helpless, handing me her trust, nearly makes me come right where I stand. You're doing so well, I whisper, running my thumb over her bottom lip. Open for me. Gathering her hair in my hands, I slide my cock inside her willing mouth, not getting far before she gags. If we continue with these games, we'll have to keep building her tolerance until she can take all of me. But today, I have plans that include much more. If I play my cards right, it won't be the last time I have her like this. Then we'll explore every fantasy our depraved minds can come up with. Christ, you're spectacular like this. I grip her hair close to the scalp, holding her steady as I piston my hips, driving into her mouth over and over. She sighs through her nose, taking me deeper, keeping up with my thrusts. Letting my head fall back, I keep a tight leash on my control. But before long, the build toward climax begins, tightening my abdomen. Fuck. Reluctantly, I pull back. She licks her lips, tasting the essence left behind, then leans forward, chasing me. I tighten my hand in her hair, jerking her head up so she'll pay attention. Not yet. Before we move on, we're going to try something. Leaning over her, I unwrap her wrists and toss the belt onto the bed. Her arms drop to her sides, and I sweep one of them up in mine, slipping her hand beneath my shirt so her fingers rest lightly against my stomach. Now, I want you to take a deep breath for me. Relax your throat. Let's see how much you can take. I know I'm asking a lot. So far, she's barely been able to go down halfway. I lay my hand over hers. When it's too much, dig your fingernails into my skin. I promise I'll stop. She nods, and I wait for her to fill her lungs with air. Then I guide my swollen cock over her tongue. This time, I push forward, my hand pressed to the back of her head, easing her down the length of me. That's it. Take it. Breathe through your nose. When she starts to choke, I stop moving, stroking the side of her face as I wait for her cue. Her gaze locks with mine, glittering with determination. Watch this, it says. My smile is devious. She pushes forward until her nose touches my skin. Then she swallows around me. Once, twice. Tears stream down her cheeks and wet her hair, but she never looks away. Holy fucking shit. I'm a second away from losing it when her nails dig into my skin. Backing off, I run my fingers through the knots in her hair, waiting while she catches her breath. How'd I do? Her smile is wicked. She knows exactly how she did. Lifting her to her feet, I yank her to me and slam my lips against hers. My hand moves to her throat, where I rub my thumb over her thudding pulse. Then I squeeze. Just enough. She moans. Teeth trap my bottom lip, clamping down hard enough to draw blood. Fuck, this woman is perfect. But we're not done yet.
I push her away and collapse into the oversized desk chair. My breathing is ragged. I'm right on the edge of throwing her down and taking her now, but I want so much more. Undress for me. My pants are still open, my legs spread wide. Urgently, her fingers fly over the buttons of her cardigan. Not like that. Her gaze flies to mine. My time was cut short in the champagne room. You still owe me. A laugh bursts from her. You got more in the champagne room than any patron could dream of. We're even. Ah, but you are no prostitute, B, and I'm no patron. You rode my cock because you wanted it. Now, what I want is to watch you take off your clothes. Slowly. Just for me. Her eyes spark with challenge. I've never seen anything so entrancing as the way she slides her hands over her thighs and up her rib cage, pulling her shirt up with her. She teases me relentlessly while I lean back in the chair, jeans open, a raging hard-on protruding from the fly. With an agonistically slow rhythm, she removes every scrap of material, her body flowing through graceful dance moves like rippling water. For a few minutes, I let her tease me, torment me, have her fun. Damn, she's good at this. My fingers clench the arms in a death grip, and I imagine running my tongue over every inch of bare skin. By the time her dance is over, my mouth is watering for the taste of her. I'm fucking ravenous. Before she realizes I've left the chair, she's off her feet. Landing on the mattress with a soft bounce, she beckons me with a crooked finger as I strip off my jeans and boxers in one move. Come here. The rasp in her voice sends a rush of blood to my groin, and she drops her head back, exposing her throat. Propped on her elbows with her thighs spread wide, she gives me a view I wasn't graced with yesterday during our frenzied fucking on the couch. Sexy as hell. But oh no. My strides are deliberately slow as I move around the side of the bed. Grabbing the belt, I drag it over her, from the apex of her thighs, over her taut stomach, and between her breasts. I'm afraid that's not how this works. Did she think that striptease meant I'd let her stay in control? That was all for me. Really, B, you'll learn. I pinch a nipple between my fingers, hard. Her breath catches. Boost bumps break out over her skin. And just like that, the power shifts back. Her entire body shudders when I whisper, "Hands over your head." If I were better equipped, I'd have an array of handcuffs, ties, paddles, toys that would keep her edged until she begged for release. But for now, I wrap the belt around her wrists once again, attaching it to the bottom of the headboard. She gives an obligatory tug at the binds, then turns her attention back to me, spreading her legs even wider. Fuck, yes, it's time to satisfy this hunger. I start at her neck, feasting on the tender skin over her pulse point, then run my tongue along the curve of her collarbone and down to those luscious breasts. And fuck, the way she says my name when I bite and lick and suck her nipples until they're hard pink pebbles. Finally, I move down, settling lower, where I take the time to inhale, brushing the insides of her thighs with the scruff of my beard. There's nothing better than the scent of a woman's arousal, and this one is an aphrodisiac made just for me. Yes, she squirms under me, lifting her hips in search of my mouth. Please. No, I don't think you're ready yet. I back off. She is, but I can't resist teasing her when she's tied and helpless like this. If she's willing to give me this kind of control, I'll be damned if I don't make it worth every second. The cry that leaves her is pure frustration. It sends a jolt through my groin. Isaac, damn it. Shh. A dark chuckle leaves me. I am absolutely going to spank her for that. While she squirms, I snatch my shirt, twisting it into a spiral. It'll serve my purpose well enough. Returning to the bed, I straddle her, running my index finger over her lips until she opens them. Then I lay the twisted shirt between her teeth, instructing her to hold it there. I don't bother securing it. All we need is something for her to bite down on. We don't want anyone to worry when I make you scream. Her gaze turns heated, smoldering. Holding her thighs wide, I finally allow myself to dive in. Running my tongue between those soft, wet lips, I lap at the silky skin, savoring the first taste. She moans, long and low, bringing her legs up and over my shoulders. Her heels dig into my back as she arches her hips, searching for more friction. I back off every time I get her to the brink, chuckling at her muffled protests. Denying her release is its own brand of torture, and I fucking get off on it.
But now, I need more. That's the thing about addictive personalities. We can always find something to fixate on, and she's my latest fix. Fuck, she tastes so sweet. My tongue swirls in circles, up and down, while she bucks and whimpers and moans, her legs shaking uncontrollably. And when she arches off the bed, muscles tight and body convulsing, I clamp my hands around her hips, pin her to the bed, and devour her. She screams into the t-shirt until she's hoarse. Oh yeah, I'm addicted, all right. She lies there, limp and panting, while I remove the shirt from between her lips. Then I climb up her body and kiss her, long and deep, making her taste herself on my tongue. I'm going to smell her on me for days, and I'll enjoy every damn second of it. Sooner than I'd like, I back away. We have all night, but there's more I'm dying to do. Everly's face is flushed, her hairline damp, but the look in her eyes is hungrier than ever. I need more, she whispers. Read my mind. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Reaching up to her wrists, I test the belt to make sure it isn't too tight. Hands okay? She nods. I'll let her loose soon enough. But for now, good. Before she can blink, I have her folded in half, knees up to her shoulders, putting her in a position where I can enjoy her startled expression when my hand cracks against her ass. Wide eyes and a sharp gasp are my rewards, along with the large pink handprint forming on her skin. When I follow the smack with 5 more, fast and hard, she cries out, rolling her body futilely. If there's a next time, I'll have her pick a safe word. But the way she holds her legs high and wiggles her ass after I've let go tells me she's fine. I give her one last smack for good measure, and she moans. Fucking hell. I'm already thinking 10 steps ahead, running through all the things I'll do when I have her for the 3rd, the 5th, the 20th time. I wonder if I could ever get enough of a woman like her. Unlikely. Are you going to fuck me or what? The sultry tease in her voice interrupts my plans. Oh, you're asking for it. I really am. Well then, I hope she's ready. Opening the buckle of my belt, I release her wrists. A little bondage is fun, but now I need to feel her hands on me. Hold on to the back of your knees, Bee. Keep them pulled up as high as you can. She doesn't need to be told twice. When she's spread open wide, her glistening cunt in full, glorious view, I settle between her thighs, drag my cock through that wetness, and line up. Then I slam home. She cries out, back arching so high it looks painful, and I scoop her body into mine, thrusting several times hard and deep. And after all our foreplay, I'm close to the edge myself. Time to let go. My cock throbs inside her tight heat, and she responds, squeezing her inner muscles, milking me. Time to hold on, I whisper against her cheek. Her arms wrap around my neck. Take me, Isaac, she rasps, and bites down on my earlobe. That's all I need. My control snaps, and I rut into her like a wild animal unleashed, barely aware of the tiny voice in the back of my head warning me not to break her. But despite how she may look, Everly is no delicate flower. Oh my God. Her moans strike a tempo with my pounding. Her legs wrap around my waist as she hangs on for dear life. It's not long before her muscles begin to tighten, to clamp down around me, and her cries edge toward desperation. A high keening vibrates in her throat. Throwing her head back, she bucks into me, muscles clenching and releasing as she implodes. I don't bother covering her mouth this time. I don't fucking care. I'm too close to the edge. So close. Pounding into her faster, I chase it. Harder, she yells. Isaac, harder. I have no fucking problem going harder. She convulses again with another orgasm that practically turns her inside out. Isaac, Isaac, oh my God. Her muscles grip me like a vice, sending me straight off the edge. I don't just fall, I fucking explode. My cock swells and throbs, spilling inside her until my vision blurs. I'm seeing stars, planets, a whole goddamn galaxy. It's not an orgasm, it's a motherfucking catharsis. Her groans mix with mine, sweat forming a slippery sheen over our bodies. With our foreheads pressed together, we come down slowly, panting and shaking, until my muscles can't hold me. She protests, reaches for me when I pull out. But there's one more thing I want before I can rest. Sliding down her body, I bite at her inner thighs until they fall open again, while she laughs and pulls at my hair. Let me see. I spread her wide, watching that tight little hole clench with aftershocks, spilling my release down her skin and onto the sheets. She's fucking flooded with me, dripping. I've never seen anything hotter. Still sensitive, Everly jolts when I dip inside. Gathering the mess on my fingers, I reach up and push them between her lips. She knows what I want. Once she's sucked me clean, I replace them with my tongue, thrusting slowly against hers in an echo of what we just did, what I'm already planning to do again. Laughing with the endorphin high, she flings an arm over her eyes. I'm exhausted. Fine. I collapse onto the mattress next to her, wrapping a hand lightly around her throat. I turn her toward me, claiming her swollen lips one last time. I guess I can allow a quick breather before round 2. 45. The phone buzzes on the bedside table like an angry wasp. I send a glare in its direction, too fascinated by the spiral curl currently wrapped around my finger to care. The languid warmth of Everly's bare skin against mine makes it hard to stay awake, a cocktail of post-sex endorphins still buzzing beneath my skin. When she sighs against my chest, snuggling like she can burrow into me, I allow myself to enjoy it. Just for a few more minutes. Tanner can wait. So can murderous sociopaths and the entire damn world for that matter. Let it all burn down around us. Christ, this isn't like me. She dozes like that for an hour or more, the steady rhythm of her breathing soaking into me until I begin to drift too. But I can't afford to let my guard down. Any minute, the whole world can shift. This is a lesson I've learned the hard way, and I can't afford to get distracted. The stakes are too high. She saves me from waking her by rolling over, balling up under the comforter like a contented cat. The buzzing has gone quiet, my lone contact finally getting the hint, so I jump from the bed and retreat to the shower. Beneath the driving pulse of scalding water, I relive the past several hours. Everly on her knees, her hot mouth enveloping me, her pale skin illuminated by the slivers of moonlight peeking through the blinds as layers of clothing slid off her body. The way she felt, writhing on my lap, like I'm the only man she'll ever dance for again, the only one who matters. The sounds she... What the hell is this? I pull my face from the stream and look down. My cock is in my hand, fully erect despite the multiple orgasms it delivered last night. It pulses at the sound of Everly's voice, oblivious to her tone. Or maybe the potential of her anger is exciting. It's a sadistic fucker sometimes. The shower curtain is ripped open violently, leaving steam to fill the room. With the water still streaming in rivulets over my body, I look at her. My phone is in her hand, the screen lit with a name, Tanner. Should have kept him listed as Dickhead. Damn it, here we go. That's nothing, I say casually, knowing she won't buy it. Wrong number. Okay, great. I'll tell him. With a cold smile, she slides her finger over the screen to answer and taps the speaker symbol. Hello, Tanner. Shit, he says, and hangs up. She plants one hand on her hip, her voice as venomous as her glare. Explain. We're friends. I shrug, pulling a towel off the rack and wrapping it around my waist. Since I'm not entirely sure how this conversation is going to go, there are some parts of my anatomy it would be wise to protect. You're friends, she repeats, her tone flat. Yeah. I've been trying to find Vincent since he escaped the bus Tanner. Tanner passed the information he'd gathered to me. It's not technically a lie, just a little out of order. I grab a second towel and use it to dry the rest of my body. You've been... Her brows bend inward for a second, and when her eyes widen, I know all hell is about to break loose. Oh my God, he was right. Damn it. I'm not ready to deal with this. It's no big deal. Stepping out of the shower and around her, I leave the bathroom. Wait a minute, she follows me, piecing the subtext together as she goes. Tanner's a detective. Yeah. Grabbing my jeans from the back of the chair, I drop the towel and step into them, pulling them over my hips. And you, she stalls at the foot of the bed. You had a personal connection to one of the victims? I freeze in my tracks. Sarah. Her voice softens with the epiphany. You were looking for Sarah. I swallow. You knew all this. All I can do is stare at the faded wallpaper ahead. It's been a year, and I'd all but buried those conversations beneath the ashes of that godforsaken lab. But she's been living with bits and pieces of me, limited to the carefully filtered truths I'd felt were safe to reveal. And that character sketch I built is littered with holes. You were always so evasive. You said you investigated things, but never once told me what you actually did for a living. Since the day I came to her in that club and she unraveled my identity one encounter at a time, the tension between us has been building toward an inevitable, all-consuming detonation. There's been no time to look backward, no inclination to sift through the rubble. To dig up those fragments and glue them together, I'd all but forgotten a piece was still missing. Slowly, I turn toward her. You. She takes a step back. You were undercover? I didn't get myself tossed in that hellhole on purpose, if that's what you're asking. But you're a detective. She nods to herself, slowly, deliberately, as it all fits together. That's how you know Tanner. You work with him. Not anymore, I exhale. Everly. She stops me with a raised finger. Don't. This isn't something you can just blow off. Pinching the space between her brows, she squeezes her eyes shut, letting the revelation wash over her. When she opens them again, they're rimmed with unshed tears. You knew me. I allow the confirmation to show on my face. I'm not going to disrespect her by trying to hide it. Not anymore. My palms slicken with sweat, and I rub them over the denim molded to my thighs. There's nothing left to do but let the storm blow through. The tears loosen, spilling down her cheeks. The moment I gave you my name, you knew exactly who I was. My career, my personal life, what I looked like. That whole time, you were this faceless person while you had a window to everything about me. Fuck. What can I say to that? It's not like I was an expert on the life of Everly Cross when I got locked up in that room, but I can't deny that I knew her. So I swallow the excuses and nod. She lets out a soft huff. Did you investigate my kidnapping? No. Everly? Her eyebrow rises like a judgment. Not like you're thinking. I slow down and proceed carefully. A different precinct oversaw the investigation. I wasn't on your case, but I did know who you were. My gut told me the disappearances, yours, Sarah's, the others, were connected. Lowering to sit at the foot of the bed, I watch her pace in front of me, tense and unpredictable. I followed that instinct, did my research, dug wherever I could find a common thread. Ultimately, all I had were theories. I got shut down, but I pushed back. Then I kept pushing until I went a step too far and got myself kicked off the force. Her hands move to her face, pressing against her temples, as the details sink in further. But you interviewed my husband? I? No. Her voice is hard as granite, cold as frost. Don't even bother denying it. He told me he knew you. I wasn't going to deny it, not exactly. Our meeting had been so brief, I didn't expect him to remember. What does that mean? I went to the precinct where he was called in for a follow-up interview months after you disappeared. He was leaving the building when I pulled him aside. I had a few questions, needed to clarify some things. That was it. A shadow passes over her, softening the stone, but leaving heartbreak in its place. But why did you let me think he was dead? Sit with me. I reach out a hand, afraid she'll crumble to pieces right where she stands. Please. She flinches back. Tell me, Isaac. I didn't know what you thought. Dropping my arm like it's a weight, I lean over, elbows resting on my knees. The truth is flimsy, but it's all I have. It was almost like he didn't exist. We were in our own world in there. You never spoke of him. It had been 2 years since her disappearance. People on the outside didn't cross my mind. Not until Jasper Cross showed up in that basement. Surprise lifts her expression. That's not... It is true, Everly. Think about it. We didn't talk about him. Not once. Visibly sifting through the memories, she shakes her head with disbelief, reliving the grief as she processes my explanation. The only sounds are the intermittent thumps from the room next door, the flow of water through pipes, the evidence of life continuing casually outside our heavy reality. When the realization settles, she lets herself sink onto the bed. There's a space between us, a gaping chasm I'm not invited to cross. I thought he was dead. Her voice is barely above a whisper. Someone told me. She takes a few shaky breaths, collecting herself. I gave up. I'd already grieved him. There's guilt in her admission, like she could have changed the events that transpired if only she'd believed hard enough. I could tell her it wouldn't have changed anything, that even if she'd held on to her love like a burning candle, never letting that flame die, he still would have given up on her. And that would have hurt even worse. But anything I say will only serve to twist the knife, drive her pain deeper, push her further away. I pull my lips between my teeth and say nothing. I just wait. Finally, she turns her body toward me, a wariness clouding the blue. I feel... like... I don't know what I feel. Why are you here, Isaac? Am I a job to you? Part of your mission? In the beginning, I told myself this was all just part of the job. I was here to head off Vincent and make sure she didn't get caught in the crossfire. But the truth is, I thought about her while I hopped from continent to continent, chasing our revenge. In my head, she was a constant companion. I can't deny the sense of possibility I had when Tanner told me she'd divorced Jasper Cross, and the panic when I came across the murdered woman that resembled her. I'm beginning to suspect all those days spent with the stranger on the other side of the wall altered my brain chemistry. She started feeling like mine. Now I can't stay away. So I tell her the truth. You're something else. Entirely. What does that even mean? If you don't want me to walk out this door, you need to give me something I can understand. All I can think is that... She shakes her head, barely keeping herself together enough to get the words out. I don't even know you. That fucking hurts. More than I thought it could. I move closer. You know me. All that time I spent telling her she didn't? Why would she believe me now? I don't. There's a waver in her voice, but she doesn't pull away. Is your name even Isaac? I suppose that's a fair enough question given all the aliases I've told her about. Yes. She hoofs a humorless laugh. Then that's the only thing I know. My teeth grind, drawing her attention to my jaw before it slides down to my throat. I swallow thickly. My name is Isaac Porter, and I was the best goddamn detective the Los Angeles Police Department had. I should have never been born, but I was, and it fucked me up. I used to drink too much, so much it probably would have ended up killing me. My little sister saved me from self-destructing.
When she disappeared, I unraveled. Everly lifts her hand to her mouth like it's the only way to keep the emotions at bay. More tears stream down her cheeks until they gather in the cracks between her fingers. You know me, Bee. You know me better than... My voice catches. Then what? Then anyone alive. The look in her eyes is like a stab to the heart. I want to believe you, but I don't know what to think anymore. It's hardly above a whisper, something I couldn't have heard with a wall between us. There's one more thing. The admission sounds as raw as I feel on the inside. When I met you, I was at my lowest point. I'd spent my whole life building a wall around myself, but somehow you got through it. I take a deep breath and let it all out.
And now, I can't fucking stay away from you. Everly's face crumples, a sob breaks free. That's when I pull her body into mine. All the resistance in her muscles dissolves, and she collapses against me, pouring the emotion into my chest. My breaths are shaky, but I keep calm, so she doesn't have to. I don't know how to do this. I'm not good with women's tears or emotions in general, not even my own. But here we are, sitting on a bed in this motel room where I just unleashed my filthy fantasies on this girl, and she accepted every one of them. Now, I've shown her the final pieces of me I'd been holding back. There's nothing left to do but tuck my face against her hair and let her fall apart. When she's wrung out, she backs up enough to look me in the eye. I don't like feeling lied to this whole time, but I'm going to try to understand. Leaning in, she rests her forehead against mine. With her cheeks streaked with tears and her eyes rimmed red, I've never seen anything so damn beautiful. My phone chimes through with a text. I glance at the bedspread. It lies forgotten where Everly tossed it, a message waiting on the lock screen. Tanner, I have an update. Call me if you aren't dead. You should talk to him. I'll go get cleaned up. Everly leans back, rubbing her index fingers beneath her eyes. Tell Tanner I said hello. The last part is delivered with a smile that promises my friend will eventually be getting more of an earful than hello. I hit the call button, and he answers on the first ring. On a scale of 1-2, I'm in danger of losing a sensitive area of my anatomy. How fucked are you right now? I mean that in a bad way. I'm in one piece. Everly says hi. What's going on? Sure she did. Remind me to wear a cup when I see her next. He switches me to speaker, suddenly sounding farther away, and I do the same. I'm not going to hide this from her anymore. I'm about to send some information over and wanted to give you a heads up. Nothing earth-shattering, but I think I've tracked Vincent to Belgium. No further signs in your area. It's possible he sent that picture to keep you distracted with the girl so he could move. He sent a picture? Of me? Everly emerges from the bathroom, wiping her face with a washcloth. The fresh cloud of fear I see there burns through my veins. This was what I'd been trying to avoid. Oh, hey, Everly. Tanner's voice is tinged with wariness. Don't hate me, okay? Your man's a handful. I'm just trying to keep him safe. Isaac, the time she's ignoring Tanner, needing confirmation from me. Vincent, is he? I'm not letting anything happen to you. Are we in danger now? I've got a handle on it. That's why, holy shit. Oh my God. Her panic is snowballing by the second. Everly, her name comes out sharply. I am not going to let anything happen to you. You can't watch me every minute. When I merely raise an eyebrow, her eyes widen. Oh, you already are. Tanner breaks in, reminding me he's still on the line. I'm going to go. Best of luck there, buddy. I'll check in when I know more. My eye contact with Everly doesn't waver. She needs to know she's safe. Listen to me. I won't be responsible for someone I care about getting hurt ever again. When she moves closer, I wrap an arm around her waist and pull her toward me so she's standing between my thighs. I don't care what it takes. What are you going to do? I'm going to wipe him off the face of the earth. He's as good as dead right now. Her eyes widen. You'll kill him? Yes, I'll fucking kill him. Warmth soaks into my chest before I realize I've picked up her hands and taken them in mine, pressing them against my heart. I'll kill him for you. Fingertips dig into my chest. Her eyes close, and when they open, the blue has gone hard as granite. Good. My lips critch. That's my girl. Lifting her hands to my cheeks, she looks into my eyes. Be careful, okay? I worry about you. Don't worry. This is what I was meant for. I should have done it a long time ago. 46. The following evening crests, and I'm taming a stubborn curl in the mirror when there's a knock at the door. My heart leaps, twists. I swish a dirty blonde ribbon out of my eyes, then swipe my hands down the front of my heather gray hoodie. My nerves are in knots as I wind through the living room and pull open the door. Jasper greets me with his hands on his hips, fidgeting from loafer to loafer. Oh, you're not dressed up. His gaze trails down my casual blue jeans topped with Converse sneakers before sweeping back up. I frown. Why would I be? Jasper is wearing a dress suit and a metallic cerulean tie, the scent of his cologne teasing a promise of something more formal. He clears his throat and smiles. No matter, you still look incredible. The compliment boomerangs through me like a chaotic pinball. I used to live for his compliments, be it a favorable word or a flirtatious look. I'd dab Jasper's favorite perfume at the space just below my ear, a delicate blend of Honeycrisp apple and soft peony. He'd nuzzle his nose against my neck, breathe me in, and I'd laugh because it tickled. I'm not wearing perfume tonight. Thank you, I murmur, unsure how to process our new dynamic. Wavering for a beat, I reach for my purse on the wall hook and shuffle past him. Where are we headed? There's a cute cafe a few miles from here that has great coffee. I made a reservation at Cayo. I blink up at him, moving toward the exit of the complex. Oh, that's fancier than I expected. I heard the sushi is good. I shouldn't be surprised. Jasper scored us reservations at a high-end location. He was always extra like that. Appearances mattered. Still, I don't want him to get the wrong idea about tonight. This is merely a business transaction between ex-spouses, tangled in a web of complicated history, emotional damage, and heart-rending betrayal. Totally casual. I hope you know this isn't a date. I avoid eye contact as I close the door behind me. Regardless of how I left things with Allison, I wouldn't do that to her. I wouldn't do that to Isaac either. Erotic hotel memories spring to mind, dragging me farther away from Jasper. A prickle of guilt teases my heart. What the hell are we? Last night was a fusion of so many things: hot, dirty sex, tender moments, and hard-fought intimacy, big reveals, and confusing goodbyes. For all the things we discussed, putting a label on our complex relationship was not one of the topics. Oddly enough, I kind of like that. Yet, I can't help but low-key feel like shit as I pull ahead of Jasper, as if I'm speeding away from a fire I helped start, only to realize the smoke's still clinging to me. He comes up beside me as a 50-degree wind smacks us in the face. Things with Allison are a bit strained at the moment. My shoes thunk against the pavement as my grip tightens on my handbag. Strained? Mm-hmm. He rubs 2 fingers across his chin. I'd prefer to stay focused tonight. I have some news that might cheer you up. I'm cheery. My tone drips with the opposite of cheer. Never better. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. That's kind of unavoidable, Jasper. Everything about this is uncomfortable. My tone bleeds honesty as we trudge through the parking lot and beeline toward Jasper's silver Porsche coupe. Partial honesty, anyway.
Romantic atmosphere. I refrain from telling him that some of the discomfort lies in the fact that I spent the greater part of last night featured in a multitude of different positions, sweating, moaning, sore, and on the receiving end of multiple orgasms. As we approach the vehicle, a hint of bleach dances underneath my nose. My instincts heighten as an unsettling feeling edges its way through me. I glance around the lot. I'm not sure what I'm expecting to find. The smell is associated with Roger, who met a grisly, horrific death right in front of my eyes. But logic is often eclipsed by memories I wish I could erase. The bleach brings it all rushing back. The stark, metallic tang in the air, the cold dread, the terror twisting in my gut as I watched Roger fall, his insides splashing across my face like insidious rain. I shake my head, forcing myself to focus. The parking lot is empty, and there are no signs of anyone lurking. Isaac promised me I was safe. I trust him. Are you okay? Jasper holds the passenger door open for me, his eyes narrowing through nightfall. Yep, I'm good. I slide into the vehicle and buckle my seatbelt as Jasper closes the door and enters the driver's side. It's a quiet 20-minute drive to the restaurant. Would you like some music? Jasper asks as we idle in traffic. I cross my arms and look out the window. I always needed music in the car. He hasn't forgotten that.
Podcasts and audiobooks were my go-to for cleaning and exercising, but music was reserved for sliding in behind the wheel. There was something about the rhythmic bass that made stoplights and angry drivers fade into background noise. No thanks, I say, realizing I haven't voluntarily listened to music since I've been back. It feels like yet another missing piece of the old Everly. Jasper's car is pristine, as always, not a single speck of dust on the dashboard. It smells like tea tree oil and fresh pine, prompting long-lost memories to coast across my mind. Joyrides to galas and photography shoots, road trips to Nevada, dinner dates, and popcorn fights at the drive-in theater. Another life, a past life. The valet parks the car, and we stroll into the dimly lit restaurant before being led to a two-person booth. Candlelight and soft music have me feeling itchy and underdressed, completely out of place. When I settle into my seat, I readjust the collar of my hoodie and tuck my hair behind my ears. So, I have no idea what to say or why he wants to see me. Cursory conversation feels too shallow, given our circumstances. And anything with sentiment or depth feels like too much. How's your mother doing? I latch on to a common thread that won't strangle me. She's fine, has an office job in Santa Monica. She's allowed to bring her Maltese. Jasper folds a napkin in his lap, then dances his fingertips on the tabletop as he makes a humming sound. Everly, I wanted to discuss something with you. It's about your career. My throat dries. The Gentlemen's Club? It's not that I'm ashamed or embarrassed, I'm just in no mood for an interrogation. My job is going well at the moment. His eyes flash. Not the stripping. When he catches the way I flinch, he exhales through his nose. Allison told me. Your mother brought it up. Everyone is worried about you. Thanks, Mom. Wonderful. I was wondering how you found me. But this isn't about the dancing. It's about modeling, about stepping back into the industry. I reach for my chopsticks, a flimsy excuse to avoid looking directly at him. I appreciate that, but I'm done with modeling. It's not for me. And stripping for men is? He counters, his voice edged with a note I can't quite place. Heat creeps up my neck. The club gives me a sense of control, something I didn't have for a long time. He huffs slightly, leaning back. Modeling can offer the same, with your clothes on, no less. There's no control in modeling. People telling me what to wear, how to pose, how to smile. My defenses spike. If you dragged me here to judge me, I'll save you the dinner bill. Jasper sighs, his shoulders relaxing, like he's softening, but his eyes don't quite match. No, I'm not judging you. I'm just offering a different perspective. A door's been left open for you, and, let's say, respectable. Respectable, I echo, my tone sharp. Trevor Scott, the influencer from Miami, he says. He's been working with Abner on a new clothing line, and they both think you'd be a perfect fit for an upcoming runway show. I can still remember Trevor's business card tucked inside my lace stocking that night, the night they took me. I told you I'm retired. You're hardly past your prime. I'm retired for personal reasons. Please, he shifts forward, eyes locked on mine. Think about it. I can help you start over. We could. I am starting over, I say, my voice hardening. But there is no we. We're divorced. And you have a girlfriend. His face falls, as if the reminder stings. He loosens his tie, his gaze dropping to the table. As I mentioned, things with Allison are strained. Strained because of me? I ask, tilting my head. Let's not rewrite history here. I left so we could move on, and we're all the better for it. He fiddles with his cufflink. Not a single one of us is better for it. We're all destroyed, crawling through the aftermath on our hands and knees. Off my startled look, he shakes his head, his throat rolling. Allie is a mess, reclusive, sad, and unreachable. Tears threaten, stinging the backs of my eyes. My breath snags with empathy. If you think I'm glad to hear that, I'm not, I choke out. It hurts to hear that. I'm not trying to hurt you, baby. His eyes widen a fraction, the nickname falling out unbidden. He bites at his lip, looks away. Sorry. Fuck, I didn't mean. It's fine. I squeeze the chopstick like it's my tether to reality, something to ground me. Baby. I used to love it when he called me that. There was nothing unique about the term of endearment, but it was mine, ours. Now, the nickname crawls through me like splinters under my skin. I crave a different voice and a different name. B. Old habit, Jasper adds, looking mortified. He skims both hands through his slicked back hair. I'm sorry. I'm only trying to... Just then, a waiter approaches, and Jasper takes the lead, ordering for both of us, sushi rolls, edamame, and 2 glasses of wine. I feel strangely like I'm observing the scene from outside, watching the little pleasantries and gestures that once felt so familiar. When the waiter leaves, Jasper clears his throat, taking a sip of his Pinot Noir. Are you sleeping with that guy? What? My pulse races at the shift in topic. That's none of your business. So that's a yes. His expression darkens, his grip tight around the wine glass. He seems unhinged, a loose cannon. I repeat, my relationships are not your concern. I worry about you. Living here alone, stripping for strangers, getting involved with these types. You deserve more. Stability, financial security, and this? He gestures vaguely, as if the life I've built is barely worth acknowledging. Stop. I drop the chopsticks with a loud clink. You don't know me anymore, and you certainly don't know what I deserve. He blinks, rubbing a hand down his chin. Right. His coiffed hair glimmers under the atmospheric light fixture, a contradiction to the muddled look in his eyes. Just consider. Please. Consider what, exactly? Your so-called modeling proposition? Or you? His jaw tightens. I'm not here to meddle in your love life or confuse you. I just think, well, maybe we both gave up on something unfinished. We were finished the moment you started with her. You think this has been easy for me? Watching you walk away after spending 2 years praying to God knows what that you would walk through that front door one day? Signing those goddamn divorce papers? He squints at me, perspiration dotting his upper lip. You just left, without a backward glance, like our marriage wasn't worth salvaging. I gape at him, wondering how his version of this story could be so vastly different from mine. Need I remind you that you let me go before I ever had a chance to walk through that door? He leans forward and jabs a finger at his chest. I grieved you. My throat strangles at his words. Frowning, I stare at him across the table, a deeply buried pain carving out my insides. I shake my head through the barbed wire in my lungs. Not long enough. He goes quiet, the strain dissolving from his posture. Slouching forward, he drops his face in his hands and scrubs a palm over the top of his head. Silence festers. I want to shapeshift out of my skin. Our order arrives moments later, and I dive into the elaborate spread of sushi, hoping the flavors will distract me from the tension simmering between us. When the silence stretches uncomfortably, I finally glance over at him. Do you love her? I ask through a bite. Allison? Jasper looks up, his face momentarily clouded with something that resembles guilt. He drops a sushi roll onto his plate, as if it weighs too much. Yes. I brace myself, expecting the pain to strike like a rusty razor blade, to carve through the numbness and into my heart. But the feeling never comes. I thought his admission would shake me, disrupt my equilibrium, but instead I feel an odd sense of calm. Then what is this? My voice lowers, curiosity mingling with the remnants of our argument. Why are you here? Because I care about you too, he forces out, his tone almost pleading. And I can't help but feel like I gave up on you too soon. You're falling apart, and I feel responsible. I scoff, insulted. I'm not falling apart. I'm rebuilding. He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine, desperation lacing his touch. The life we shared, it was over, I finish for him. His brows furrow as he squeezes my hand. Good, he says softly. It was good. I pull my hand away and plop a napkin on my lap. Look, I have a new life now, and so do you. You just said you love her. Why would I want to come between that? Allison misses you too. You're not a wedge, Everly. You're a missing piece. I swirl my sushi roll in a bowl of soy sauce until it's inedible. I thought this was about modeling. It is, he says, but there's a tremor in his voice, something raw. But it's also more than that. It's about forgiveness, moving forward. My mind races, cluttered with memories of what once was. I consider what moving forward really means, knowing now that Jasper isn't the one who fills my thoughts anymore. Instead, I picture brown eyes and worn jeans, a warmth so different from silk ties and polished facades. I see Isaac, and I can't tell if that's a spark of hope or a death sentence. I set my jaw, steeling myself. What you're feeling is regret over something left undone. But you don't owe it to yourself to fix what no longer exists. You owe it to yourself to fix what you have right now. He searches my face, conflict shimmering in his eyes, a subtle desperation. You don't miss modeling? Missing and wanting are two separate things. I can miss and mourn my past while still craving a different future. When you try to weave those two things together, all you're left with are knots. I soften, reaching for his hand again, but I keep my fingers hovering just above his. I just want to be free, Jasper, I tell him, my voice wavering. Don't you? For a heartbeat, I see a flicker of something in his expression. Guilt, sorrow, regret, doubt. Nobody predicted this. Our situation unfolded like a slow-motion car crash, inevitable and impossible to stop, leaving nothing but shattered glass and broken hearts. The only thing left to do is pick up the pieces. Jasper studies those pieces in a new light until a different look steals his eyes. Acceptance, maybe. He blows out a breath, fiddling with his tie again. Take me out of the equation, then. This isn't about me or Allison. Just consider the modeling proposition. I can get your foot in the door, but I'll assign you a new agent. Plenty would be vying for the opportunity to represent you, he explains, the words falling out quickly. There's a runway show next week. It's big. A last-minute slot opened, and Abner requested you. I really hope you'll consider it. His eyes glimmer with a mix of hope and urgency, and I know this is his way of trying to make amends. He thinks that if he helps me find my way back to modeling, it'll somehow make up for what happened between us. My compliance will be the first step to chipping away his guilt. And without the ghost of our doomed relationship hovering over me, I simmer in the invitation. I see it for what it is, for what it might become. Stirring a sushi roll around the dish, I glance up. When is it? His eyes flare slightly, tinged with relief. Friday. I can help you prepare. I nod. I should consider the positives, the stability, the familiarity, the steady paychecks. I can rebrand myself. I may no longer be Everly Cross, but I'm not gone. I'm still here, still capable of building something new from rubble and old bones. Exhaling a breath, I sip my wine and meet his eyes. I'll think about it. 47. I have both socked feet propped up on the ugly orange ottoman as I stare at my cell phone, a cherry lollipop tucked in my cheek. The television flickers in the background, volume on low, featuring some trending Netflix movie that lost my interest 5 minutes in. Outside, through half-cracked blinds, a car horn blares, and I bite down on the candy. Meow. Mr. Binkers coils into a loose ball on my lap, his fur a soothing balm as I graze my fingers between his ears. November rain lashes against the window pane, streaking down in relentless, slanting sheets. It's the start of the rainy season in San Francisco. Sighing, I peer down at my phone screen again, my eyes fixed on a single name. Isaac added his number to my phone at the hotel 2 nights ago, urging me to call or text him if I ever felt unsafe. He didn't say anything about texting him out of guilt, but the weight of my conscience grew too heavy. and I messaged him shortly after Jasper dropped me off at my apartment, telling him about the business dinner. He left me on read. Now his name shines back at me again, a temptation I can't quite shake. He probably never considered I'd be staring at his name just because I'm tangled up in thoughts of him, brash, unpredictable, and still somehow the one who makes me feel safer than I've felt in ages. I roll the lollipop to the other side of my mouth, my thumb hovering over his contact, before pressing the phone to my chest, hoping to dull the ache that follows his name even when I'm not looking. What do you think, Mr. Binkers? Am I catching feelings? That's an understatement. I've been feeling something for him ever since he called me B and bared his soul through a wall of white, his voice breaking through my hollow chasm like a lifeline. The cat mews contentedly on my lap, his soft fur warming my hand. I stifle a smile. Yeah, I murmur, brushing his ears. This probably won't end well. Leaning back, I open a new message and flick my thumbs over the keypad. Me. Hey. He reads it almost instantly. My pulse kicks up as I wait for a response. Isaac? I frown. Me. I didn't realize a hello needed more context. A few seconds roll by as my molars clamp down around the candy. Isaac. You okay? Me. Yes. Then I add, me. Thinking of you. My heartbeats skitter with anticipation. He's not really a talker, or a sharer, probably, or a texter, probably. We'd never be the type to go on dinner dates or trade cheesy good morning messages. And yet, something about that feels right. Like whatever we'd have would be raw and real, carved out of moments no one else could understand. Perfectly imperfect. His response comes through a minute later. Isaac, am I naked? I pull the candy from my mouth with a popping sound and grin. Me, you tell me. Isaac, easily doable. I watch his bubbles dip and move, but I send a reply before his message comes through. Me, are you busy tonight? I want to cook you dinner. The bubbles stall out, disappearing. Romantic atmosphere. Rainfall sluices against the building, loudening when a gust of wind blows through. I sink deeper into the couch, waiting for a reply, feeling more vulnerable than I thought I would. This could just be sex for him, a familiar body to warm his bed, built on a fragile connection and a complicated history. But something tells me it's more. It's in the way he held me, how my cheek melted against his chest as I dozed in his arms, how he opened up and shared more with me than I ever could have imagined. It's in his promise to protect me, to take our captor's life with his own hands. He swore he'd kill him for me. His bubbles danced to life again. 10 seconds, 50 seconds, 2 minutes. He must be penning a dissertation. And then my phone pings. Isaac K. I blink at the screen. According to every relationship article ever written, that's the universal code for he's just not that into you. But with Isaac, I have no idea. He could show up at my door in 20 minutes for dinner, materialize in my bedroom at 2 a.m. for a quickie, or never speak to me again. Huffing out a breath, I toss the phone beside me as Mr. Binkers hops off my lap and scurries into the kitchen. Regardless of Isaac's intentions, I'm hungry and I'm cooking. I think back to a long ago conversation in our side-by-side rooms when he mentioned he missed how his sister used to make him chicken pot pie, claiming it was the only kind worth eating. The memory softened the edges of his usually guarded tone, and I imagined the warmth he felt just thinking about it. A smile tips my lips as I recall that day. It was a tiny light, a firefly in the dark. Truthfully, I think it was a defining moment for him, for both of us. After discarding the candy and searching through the fridge, I place ingredients on the counter, my feet cool against the worn tile. Just as I grab a box of refrigerated pie crust, a knock sounds at the door. My fingers curl around the box, and I wonder if it could be Isaac or someone else. The Timekeeper is still out there, my mind screams. It would be like him to knock.
But then a voice seeps through the door, settling my nerves. It's me. Blowing out a relieved breath, I pad across the apartment and pull open the door. Isaac hovers in the entryway, his hair wet and matted to his forehead, shoulder wedged against the frame as he drinks me in. I'm not exactly dressed to impress, wearing a form-fitting pink tank top and baggy white sweatpants, my hair braided over one shoulder. His eyes settle on the braid, a flicker of something dark and possessive lighting in his gaze, like he's already imagining his fingers wrapped around it, tugging hard and using it as some kind of kinky noose. Then he flits his attention to the box of pie crust pressed to the space between my breasts. Lucky crust. My mouth ticks up with a smile as I step aside, allowing him entry. "I didn't know if you were coming." "Said I was," he says, sauntering through the threshold and rifling raindrops out of his hair. "Your reply was non-committal." "Was it?" He sniffs, his hands disappearing into the pockets of his damp blue jeans. "Guess I'll spam you with a billion emojis next time." I close the door behind me and turn to face him. We hold each other's gaze for a suspended beat, and a wave of vulnerability washes over me. Isaac stands in my apartment, waiting for me to cook him dinner, and it feels intimate, more so than the bevy of compromising positions we shared 2 nights ago, which seems illogical. Yet with every look, every touch, and every shared moment, the emotional connection between us deepens into something I'm struggling to fully understand. Nervous energy sinks into me, shaking my words. You said you missed chicken pot pie." He frowns a little, glancing down at the box of crust dangling at my side. "You remembered that?" A nod. "Sarah used to make it." The sound of her name has him visibly tensing, his throat rolling. He doesn't respond. "Anyway, I figured we could talk. You know, hang out." Chewing on my lip, I shuffle past him to the closet-sized kitchen. "Maybe with our clothes on." "Don't understand the question." I shoot him a grin as I pull ingredients out of their packaging. "You got here fast," I say. "Did I interrupt your stocking?" "I was in the area." Isaac glances at a kitchen bar stool, almost like taking a seat would somehow solidify the moment, give our dynamic a new weight. A breath passes, and he sits down, pressing his elbows to the island. "How was your date?" Averting my eyes, I shake my head as I reach for a paring knife. "I told you my meeting with Jasper wasn't a date." "Did you wear a dress?" "Nope. Hoodie and jeans." "Was your hair down?" I blink over at him and position a stalk of celery on a cutting board. "Yes, he's already dead." A laugh slips out. "Trust me, I have no interest in rekindling that relationship. It was all business, platonic." He eyes the vegetables as the knife slices down. "So what was the point?" "Closure, I think. And he wants me to get back into modeling." I move to unwrap a stick of butter. "I'm considering it." Isaac steeples his hands under his chin, watching me flit around the kitchen. "Why?" "I don't know. Some parts of the industry felt suffocating and empty, people barking orders, the rehearsed poses and smiles. But there were times when it felt like I was part of something bigger, like I wasn't invisible. People saw me, you know?" His brows knit together. "And that's enough to make you want to go back?" "Not exactly," I admit, pressing forward on the island. "It's more like I don't want to spend the rest of my life wondering what might have happened if I just pursued it longer. What if I could have made it on my own terms?" I shrug, glancing away. "There's a big runway show on Friday. Jasper pulled some strings to get me on that stage. I think I want to give it a shot. Then I can decide if it's the right avenue for me." A darker look steals his expression. "You want to take a road trip down memory lane with your ex?" Frowning, I shake my head. "No, it's not like that. He's not representing me professionally. And personally, it's over between us. He's with Allison, and My words cut short. I blink at him, clear my throat. The show is local. It'll only be for the day. And maybe I just want to prove to myself that I'm not running anymore." "What about bugs?" "Bugs?" My nose wrinkles. "Yeah, the Everly I know is a scientist. She dreams of discovering new species of beetles and butterflies, not rising fashion trends." I pause, simmering in the statement. That is what I want, but it feels like a distant memory, overshadowed by the helplessness I experienced in captivity. In that cruel, dark place, smothered by despair, I yearned for the freedom to explore, to make discoveries that mattered. I wanted to help people, to bring light to the world in any way I could. Now, as I stand here, the weight of my fallen dreams feels heavier than ever. Just another sad reminder of who I used to be. I do want that, I say, steadying my breath as I go back to chopping vegetables. I want to help people, change lives. But it goes beyond entomology. I want to be a voice for those who can't speak for themselves. I'm just not sure if it's too late for that. I realize I'm looking for guidance from a person who is just as lost as I am. But Isaac seems to soften. He studies me across the island as he slowly slips out of his drenched leather coat, layering it over an adjacent stool. You're young. It's never too late. My lips twitch, and I continue my task. I've considered psychology. You do love to talk. Another bitten back grin. That's the thing, though. I spent 2 years acting as some kind of makeshift therapist, trying to help those people who never stood a chance, talking them through their fears, listening to their regrets, trying to give them something to hold on to in a place where there was no hope. I falter, slicing through a carrot, feeling the tight grip of those memories and the icy chill of the ghosts left behind. I couldn't save any of them, not one.
Isaac's gaze is uncharacteristically steady, almost gentle. Maybe it's not about talking or listening, but finding answers. I pause mid-chop, absorbing his words. Finding answers? Forensics. He leans against the counter, watching me closely. Think about it. You're curious, observant, always digging deeper. You'd still be helping people with no voice, just in a different way. You'd be helping the ones they leave behind. The idea settles in my chest, surprisingly natural, as though it's been waiting for this moment to emerge. Not just studying, but uncovering the truth, finding justice. I think of all the victims who came and went, their stories left unfinished. I imagine the mothers, daughters, husbands, all waiting for their loved one to come home. My eyes glaze over, prickling with tears, a quiet resolve blossoming inside me. Forensics. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Someday. I nod, exhaling a breath as I set the knife down on the counter. But before I can reply, Isaac stands from the stool, winding around the small island until he reaches me, his hands curling around my waist and tugging me to him. Deflating, I peer up at him, my body responding to the heat in his eyes, the intensity of his grasp. Dinner first, I murmur, my fingers crawling up his chest and bracketing his shoulders. I have a different menu in mind. He bends, brushing his lips along my ear. Thinking of you in a forensic lab, wearing a little lab coat, all this hair pulled back, fucking sexy. There would be corpses. He hauls me up by the thighs, coiling my legs around his hips. At least they won't interrupt. Romantic. I kiss him, biting down on his bottom lip until he groans. I'll bring the scalpel. You bring the flowers. Thought it was cigarettes and bubble tea. He smirks through another kiss. Isaac carries me to the bedroom, tossing me onto the unmade bed. The mattress bounces beneath my weight as his body covers mine, and I arch up, drawing our faces together. It's the usual frenzy of clothes tearing, hair being pulled, stretched limbs, nails, teeth, moans. My knees are shoved back, folding me in half as he cages me in with both hands and slams inside. I bow, bend, break into pieces. It begins with urgency, hard thrusts, and eager cries. I half expect him to rip off a pillowcase and tie my wrists to the bedposts, spinning me inside out, upside down, until I'm seeing double and begging for mercy. But instead, he wraps my legs around his middle and lowers himself on top of me, our chests flush together. He cups my cheek, his touch tender. I find his eyes. We hold. A new feeling churns between us, his movements slowing. There's a crease between his brows, a sentiment I can't pinpoint. My breath hitches on a whimper. I lift my hands, sifting my fingers through his mess of slow-drying hair, but I don't squeeze, don't pull. I savor. Soft hair, soft eyes. Intimacy coils around us, and I feel everything, more than his body pressed to mine, slick and hard, more than the dark intensity we're used to chasing. It's something that reaches under my skin and wraps itself around my ribs, clawing through the damaged chambers of my heart and stretching tight. His eyes glimmer with an affection I rarely see, like he's holding something fragile in his hands and doesn't know if he's allowed to keep it, doesn't know if he knows how. Isaac moves slower, deeper, and it feels like an unspoken promise neither of us knows how to voice. My pulse thrums with the rhythm he's setting, a measured pace that leaves room to breathe, to feel. I pull his forehead to mine, closing my eyes, letting myself sink into this unexpected shift. It's like we're peeling away all the layers of armor and debris we've wrapped around ourselves, each kiss a muted confession. The brush of his hand down my jaw tells me something that words never could. And when the orgasm crests, brimming to a peak, I grip the nape of his neck and bury his face into the curve of my throat as I cry out. Isaac ruts into me harder, pace quickening until he finds his release, spilling into me with a low groan. Our bodies settle, drained and spent. A smile tugs at my lips, a warm honey feeling journeying through me as I curl a piece of his hair around my finger. I wait for him to drag me into his arms, to extend the moment and draw out the quiet intimacy that still hovers. But he moves away, putting distance between us. The warmth fades, replaced by a familiar chill. His gaze is somewhere far away, his jaw tight, face unreadable. I wait, my fingers still tracing the edge of his hair, hoping he'll turn back, say something, anything, to break the thickening silence. But he doesn't. His expression hardens, his guard sliding back into place, and I feel him retreat even though he's right beside me. "Hey," I murmur, inching closer. "Talk to me." He blinks up at the ceiling before lifting off the bed and searching for his clothes. "You still cooking?" I swallow. "Isaac? Or we could go for round 2. I've got handcuffs in my car." Sitting up, I drag the bed sheets up my body and watch as he steps into his jeans and yanks them over his hips. I rub my lips together, thinking back to one of our past conversations, when he confided in me about his family, his awful upbringing. Chicken pot pie. Isaac never had anyone. He had no safety net, no support system. He was always in survival mode, fighting alone. Even now, I see it in his eyes, the walls he's built to keep the world out, to keep everything good and pure at arm's length. All he had was Sarah, and she was taken from him, ripped away like a limb torn from his body, leaving nothing but phantom pain behind. No matter how much time has passed, the loss feels raw, as if a part of him had been violently severed and never healed. Every day is a reminder of what he couldn't save, of what he couldn't protect. "I have something for you," I say, my voice low, barely cutting through the tension. He pauses, his hand stilling on the button of his jeans. His gaze shifts to me, wary, as though he's already bracing for what I might say. I inhale sharply, nerves sparking to life, then reach over to the nightstand drawer, pulling out a swirly blue teardrop that's been with me since my darkest days. The guitar pick is feather-light inside my hand, its surface scuffed from years of use. I've held on to it all this time, a relic from captivity, a tiny, stubborn remnant of hope. For both of us. The room is dim, as rain continues to beat against the window. I slowly unclench my hand, revealing the small treasure nestled in my palm. His gaze locks onto it, his eyes widening slightly as he registers what I'm holding. A mix of emotion washes over him, recognition, disbelief, a flicker of something deeper that seems to carve new lines across his face. For a moment, he's stripped bare, the full weight of memories settling between us like a heavy fog. He takes a step forward. My breath suspends in the back of my throat as I wait. Watch. The pick shakes in my palm. I can't read him, can't find the words. Isaac hesitates at the side of the bed, staring at my outstretched hand, his fingers splaying, then curling. He sinks down next to me, like his legs won't hold him.
Our shoulders graze, and I feel his muscles drawn tight as he leans forward, elbows to thighs. Vision blurring through the sting of tears, I reach over, gently placing the pick in his hand and loosening my grip until it's transported safely to his. His gaze locks onto it, every breath heavy and labored before he seals it in a closed palm and holds his fist to his mouth. He doesn't ask why I still have it or how I managed to bring it with me. I don't think it matters. I study him, unsure how to carry him through the moment. It's big, bigger than I imagined. My eyes scan his profile, and I swear I see a glint of tears. The image is a lasso around my heart, an ambush, a tight snare. I can almost picture Sarah as he described her. Dark hair, braided into pigtails, crystalline eyes, and a smile that changed people.
Romantic atmosphere. I feel the warm, golden halo wrapped around her, glowing with music. Her favorite song plays in the back of my mind, a ghostly melody laced with heartbreak and love. Wild horses. A tear slips down my cheek, my heart splintering. There's nothing to say, but maybe words aren't needed. We clung to them for those bleak months, hollow echoes through walls we couldn't cross. But now there's more. I can offer more, so much more than a whisper in the dark or a hand pressed to a cold, unyielding barrier. Leaning forward, I wrap my arms around his bicep and rest my temple against his shoulder. That's how we sit for a long time, me curled around his broken pieces, holding them together. Seconds stretch into minutes. I don't count them. Then Isaac straightens beside me, inhaling deeply as he whispers, "She'd appreciate you taking care of it for her." My eyes close, more tears falling loose. I nod softly, squeezing him tighter. His hand lifts, a warm palm cradling the back of my head as he threads his fingers through my hair, gently, like a silent thank you. He presses a kiss to the side of my head. And this moment, this frozen-in-time second, is all I need to carry me forward. Every second I counted alone on the other side of that wall, desperate to see him, begging for something to hold on to, aching for just one more, all perish under the weight of this one. A quiet space to grieve, to remember, to rebuild what was lost. We eat chicken pot pie side by side on my lumpy couch, listening to the steady drum of rain splashing against the window. Hours later, he leads me to the bedroom, where we lose ourselves again, clothes slipping away, skin warming skin, kisses lingering. I fall asleep nestled into the curve of his arm, my hand splayed over his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. When I wake the next morning, Isaac is gone, but he left something behind. Sitting beside me on the nightstand is a full glass of cranberry juice. 48. The voice on the GPS announces my upcoming destination. At the same time, a text pings through on my phone. Now that I have more than one contact, it's harder to know what to prioritize. The minute I'm stationary, I'm going to change Everly's tone to something sexy. Just as I'm navigating around a tight curve, a pair of high beams hits me full in the face. I lay on the horn, barely avoiding sliding into the ravine, while the oncoming car swerves into its own lane just in the nick of time. Adrenaline hits my bloodstream, kicking my heart rate into high gear. I really hope this asshole shows his face, I mumble to myself. White-knuckled, I turn into the parking lot of a seedy motel, where a man we connected to Vincent was last seen. If I wasn't already in a bad fucking mood, now I'm really feeling the need to beat someone into the ground. We scored a tip that led me to this dive a little over an hour south of San Francisco, with good reason to believe my target is directly correlated to the lab where we were kept a year ago. Since I've made it my personal mission to take every last one of them out myself, I had to check it out. Hopefully, he'll have some information on the man I'm really looking for, because I'm prepared to extract it by any means necessary. Leaving the city has me on edge, but things have been quiet since I arrived. I upped my personal surveillance around Everly, convinced a retired officer I know from the precinct to watch her, and ignored the little voice telling me everything was going to go to shit the second I left. I park in an area of the lot that gives me a good view of anyone coming or going and turn off the engine. Judging by the people milling around outside, this place is clearly a hub for an interesting crowd. Several working women loiter near open doors while transients stagger through the parking lot. And there's definitely a drug deal going down a few yards away. They're not even attempting to be subtle. The local precinct has obviously given up on this place. A few people gave me the side eye as I pulled in, but it's nothing concerning. I've always had the ability to blend in anywhere I go. Once I've gotten settled, I retrieve my phone, pleased to see Everly's name on the lock screen. I wonder what it would take to convince her to send me a dirty picture. Though her text is innocuous, I'm distracted enough that I barely process the person approaching my vehicle before there's a knock on the window. Get it the fuck together, Porter. Hey, sweetie, you looking for some company? A scrawny woman wearing a cocktail dress better suited for a teenager headed to homecoming in 1991 stands on the other side. Shaking my head, I wave her away and turn back to the missed message. B. Checking in. Did you get there safely? Me. I'm here. B. Good. I took a sleeping pill, so I'm fading fast. Me. Look for me in your dreams. I'll be the one with the massive cock. She sends an eggplant emoji followed by a pink heart, and a ridiculous grin spreads across my face. Fuck, when did I get so damn sappy? You know when. Me. Night. I back out of her text thread and switch to Garrison, the guy I've reluctantly tasked to keep an eye on her while I'm here. Though I don't really trust many people other than Tanner, I've worked with him before. He's a decent person and has been instructed to act as backup while keeping his distance. Also, I'm paying him well, and he's too familiar with my temper to risk fucking around. Of course, I still have the camera trained on her doorway, my tracking app connected to her phone, and she knows to check in with me often. But even with all those safety measures, my gut has turned into a pit of paranoia. Garrison messages that all is well, and I send Tanner a text to keep him updated. Just as I'm ready to toss my phone to the side and settle in for a potentially long night waiting outside this shithole, I catch a notification I missed. It's another message from Everly, sent 10 minutes ago. I'd lost track of time. B. If I'm quiet tomorrow, don't worry. I've decided to do the modeling show I told you about. I think it will be good for me. Maybe I'll never do one again, but at least I won't wonder what would happen if I had. I'll check in whenever I can. Hopefully you'll be back tomorrow night, and I'll see you soon. Wait, what in the fuck? I read the text over, biting down on my tongue until a coppery tang registers. I wasn't thrilled about being out of town as it is, but I'm only an hour away, and Garrison is watching. There's a growing pressure just over my eyebrows. My thumbs itch to type 100 thoughts at once, but I finally settle on one. Me. I didn't think you were doing that show. She wasn't, was she? When she mentioned that gig, I wasn't thrilled over the thought of her getting back into a world where her ex-husband still exists. But it hadn't sounded all that seriously, so when the subject was dropped, I forgot about it. I just assumed I wouldn't have left town if I'd known. After a minute of staring at my phone, there's still no response. I keep staring for 5 more minutes, then 10. Has she already gone to sleep? Am I making a big deal about nothing? No, this is a big public thing. She's more vulnerable there. I would have doubled up on security. I would have. The pressure builds. My teeth grind. I jab my fingers on the digital keys. Me. We needed to discuss this first. I wait 2 more seconds, listening to the pulse pounding in my ears. Then, me. I don't want you going. My chest is tight.
She needs to respond, goddammit. After 5 more minutes, I start calling. There's no answer, but that's not surprising. The sleeping pills her therapist has her taking do a good job of knocking her out. She told me it's the only way she's been able to sleep alone since she's been free. I should be there with her, making sure she knows she's safe. She doesn't need to dope herself up when I'm lying there next to her. She knows I'll kill any motherfucker that thinks of touching her. Fuck, why did I think it was okay to leave? I should never have left.
If I squeeze the phone much harder, I'm going to crack the screen. I've lost track of the world outside of this car. I check the tracker to make sure it still shows her at home, even though I'm positive she is. I'm so pissed, I can barely see straight. She can't go, not while I'm out of town. She knows I'm trying to protect her. She fucking knows. I jam my finger on the call button again, knowing it won't do any good. Then I send a text I know is pointless. Me, answer your goddamn phone, Everly. Maybe I should go back. There was no mention of what time she was leaving or the venue, only that it was local, which means I should be able to hang out here and keep an eye out for my target a while longer. See if this douchebag shows up. An hour goes by before I stop obsessively checking my messages. I spend the rest of the time trying to talk myself off a ledge while keeping one eye on the hotel room. The parking lot stays quiet for the rest of the night, which is probably for the best since there's a war going on inside my head. 100 voices scream for attention. What are you waiting for? March your ass over there and tell her she's absolutely not going. But it's local and public. Garrison can follow. She'll be fine. Look, dumbass, she didn't include you in the decision for a reason. She doesn't give a shit what you think. Take a hint. Calm the fuck down. It's not that big of a deal. She's definitely going to die the second she leaves the apartment. Maybe you're being too controlling. She'll probably appreciate being given a little trust. Yeah, that last voice is a fucking pussy. Ignore. By the time the sun has risen, I've sent Garrison a message to drive down here and take my place. There's still no sign of the guy I'm waiting for, and I can't sit here all day and wonder what's happening with Everly. Just before I get on the highway to head north, I send her a message. Me, see you soon. It's still early when I set foot on the cracked pavement outside Everly's complex. Thanks to my tracking app, I'm confident she hasn't gone anywhere, but there's nothing but fucking crickets in our text thread. I inhale slowly, filling my lungs with early morning fog laced with a tinge of exhaust. I'm sleep-deprived, irritated, and judging by the looks I got when I ran into a mini-mart for coffee, I look every bit as shitty as I feel. God help the next person who... Meow. Several parking spots away, the cat that's adopted my girl is rubbing against the back tire of a silver Porsche. Hey, cat. He blinks at me like I'm an idiot. You happen to see B this morning? She's not answering me. Ignoring me, he aims his furry balls at the wheel, his tail high, and wets it with a spray of urine. Oof, wouldn't want to be the owner of that car. Wait, when I get a better look at the driver, I have an overwhelming urge to give the cat a high five. Jasper Cross sits with a phone in one hand and a cup of overpriced coffee in the other, oblivious to the feline christening his 6-figure penis extension. Fantastic. I stride over to the vehicle and look down. I owe you one, kitty cat. This animal is getting a free supply of tuna for the rest of his 9 lives. After giving the tire a sniff of approval, he takes off, pausing to look over his shoulder at me before disappearing into the bushes. Standing next to the driver's side window, I wait a full minute while Jasper's attention darts between his phone, the door of the complex, and a few nearby cars, completely ignorant of my presence inches away. I could easily break this douchebag in half. It's tempting. What Everly saw in this slicked-back pussy, I'll never understand. She's way out of his league. Then again, she's way out of mine, too. Furthermore, how in the hell did he move on after she went missing? Even if he truly believed she was dead, it's no excuse. I would have turned the world inside out to find her. Jasper rubs his jaw and looks at the time, his agitation evident. I suppose a polite person would tap on the window to get his attention, but thunk. I slam the heel of my hand to the glass, and he jumps so high, his head hits the ceiling.
His attention whips my way, a dozen expressions passing over his face in the space of a second. He's probably pissing himself. And if he isn't, he should be. After another glance around, likely searching for someone to step in and protect him, the window finally slides down. Something you need, detective? Yeah, I need you to turn this car around and drive the fuck back to Los Angeles. Sorry to disappoint, but we've got a runway show to attend. I catch the way his fingers twitch around his phone. False bravado, definitely pissing himself. I lean an elbow on the roof of his car and look straight down at him. A layer of product glistens in his hair. She's not going with you. Try telling her that. He scoffs. See how far it gets you. Don't worry, When his eyes shift to the left of the parking lot, I follow, my gaze snagging on movement at the front door. Everly steps out, her hair piled on her head in a messy bun. A tightness compresses my ribcage. Every time I see her, it's like being struck with a revelation. I can always find something new to obsess over. Currently, it's the way she wets her lips with the tip of her tongue as she rifles through an oversized purse, barely looking up enough to make sure she doesn't trip over anything. Damn, she's adorable. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I take a couple steps in her direction, barely processing the sound of the car door opening behind me. When she's nearly on top of me, she looks up, stops short. Hey. Crossing the distance between us, I wrap my hands around her biceps and lean down to press my lips to the top of her hair. I'm still pissed off, and I hate her ex-husband with a burning fucking passion. But something about seeing her now, wide-eyed and speechless at my appearance, deflates me a little. I can't keep myself from touching her. I need it too much. I'm not sure when this happened or what this even is, but here I am. Isaac, what are you... Her gaze flits between me and Jasper, who has magically become brave enough to leave his car now that Everly is here as a buffer. You can text from the car, Ev, but we need to go. She's visibly flustered, from Jasper and me being in such close proximity, or from my string of unanswered texts last night. I don't know. I'm so sorry. Her warmth soaks into my chest as she lays her hand there, addressing the man behind me. I took a sleeping pill later than I should have and didn't wake up until a few minutes ago. She looks into my eyes, wary and apologetic. I didn't know you were coming back already. I haven't even had time to check my phone. I'll message you from the car, okay? Jasper taps on the car. Lifting on her toes, she gives me a quick peck on the lips. I'm so glad you're back safe. I'll head home right after the event and we can... She's backing away as she speaks, but as she turns, I grab hold of her wrist. You aren't leaving. She recoils, caught off guard. What? Everly. Jasper's voice rises with a tinge of distress. If he thinks he's taking her away from me, I shake my head. Please, you can't go. This is when I should tell her that I'm only trying to ensure her safety and can't do that at an impromptu modeling show I have no details about. That thinking about anything happening to her makes me want to burn down the world. But my defenses overpower my emotions, and I say, you should have checked with me first. Her eyes narrow. And you would have said, no. Her eyebrows arch. She shakes out of my grip. Jasper huffs a laugh. Well, now you've done it. I'm losing control here. It's crumbling right in front of me, but I keep making it worse. And I'm about to take it to the next level by pummeling this jackass into the ground. It's in your best interest to shut the fuck up, I growl through my teeth, pitching my voice low. Fine. He throws his hands in the air in resignation.
If you think throwing this barbarian attitude around is going to win her over, then by all means. Listen, asshole, I'm not exactly sure what your motivations are here, but your life with her is history. It's time to let her go. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Everly back away, but Jasper stands his ground. Everly has a mind of her own. She's not into the bossy type. Oh, I beg to differ, I smirk. Then I turn toward the woman I'm apparently losing my damn mind over. Should we tell him how much you love it when I order you to get on your knees? The things you'll gladly do when my Isaac? Her eyes flare as a pink tinge creeps into her cheeks. Please, don't leave with him, Bea. She gapes at me for a minute, her head shaking with disbelief. No, you don't get to make decisions for me, especially not like this. Then, with her eyes glossy and her expression hard as stone, she yanks on the handle and opens the door. I can't do this with you right now. We'll talk when I get back. Sliding into the car, she pulls the door closed, yanks at the seatbelt with all the frustration she wants to take out on me, and stares straight ahead. Everly, come on, buddy. Halfway into the driver's seat, Jasper pauses to look at me over the roof of the car. Don't be a sore loser. She made her choice. I meet his eyes with a glare that could shoot daggers. This motherfucker. She's not choosing this dickhead over me. I refuse to believe that's what's happening. Again, I just presented my case wrong, triggered her rebellious side. This slimy douchebag isn't my competition. It's not fucking possible. She isn't choosing you, I seethe, my attention fixed on the woman in the passenger seat, willing her to look at me, to change her mind and get out of the damn car, to see me. My lungs are full of shrapnel. My chest constricts with the forceful memory of something I didn't know I was still holding on to. I swallow the desperate words before they can leave me. Come on, Everly, don't choose him. Not again. Looks like she just did. He dares to look me in the face, his expression full of challenge, and lowers his chin. And you know what the kids say? With a fading smile and a peculiar look in his eyes, he delivers the words that clinch his fate. No backsies. He's a dead man. The car zips away, and I'm left standing in the parking lot, wondering how badly I just fucked up. 30 minutes later, I pace the floor of my room. With every second that goes by, I'm becoming more enraged. As it is, I'm going to owe the hotel for punching a hole in the wall, my knuckles are raw, and the gaping hole in my chest cavity feels no better. Everly was my light at the end of a long, dark tunnel, and I don't know how it all went so wrong, so fast, but I sure as fuck know who to blame. Your own bad temper, you idiot. Still, that does nothing to absolve Jasper Cross. Every second of that encounter is on replay in my head. Everly's face when I chose the wrong thing to say, repeatedly. How her anger was mixed with something that looked almost like heartbreak. Fuck. My fist hits the wall again. I'm surprised no one has knocked on my door to see what's going on. I need to get out of here before I make things worse. Go somewhere far away from people before I take my wrath out on someone who doesn't deserve it. Without bothering to change my clothes, I shove my phone into the pocket of my jeans, lock the door to my already trashed room, and jog around the building to the trail out back. The morning chill sears my lungs as I hit a punishing pace. The steady rhythm of my feet pounding the ground fills my ears. My breath saws in harsh bursts of exertion, leaving visible puffs hanging in the cool morning air. Since she's already pissed, I may as well have thrown caution to the wind and flattened her ex-husband before he took her away. Everly made him sound like some mild-mannered lump of coal, but today he showed me a different side. The verbal jabs, rubbing salt in the wound, taunting me from the safety of the other side of his overpriced car. He wanted to remind me that he'd won, just like he won the moment Everly said his name in that basement. He wanted me to remember, needed me. My pace begins to slow. It's all catching up to me. Pieces of the puzzle I was too angry to analyze. I let my emotions cover the hidden subtext like a fog, but it's there if you look for it. Something off, out of character, like that phrase he used just before they drove away. My heartbeats and breathing sync. Thump, thump, thump. I'm at the end of the trail, standing at the edge of a grassy landing overlooking the bay. The fog begins to clear, and I see it. No backsies. Shit. 49. Movement flies by outside the window as I sit silently in the passenger seat of Jasper's car, questioning my choices. Did I screw up? Isaac has been trying to keep me safe, but I never questioned my safety by doing this event. It's high profile, public, surrounded by cameras and security, not to mention I was taken from my own home. A crowded social function feels like the last place anything could go wrong. But I know things between us have been shifting, becoming more serious, more real. Our dynamic is taking on new life.
So I can't help but wonder if I just messed it all up by driving with my ex-husband to a runway show I'm not even sure I want to be in. Shit. He was pissed, far more than I anticipated. And as my head clears with every passing mile, I can't say I blame him entirely. If only I had more time to explain, to calm him down. My stomach twists with regret as I fiddle with the zipper on my jacket, stealing a quick glance at Jasper. He white-knuckles the steering wheel with both hands, looking tenser than a coiled spring. The sky is clear for now, the sun shining, but it feels like there's a thundercloud waiting to burst in the driver's seat. Sorry about all that. I clear my throat, crossing my arms. That was awkward. Jasper mutters. Isaac is a good guy, but his people skills aren't the best. I kind of blindsided him with this and didn't give him any time to process. God, I really did handle it all wrong. When the dust settles and I head back, I'll be spending the better part of the week groveling, on my knees, naked and tied up, probably gagged. Can't blame him for being protective, Jasper adds, his jaw ticking as he peers down at the Bluetooth screen. Music? My instinct is to say no, but I need the distraction. Anything to fill the guilt-ridden void. Sure. He flips a dial and the volume cranks. A song filters through, Six Underground by Sneaker Pimps. I wasn't even born when the song came out, but it's Allison's favorite. She was obsessed with the movie Can't Hardly Wait, and we watched it together countless times during giggle-infused sleepovers in high school. Wow, I breathe out, my attention ping-ponging between the speaker and Jasper as the last 10 minutes fall secondary to a different life. Last time I heard this song, you and I were on a double date with Allison and Eric. Allison was trying to sing the lyrics all sultry, but she sounded like a dude, and Eric pretended he didn't know her. I can't help but laugh. Out of all the songs to play, the recollection tastes exactly like the Sour Patch Kids we'd often inhale until our bellies ached, sweet and sour. I wonder if Jasper is being intentional, making me think of her right now. But he doesn't say anything. He just stares at me for a breath before returning his attention to the road, his hairline dotted with a glistening of sweat. Nostalgia creeps across my heart as the song continues to spin, melodies into memories. I'm compelled to act on the feeling, and I think that was the point. Retrieving my phone from my handbag, I pull up her number and don't give myself time to think. I've done enough thinking for one lifetime. Me. Hi. I miss you too. My pulse quickens with anticipation as I wait for the message to show as read. Minutes drag by, one song blending into the next, but nearly 10 minutes pass and she still hasn't opened it. With a sigh, I turn the phone face down in my lap and bob my knees. Jasper hasn't said a word. Isaac really got under his skin. So what happened to the model who dropped out? It's unusual for a spot to open up last minute. He swallows. Heard she was in the hospital, surgery of some kind. That's unfortunate, I reply. Do you really think I'm cut out for this? I haven't walked a runway in years. I can't imagine I'll be the graceful vision they're expecting, or if I'll even hit all my marks. His throat works again as he flicks a look in my direction. You were born for this, Everly. Guarantee you'll blow Abner away. I allow the sentiment to settle, sending him a nod. I do appreciate you going out on a limb for me. I'm not sure yet if this is something I'll want to pursue long term, but it'll be nice to feel relevant again. Gathering my hair over one shoulder, I play with the spiraled ends. I know this is a big deal. You didn't have to bring me in. I wanted to. It was the least I could do after... He pauses, panning his gaze to the rearview mirror. It was the least I could do. I pin my lip between my teeth, forcing back the after. A new song begins, another one of Allison's favorites. We sit in silence, blowing past cars on the expressway before Jasper turns to me. He loosens his collar, fidgeting. Is it serious? I blink over at him. Serious? With Isaac? Oh, Isaac's face skates across my mind, a warm balm to my senses. I imagine his smirks, his dry sarcasm, his firm hands holding me like a prize. The rare, tender moments that feel a million times more priceless because they're with him. A smile blooms. Yes, I think it's serious.
I brace myself for Jasper's huff of disgusted scowl or a word of warning. But it never comes. Good, he says, swiping a hand down his thigh. He seems intelligent, sharp. He's a detective, after all. A glance. Hopefully, he's someone who will keep you safe. My chest grows heavy. I wasn't expecting his support, not after what transpired back there. Thank you. You deserve to be happy. I look at him, a little stunned, but he's already turned his gaze to the road, jaw set. So do you, I murmur, wringing my hands together. And I hope you realize you don't owe me anything, Jasper. It's been over a year, and I think we're both in a better place now. He nods, tapping his fingers on the wheel. Mom's been urging me to forgive and forget, I continue. It's hard. It's hard letting go of something you thought you were coming back to, only to have it ripped away so suddenly. It was like a different kind of abduction. My throat stings, needles and thorns. I could have handled it better, and I'm sorry it's taken me so long to say that. When we get back, I want to talk to Allison, try to make things right again. Jasper rubs a hand over his chin. Yeah, he says. Hopefully, we all make it out unscathed. Moisture puddles in my eyes, and I let out a shaky exhale. I think of Isaac, of his loss. Sarah. He'd do anything to get her back, and here I am, pushing away someone I love. Life is too short for that. Time is fleeting, and regret has a way of carving out a place in your soul, filling it with missteps you can never take back. Seconds tick by as memories resurface. All the moments I've spent wishing things could be different, that I'd made better choices, that I'd been stronger. A waste. A slap in the face to everything I've gained and grown from. I stare out the window and whisper back. It's never too late to start over. Backstage, the air hums with chaotic energy, voices shouting over each other, makeup brushes sweeping over razor-cut cheekbones, and the constant snap of fabric as stylists tug dresses into place. The show is taking place at a yacht club off the bay, with a glorious view of the Golden Gate Bridge. I can almost taste the salt air from outside as I weave my way through the crowded room, dodging a rolling rack of sequined gowns and nearly tripping over a box of heels. Everywhere I look, models in varying stages of prep are being worked on, hair teased and pinned, their skin glimmering under harsh fluorescence and ring lights. I find a quiet corner near a vanity stacked with cosmetic palettes and gloss tubes and take a steadying breath. There's a cloying sweetness in the air, fused with hairspray and perfume, and it sticks in my throat, making it hard to swallow through the knot of nerves. The theme for the night is seasons. Models move like clockwork, all set to wear outfits that align with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We're showcasing winter first, my gown an avant-garde take on the theme. Bold and futuristic, the fabric is a metallic silver that shifts in hue as it moves, like the sky caught between twilight and dawn. Remember, it's going to be raining on the runway for spring, an assistant announces, reminding us of the program. Double up on that setting spray. Before I turn away, a makeup artist materializes with a brush poised like a weapon. Sit, she commands, and then I'm pressed into the makeup chair. She tilts my chin up, smearing a foundation sponge across my jawline. You're good. Satisfied, the woman releases me. A pang of anxiety flares in my chest as I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Bulb lights rim the glass, illuminating the snowflake gems glittering in the outer corners of my eyes. I look like someone else, someone I used to know. The model who walked these runways without a second thought, who knew the exact angle of her body and how to glide without hesitation. But the person staring back at me now is wildly different. I'm not sure if I miss her or not. You're on in 2 minutes, someone shouts, and I feel a hand on my shoulder, guiding me toward the hairline curtain that separates us from the buzzing crowd. My ankles wobble in my silver heels that stretch for days. I close my eyes and imagine what Queenie would say to me right now. Probably something sarcastic. Try not to fall on your face, angel baby, or at least do it gracefully. My cue arrives. I take a deep breath and step forward, the bright lights swallowing me as I glide onto the runway. The overheads gleam like stars, and the crowd fades into shadows beyond the spotlights. Cameras flash, a sea of snapping lenses capturing each stride. Ahead, a model shifts and sways in her winter ensemble, keeping me focused on my task as she whizzes by. Trying not to squint, I assess the crowd from my vantage on the runway, a blur of silhouettes staring back. I scan the crowd for Jasper, but can't make out any faces. Only hints of designer suits and cocktail dresses crushed between a wall of photographers. There's a pulse in the air, and the camera flashes assault me in bursts like many lightning storms. At the end of the runway, I pivot sharply, managing a half smile as I turn back toward the stage. The second I step into the dressing room, a team of hands is on me, tugging and adjusting. My frosted gown is stripped away, replaced by a sheer floral dress that floats around me like a soft whisper. Another pair of hands fastens a clear raincoat over it, snapping it into place with a wide, transparent belt. Someone thrusts a prop umbrella into my hand. "You're back on in 5, a voice yells from behind me. I tighten my grip on the umbrella, stepping up to the edge of the curtain as the music shifts to something whimsical, reminiscent of the 80s or early 90s. A little strange. The stage manager glances at her clipboard. The model in front of me takes the runway. "This isn't the right song. Are we going with it?" a production assistant asks. "Too late now," she sighs, flicking her wrist to signal me forward. "Go, make it work." I inhale a sharp breath and step out, imagining how I'm going to release the belt at the end of the runway without looking like a rookie fumbling with her seatbelt in coach. Here we go. I burst through the curtain, my head held high. It's another confident strut across the stage as I approach the narrow runway. Romantic atmosphere. Water sprinkles down from the ceiling to mimic raindrops, catching the light in delicate arcs as I twirl the umbrella above my head, the fabric snapping open with a whoosh. I feel the unfamiliar beat reverberating through the soles of my stilettos, unsettling the flow of my steps as I near the edge of the platform. The lights flicker. The crowd's energy shifts, the applause faltering. A few whispers ripple through the front rows, but I'm too focused on staying on my feet to figure out what's going on. I twirl the umbrella again. Droplets continue to rain down, sluicing my skin. A shiver dances down my back. And then, just as I reach the far edge, unhooking my belt, I notice movement from the sidelines. The production crew converses with nervous energy. The buzz of the audience dips into an uncomfortable silence. My instincts ping with apprehension. Something is off. But before I can process a coherent thought, a shrieking alarm fires through the building, deafening sirens. I'm frozen to the platform, the umbrella tumbling from my hand as my pulse cranks into overdrive and my lungs lock up. I clamp my hands over my ears, my vision blurring. Chaos unleashes. Bodies scatter. I'm paralyzed, rooted to the end of a runway in a floral dress and raincoat, soaked and terrified. "Move, Everly, move!" I croak out a sound, my gaze darting through the scrambling masses, searching for Jasper. He's not there. Maybe he's already made it out. Spinning to face the stage, I force my spaghetti legs into action, darting forward, searching for the nearest exit. There's one behind me, teeming with frantic bodies. Pivoting, I crouch down, inching my way off the platform and sliding to the floor. Adrenaline fuels my steps as I weave through the panicked crowd, my heart hammering in my chest. My breath is ragged as I make it past the nearest cluster of people. The exit is ahead, just a few more steps. But a rough hand grips my arm, yanking me to a halt. "Get back on the platform," the voice commands. Flinching, I twist to face him, an unfamiliar man in black clothing, his dark eyes flashing with urgency. His grip is tight, painful. "What?" I try to pull away. "What do you mean?" "You need to get back on the platform, now." His tone leaves no room for argument. I hesitate, heart pounding in my throat. "Backstage exit," he orders, attention darting toward the chaos behind me. "Go." The sound of panicked footsteps reverberates around us, mixing with shrill shrieks of terror. The lights go in and out, and everything feels like it's on the brink of imploding. I'm being herded, cornered, and I can't do anything but comply as I shakily climb my way back onto the platform and head for the backstage exit. Water gushes from the hydraulic system, compromising my footing as the runway slickens and my heels wobble and slide. I hardly make it 2 feet before I slip, face-planting mid-escape. Fear hollows out my chest as panic skews my vision. Holding back a sob, I pull myself up and try again, just as the lights go out completely. A scream flies past my lips as a wash of pitch-black nothingness smothers me. My head shoots left, right, behind, but I can't see anything. It's just me, the strange song, and whatever lurks in the shadows. Haunting memories invade my mind. The sound of a gunshot, a darkened foyer, blood-soaked tiles, a monster waiting to drag me away, his arms coiling around me like a snake. I slam my eyes shut, collapse to my knees. The main door thunks closed, and I wonder if everyone made it out. Fumbling for balance, I crawl forward, splashing in puddles, my wet hair tangling in front of my eyes as I try to blink away the darkness. My hands search the platform to keep me from toppling over the side. I cling to the edge, my palms sliding across the slick surface, breath coming in shallow gasps. The song plays on a loop, dizzying me. I can't see a thing, just shadows twisting and turning in the dark. Panic claws up my throat as my fingers grope blindly, desperate for any sense of direction. Then, somewhere in the distance, footsteps echo, a slow, deliberate beat that ices me to the bone. Shrinking back, I clamp a hand over my mouth. Whoever it is, they're coming closer, each step amplifying, slicing through the darkness like a butcher's knife. Just as the ground beneath me starts to spin, the lights snap on, flooding the room in blinding, unforgiving brightness. I squint against the glare, blinking away spots until my vision clears. That's when I see him. My heart stutters, then slams into a frantic, suffocating rhythm. The timekeeper, Leonard Vincent, stands at the entrance of the runway, his face a mask of cool fury. His mismatched eyes glint with malice as he forces a tight smile, a sliver of agitation slipping through his customary composure. No, this is a trick. I'm hallucinating, manifesting my greatest fear. Pinned by his gaze, I'm trapped like prey caught in a predator's snare. Every nightmare I thought I'd left behind surges to the surface, memories bubbling up, raw and fresh. The smell of stale air and bleach, the scrape of metal cuffs as I spent those first few months chained to a wall, and the stifling stillness of his underground hideaway. It all comes rushing back, crushing my chest like a deluge. I freeze, instinctively recoiling as he takes a step forward. My skin prickles with the phantom sensation of his hands on me. The urge to run stampedes across my ribs, but I can't move. Every muscle in my body locks, every nerve flaring, screaming at me to escape. But I'm back there, in that room, trapped, helpless. The corners of his mouth lift into a thin smile as he watches me struggle, and I know he's savoring this, drinking in my fear like it's a top-flight champagne. He scans the empty rows, disappointment flickering over his features before his eyes settle on me. Lifting one gloved hand, he gestures outward, each step echoing ominously off the polished floor. It seems someone decided to interfere with my carefully arranged schedule. His gaze sparks, irritation flickering behind his usual implacable calm. A fire alarm of all things? How pedestrian. I bite down on the inside of my cheek, tasting blood, anything to jolt myself out of this nightmare. But even the sting does nothing to shake the image of the man standing in front of me. The man who stripped me of every scrap of hope and dignity. He's back. He's here. I have to say, I do love a good runway show. Did I tell you I got my start in fashion design? He links his hands behind his back. The familiar hourglass trinket is still clipped to his belt loop, reflecting off the overhead lights. Perhaps that's why you were always my favorite. I find an ounce of strength and pull myself to quivering legs. Please, please, he parrots, lifting a hand to his ear. I see you found your manners again. Swallowing hard, I glance over my shoulder, searching for a way out. I wonder how far I'd get if I made a break for it. But my gaze snags on the stranger who coerced me back onto the runway platform moments ago. He stands near the exit door, a hand on his holstered gun. The timekeeper clicks his tongue, glancing skyward. Do you like the song? It's Erasure. My attention pans back to him as I instinctively inch backward, putting distance between us. I thought Always would be a nice soundtrack to listen to while watching hundreds of people die by hydrogen sulfide, he says casually. Of course, it doesn't hold a candle to the music video. That's a masterpiece. But since someone stole my grand finale, his tone hardens again, bouncing between snake venom and playful mockery. He skips forward, doing a showy pirouette as the song plays. He's dancing. I watch in horror, his suit shimmering with opulence and madness, a riot of deep purples and bright blues, a silver cravat tied loosely around his neck. His tailored jacket, sleek and metallic, glimmers with every exaggerated movement like a broken shard of glass. Water splashes as he prances through the puddles. I move back. My eyes scour the platform, desperate for something, anything. I spot the discarded violet umbrella at the end of the runway. Heart pounding, I swivel, racing to snatch it up, gripping the pointed end toward him as I turn to face him head-on. He's lessened the gap between us, standing in the center of the runway, a few feet away. His eyes flick to the prop. Oh, Everly, are you planning to beat me to death with your umbrella? A bark of laughter. I suppose anything can be a weapon if you're creative. Stay away from me. The umbrella shakes in my grip. Another step, then another. If I move any farther backward, I'll fall. This rain, he drawls, holding out a flat palm and watching as water fills his hand. It's a nice touch, isn't it? Must be murder on your hair. Don't you... Just like that, he's on me. I scream. His gloved fist hooks a handful of my hair, tangling and tugging, my knees buckling. Pain lacerates down my body, scalp to toes, until my fingers unclench the umbrella handle and he gently plucks it from my grip. Humming with appreciation, he twirls it around while droplets go flying. Another nice touch, he says. The little details really do make the show. Help me, I screech, squirming in his grip. Somebody help. Oh, shush. You can scream all you want when we're out on the water. I go still, terror coursing through me. What do you... Hey, boss, is this your guy? Commotion rustles from backstage before two figures appear, barreling through the curtain. Found him poking around back here. It takes a moment for recognition to seize me. Navy dress suit, polka-dotted tie, black hair, loafers. My heart sinks to the floor. Jasper, panic curls around me as I watch Jasper struggle in the henchman's grasp. The timekeeper growls with disapproval. No, you idiot, that is not my guy. His grip on my hair tightens as he gives me a shake. It's so difficult to find decent help these days, isn't it? Oh my God, Jasper! Jasper kicks and flails against the beast of a man, a bruise dappling his cheek, blood dribbling from a split lip. Everly, don't hurt him, I beg. He has nothing to do with this. My captor's lips purse, his eyes thinning. You're right, he really doesn't. He flicks his hand. Let him go. Jasper is shoved forward, collapsing to his knees. He remains like that for a moment, catching his breath, before lifting his chin and finding my eyes. I'm so sorry, he says, his voice hardly carrying over to us. Forgive me. I wrestle in vain to break free, tears sliding down my cheeks. Jasper, run, please, you need to. I had no choice, he continues. Allison? My wide eyes lock with his. Swallowing, I stop wriggling. What? Jasper pulls to one leg, then the other, slowly rising to full height as he shakes his head with remorse. They took Allie. He said they'd kill her if I didn't find a way to bring you here. He pauses, his voice breaking. I'm so sorry, Everly. I had no way out. They put a wire on me, followed us here. I was being watched. One wrong move, and she was dead. The room blurs, the weight of his words landing like a punch to my ribs. No! He steeples his hands, stumbling forward. There was no other way. Please believe me. I tried to signal your detective friend, but I had to be subtle. I don't know if... God, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to. Touching, the timekeeper interrupts, sending a hand gesture to his lackey. Sadly, I have a schedule to keep. It happens so fast. The man behind Jasper stalks forward, pulls out a pocket knife, and flicks the blade. In one swift motion, a meaty arm arcs across Jasper's throat. Slice. My scream strangles with disbelief as Jasper's eyes round in shock. He stumbles, a hand flying to his neck as blood seeps through his fingers, spilling through the cracks in violent spurts. Knees buckling, he crumples to the floor. Gasping, gurgling, no! I lunge, but the timekeeper's ironclad grip pulls me back, holding me in place. He leans down, whispering in my ear. Now, let's not make a scene. His voice drips with a chilling calm. That's my job. Reality bends, folds in half. Sound dulls to a distant roar, muffled by the thundering pulse in my ears. I'm numb, my brain scrambling to process what I've just seen. Jasper's body slumps forward, splattering across the stage, until he's lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. My stomach clenches, cold and hollow. My limbs are frozen, trapped in quicksand. Then, something inside me snaps, raw and instinctive, cutting through the haze. Without thinking, I twist sharply, slamming my stiletto down on the bastard's foot. He lets out a grunt, and we grapple for dominance. I claw at him, teeth bared, lungs shrieking with desperation. I struggle for anything to throw him off balance. I scream like a banshee, my nails tearing across his skin, the toes of my heels gouging his shins. A sharp prick at my neck. I gasp. Instantly, my mind dizzies, eyelids flutter, vision blackens. I fall. I wake to a soft, unsteady sway. The faint hum of what sounds like an engine is a distant murmur in my ears. The air smells of salt water and something else, stale, a confined space. My head pounds, a dull throb gnawing at the perimeter of my consciousness. Groaning, I press my fingertips to my temples. My limbs feel heavy, uncoordinated. I blink rapidly, trying to focus, but the world tilts, spinning in and out of clarity. Slowly, my vision clears, revealing the plush interior of what I think is a boat. A large one. A yacht? Polished wood gleams around me as soft light filters through a porthole, hinting at the turquoise swirl of the ocean outside. I sit up too fast, and everything slopes, tipping sideways. My stomach churns with the remnants of whatever drugs were injected into me, and I scratch at the pinprick left behind. The walls are closing in, the air thickening. My pulse quickens as nausea threatens. I try to stand, but my legs wobble like a newborn deer, and I crash back onto the white leather couch. Trembling, I push a section of hair off my face, trying to orient myself. The drug is still clinging to my bloodstream, slowing everything. I can't think straight. I have to move, run, escape. A door opens behind me. I don't need to look to know who it is, as his presence fills the space before I even hear his footsteps. Ah, you're awake. His voice is a sinister echo, paralyzing. I whip around, ignoring the dizzying wave of vertigo. I lock eyes with him, cold, cruel, multicolored eyes. The world outside the porthole is a blur, and I realize with a sickening lurch in my stomach that the boat is moving. Not just moving, it's cutting through the water, picking up speed. He steps closer, a suffocating weight in the small cabin. My eyes catch sight of the purple umbrella twirling in his hand. "I thought I'd take this as a souvenir," he says, admiring the prop like a coveted prize. "It is my favorite color." I brace myself against the edge of the couch, trying to stand. The boat sways gently at first, then surges forward, the hum of the engine vibrating through the floorboards. I feel it. We're moving farther and farther from shore. "You should rest, my dear." Stepping toward me, the timekeeper pulls a set of handcuffs from his waistband. "Those drugs will still be dancing in your system for a while yet. You're in no condition to be running around." I eye the glinting metal. "Maybe it's time to find another hobby," I rasp, my voice shaking. This tired brand of kidnapping is getting old. "I do enjoy crocheting," he deadpans, keeps the muse sharp. "Stay away from me." "Oh, honey, not everything is about you, but I do need you to stay put." My eyes veer toward the exit, and that's when he lunges for me. Scrambling to my feet, I dodge him, making a break for it. I shove at the door and am met with a wall of fog and heavy sheets of rain. Cold wind slaps me in the face as a salty tang fills my lungs. A hand clamps around my mouth. The handcuffs clatter to the floor. I'm yanked back. I struggle, my scream muffled. Caught in a gust of wind, the boat joggles beneath us as my captor hangs on, my feet unable to maintain traction. A bottle of rum sits on the edge of a counter, close enough to graze my fingers along the glass, but it tumbles from my grip, crashing to the floor, its contents spilling out in a thick amber pool. My stilettos slide across the puddle as the timekeeper snatches me by the bicep and pulls me back. I shriek, scratch, sob, but it's no use. He knows how to handle his prey. The sharp scent of salt and diesel mingle in the air. I'm half dragged, half stumbling, barely able to keep upright as he tows me across the slippery surface. My eyes dart to the dense fog through the swinging door, knowing there's nothing but dark waves to greet me, a watery grave. No, this can't be over. It can't end like this, but there's nowhere to run. Even if I broke free, I couldn't swim to shore if I tried. "Stop it! Get your fucking hands off!" A gunshot goes off. My eyes flare as footsteps pound the deck. The hand tightens on my arm. Then, wedging the umbrella beneath one foot, the timekeeper jerks upward sharply, snapping it in half. The jagged edge is jabbed against my throat as he steadies his grip, his voice turning to a low hiss. "Where are you going to go, little girl?" His hot breath beats against my cheek. I close my eyes as splinters scrape my flesh. If we're lucky, Mr. Porter will still be in one piece when we join him. His words seep through my fog like sludge as the chilling rain falls harder, a downpour. Makeup fuses with tears, burning my eyes. I swallow. Oh, God. A second gunshot rocks me off my axis. The timekeeper sneers, ramming the slivered umbrella harder against my throat. I would love to have a final conversation with him before he meets his end. I rip the hand from my mouth, and I scream, "Isaac!" 50. I'm on a fucking suicide mission. Driving blind across the bay in a borrowed boat is just the tip. A mantra races through my head as I zip through a hazardous deluge of wind, rain, and fog. Find Everly. Kill Leonard Vincent. Don't die. By the time I snapped out of my jealous spiral and realized Jasper Cross was goading me into following them, I was almost too late. The bane of my existence, the fucking timekeeper himself, is here. Come on, I grip my teeth, pushing the boat faster. When I arrived, the show was underway. Unsure of Vincent's plan, I had to clear the building of bystanders before more innocents suffered. As I realized Everly was not in the crowd, I caught a glimpse of one of Vincent's men pulling away from the marina. That's when I was intercepted by another man. By the time I dispatched him, the boat was gone. Now I'm searching for a mid-sized yacht with a head start. There was no time to call for backup. I had to grab a boat and go. If I let them get much farther ahead, I'll never find them. She's with him. He's taken her. I can feel it. After a few minutes of searching the marina, I found a small center console whose owner thought stashing a key and a hidden compartment was safe. Fortunately, I know enough to fake my way around a boat, and September dawn is easy to handle. Fast, too. Now to make up for lost time. It helps that there's only one direction they'd be going. It would be ideal if Everly had her phone, but with no way to track her, I'll have to settle for the next best thing. Luckily, Dawn has radar. I hit a button and turn it on, watching dots of different shapes and sizes light the screen, and head for the monster looming dead ahead, the Golden Gate Bridge. Beyond it, an even bigger monster, the Pacific Ocean. When the building was evacuated, Vincent knew I was on his tail. Taking Everly is his insurance policy. My options are limited if he keeps her close. She's become my weakness. Vincent isn't stupid, so he'll use whatever tools he can get. First, he used her as a distraction, and now she's bait. Time to turn the tables in my favor. This is one mission I can't fail. I made a promise. This bastard is mine. The currents beneath the bridge can be deadly to a smaller boat, but the tide is slack right now, so I have a chance. Carefully, I navigate beneath the steel giant and through the Golden Gate Strait. Above, its glut of passengers travel at a snail's pace, oblivious. The Pacific stretches out endlessly on the other side. Vincent's cruiser can't be far ahead, and I'm still faster. Be good to me, Dawn. A horn sounds. I glance at the radar. There's a boat ahead. A shot of adrenaline to my system. My fingers clench around the steering wheel, relaxing when a yacht 4 times bigger than the one I'm searching for comes into view. The gravity of my task looms like the bridge behind me. I'm searching for a needle in a fucking ocean. The rain comes down harder, pooling on deck. The waves become choppier. Despite the weather shift, there are a few vessels around me. Nothing of the right size showing on radar yet, so I push farther, faster. I don't get a promising lead until, there, another dot, the right size and shape, a short distance ahead. It's them. I know it. I kick the boat into gear, gaining on them. Murder curdles in my veins as I get closer. My intuition blares alarm bells. I can feel him there. I feel her. A boat comes into view. With the weather conditions, it's nearly impossible to see the driver at the helm, but I'm sure he can hear me approaching. I pull closer, right up to the side. The cruiser is eerily quiet, as though there's no one on board at all. I don't believe that for a second, but I take advantage, tying my boat to a hook and securing us together. Then I crack. A gunshot flies blindly in my direction, lodging in a non-vital part of Dawn's hull. The first guy disarmed me on shore. I need that gun. Catching hold of the ladder, I climb up the side. My feet have barely landed on deck when a vaguely familiar face appears inches from mine. A punch hits me square in the mouth. Oof, teeth clatter and lips tingle. A coppery tang fills my mouth, my vision blurring from the impact. I've been dying to do that. The man I beat the shit out of outside the club sneers, then hurls himself at me. Motherfucker, knew I should have killed you. I dodge just in time, letting his momentum carry him into the rail. The boat rocks. We grapple for control, both dodging as many punches as we land. The wind whistles around us, subsiding just enough that I hear a different noise. A scream. Everly. But there's no time for distractions. You were following her. I land a blow to the side of his head. It was never about her. A hand grips my neck, holding me back. She was just a bonus. Got me hard every time I looked at her. My laugh is dripping with venom. You're a fucking dead man. Not if I kill you first. The man points his gun. Then I'm going to fuck your little bitch right here on the deck. Sheer determination tips the odds in my favor, and before he can aim, I grab his arm and push up. He might want me dead, but I have more to lose. I have everything to lose. The gun goes off, whizzing harmlessly into the air. I make a move that whips us around, so his back is to the rail. Locking an iron grip around his wrist, I shove the gun into his chest. With his other hand still locked around my throat, cutting off my air, I squeeze his fingers and fire. Shock registers on his face, quickly draining into something else. His hand loosens, the weight of his body tipping him overboard. But the gun, shit, I grab at his clothes, try to pull him back. Not fast enough. The gun goes with him. God damn it. Panting, I stare at the spot where the body sank beneath the waves, taking with it the weapon I need. Then, a sound behind me, movement. Another scream. Isaac! A door swings open. Then another voice registers, chillingly calm. Hello, Mr. Porter. It's the voice that's haunted every moment of my life for over a year. The man who ripped my sister from this earth. The rain comes down harder. It's time to end this motherfucking bastard. Slowly, I turn.
There he is, a multicolored nightmare in a soaking wetsuit. Despite my soaring blood pressure, I take a slow breath, assessing the situation. One of his hands is latched tight to Everly's upper arm, the other holding the folded end of a broken umbrella. Its splintered handle jabs into her throat. The real danger is the low railing he's got her shoved up against. One wrong move, and she'll end up as dead as the man who just went overboard. We thought you'd never arrive. Vincent's voice drips with the same malice as his fake smile. Right, gorgeous. Your boyfriend is impressive. Kill him, kill him, kill him. The mantra sings through my blood. Sorry I'm late. I address the man who signed his death warrant 100 times over. Your guys did their best, but they kinda suck at their jobs. You should fire them. His lips flatten into a line, eyes narrowing. I bare my teeth in a vicious smile as I gesture at the ocean behind me. Oh, wait, I already took care of that. Indeed, you have. Barely controlled rage simmers beneath his casual facade. Unfortunately for you, I still have the upper hand. Everly winces when he yanks her to him, the umbrella jabbing into her skin. I allow myself a split second to evaluate her. Makeup runs down her face, matted hair plastered against her skin like the sheer dress she's wearing. Water drips off the hem onto her high heels. She's in one piece, but her movements are sluggish, like she's only half awake. Drugged. Without taking the time to blink, my mind runs through scenarios, weighing my options. Vincent is calculating, but I've goaded him enough to see his control snap in the past. This time, I need to do it while making sure Everly stays alive. He shoves her even tighter to the railing, proving his point. Keep him talking. My eyes dart between the two of them, unable to leave her for long. You okay, Bee? Oh, you two are adorable. His tone is ripe with condescension. Meant for each other, even. You have me to thank for that. Yeah, I deadpan. Thanks. Now you get to die together. He chuckles. You'll have me to thank for that, too. You're welcome. His mocking sing-song makes me want to turn him inside out. I make a show of looking him up and down. Ah, what are you killing me with exactly? I raise my eyebrows at the umbrella. Surely he doesn't think that toy is enough to do me in. Oh well, my sharp wit, of course. He twirls the umbrella in the air, swinging it back to threaten Everly without missing a beat. Just kidding. I predict you'll be jumping right over that railing and taking care of it all by yourself. The sharks will help. You're nice and meaty. They'll love you. He licks his lips and makes a disgusting slurping sound. I glance at Everly, making eye contact, checking in.
She appears docile, but I know that's how she survived 2 years in his facility of horrors, all while never giving up. And now, I see the way her eyes flare, caught between determination and panic. Are you planning something, B? My attention swings back to him before he becomes suspicious. And why would I do that? This guy is out of his fucking mind. Because you're a hero, and I bet you're arrogant enough to think you'll be able to swim to shore. Also, if you don't, she goes over anyway, because I've reconsidered. Perhaps she's too pretty to die. Not unless she has to, and that depends on you, my friend. I dart a glance to either side, looking for a weapon. Keep talking, asshole. Everly straightens. I watch some of the clarity come back into her face. If I can keep Vincent's attention on me, she may have a chance to make a move. Get away. I need to get her over here on my side where she's safer. Come on, push him away. Come to me. With nothing to hold over my head, he'd be finished. Remembering how angry the bastard gets when I'm unimpressed, I shrug, forcing a show of nonchalance. I guess we're at a dead end then. The proverbial impasse indeed. But see, my wager is that you're a better man than I am. You won't let her die. My stomach curdles. Doubt creeps in. I'm not a better man. The words stick in my throat. I'm just a man. And you are completely devoid of humanity. His chuckle is flat, humorless. No matter, I still have something you want. He changes his hold on Everly, entwining his hand roughly in her hair while driving her to her knees. And you don't have a weapon. Depravity sparks in his malicious glare. He grins wide, showing perfect white teeth. Do you, Mr. Porter? From her knees on the deck, Everly begins to laugh. It's a maniacal, I'm about to die and don't give a fuck anymore kind of laugh. Vincent looks down at her, almost like he's seeing her for the first time. Like you said, Everly leans into the umbrella, ignoring the blood sliding down her neck. Fast as lightning, she reaches around his waist and yanks. Anything can be a weapon if you're creative. Her arm swings like a pitcher on the most important throw of the game. And I don't know what's flying at me until I've caught it. And when I see what's glinting in my hand, his prized possession. A show of power. You brilliant woman. She took a chance, and I won't let her down. I won't let Sarah down either. Not this time. Oh, look! I raise the hourglass in the air. The sand pools at the bottom, completely drained. The smile I give him is vicious. Your time is up. A gust of wind hits the boat. Waves splash. We rock. A feral sound comes from Vincent's chest. His head lowers, eyes narrowing into a death glare. Like the day he shattered the hourglass in my cell, I watch his temper rise to the surface until it snaps. He shoves Everly roughly. She falls over onto the deck. Come at me, motherfucker. I have a promise to keep. A roar leaves him as fury wins over logic, and he charges me like a bull, holding the umbrella like a rapier in front of him. Die, he screams, completely unhinged. Adrenaline hits. Everything slows. My view zooms out, catching every detail. Everly on her hands and knees, determined tears mixing with rain. Leonard Vincent's twisted expression, his face crimson with rage. Rainwater splashes under his shoes as he runs at me. So close. Madness swirls with the evil in his mismatched eyes. Now, a heartbeat before he connects, I bring my arm straight down, smashing the hourglass against the railing, then swing upward in a single move. Vincent's body slams into mine. His scream stops abruptly. Searing pain registers. The splintered umbrella handle protrudes from my shoulder. I grit my teeth against the agonized sound it culls from me. Inches away, Vincent's eyes widen. His mouth opens soundlessly. Wrapping my arm around his back, I yank him into me. Push harder. Twist. Jagged glass opens his jugular vein. Blood coats my hand, pumping faster with every waning heartbeat. His gaze locks with mine, both cold and colorless, and he sees. He knows. My eyes burn with salt water and blood spatter, but I keep them open. I'm going to watch the life drain out of you, motherfucker. Vincent's lungs empty in a whoosh. eyes fluttering, rolling backward. With a new surge of strength, I pull upward, dragging the glass through the artery, slicing it wide open. He's just a man, after all. That's for all of us, I whisper against his cheek. His God-forsaken blood is my reward, and I will fucking bathe in it. His body slumps. Dead weight. Dead. All the strength leaves me. I exhale. Numbness creeps over my body. We collapse on the deck. Then there's pain. Relief. My eyes close. And there's nothing. Fucking sweet nothing. It's finished. The energy drains out of me. I could die here. Just like this. Maybe I will. I get it. I'm done. It's quiet. So quiet. Over. Isaac. There are hands on my face. My body. Soft, warm hands. They won't let me drift. Won't let me go. I'm done. Let me go. Isaac, she says. I'm here, Isaac. Stay with me. Come back. My lungs fill with air. There's life in it. The voice is a siren song. I feel her. She shakes me. My eyes open. Everly's face hovers above me, frantic, crying. I'm here, she sobs, Isaac. I'm here. It's over. Stay with me. Please. Fuck. I rise on my elbows, wincing, groaning, pushing the corpse off me. Everly's palms run over my body, gently moving around my still impaled shoulder. She's here. We're okay. Her hands move back to my face, pulling me toward her. She rests her forehead against mine, then kisses my bleeding mouth. I feel everything. You're okay, she rasps. You're okay. We're okay. My voice sounds far away. We hold on to each other in the rain, in the carnage, a pool of watery blood spreading around us. It's over. But there's something else here. Someone. No more than a whisper. A presence. Everly lifts her face to the mist. She feels it too. We're not alone. In the fog, in the rain, in the blood of our enemy running in watery rivulets down my skin. Somehow, I know Sarah is watching. 51. You've got the SFPD in quite the tizzy. Tanner looks down at me from the side of the bed. Between my skills in wilderness first aid and a stash of antibiotics, I was able to convince Everly to let me recover in her apartment. The umbrella didn't hit anything vital, and I'll do just about anything to stay out of the hospital. Warming my hands around the mug of herbal tea she left on the bedside table, I inhale the vaguely spicy scent. It's in my best interest to try to be a better patient for her than I was for Nurse Rebecca. If I could let them off the hook without producing a body, I would. The San Francisco Police Department was all over the venue after I had it evacuated, finding several fog machines full of a very concentrated hydrogen sulfide solution. The grand finale Vincent mentioned to Everly, no doubt. He'd planned to lock everyone inside and let them suffocate, while he cruised out into the Pacific and disappeared. His motives were a mystery, until Garrison checked out that hotel I'd almost walked into the night before. Though the man I was following had vacated, he'd left supplies behind. Industrial bondage attached to a chair, tranquilizers, and a video feed set to stream the fashion show, live. It was a trap set for me. The bastard was going to make me watch it go down, witness all those people dying, with Everly as the main attraction, just to prove he'd won. A big fucking checkmate. If she hadn't texted before I walked into that motel room, if I hadn't been so paranoid I'd hightailed it out of there the next morning, every one of those lives would have been on my hands. I was still too late to help Jasper Cross, who will always be on my conscience. Maybe I didn't like the guy, but he took a risk to get me on the scene. No one should have died on my watch. Of course, I immediately called my former partner, who managed to locate Allison James, uninjured, in a hotel room outside of Los Angeles. One of Vincent's hired men had duct-taped her to a chair and abandoned her when he failed to hear from his boss. The look Tanner gives me now would be unreadable to most people. I guess they'll have to be satisfied with a blood-soaked boat and DNA results. Convenient you had the ocean there to dispose of him easily. Yeah, convenient. I take a sip of the tea. This way, it ends, and I can disappear off the radar without explanations or unwanted attention. He raises an eyebrow that says he suspects there's more to it. Not much has changed from our days in the department together, I see. He points at his mug. You don't think she did something to my coffee, do you? I look at him sideways. This is the first time I've seen Everly since she found out I haven't been exactly truthful for the past year. She looks sweet, but that's the type you need to watch out for. Oh, Tanner. Everly enters the room with a plate of blueberry muffins. I never thought you were being truthful. Besides, if I were going to do anything, it would be to that muffin you just took off the top. When he sets it on the plate like it might bite him, she hands it directly to me. I shove half of it into my mouth while she presses her lips to my forehead. He shakes his head disdainfully. This case consumed the last 3 years of your life. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Everly glances my way. That's true. Now that the Timekeeper is gone, you, Leonard Vincent, I say, teeth clenching. Silence falls like a hammer as they both stare at me. That was his name, Leonard Vincent, not the Timekeeper, not some title that feeds his ego. He was just a murderer, a coward hiding behind a clock. And now, he's nothing. My gaze cuts to Everly, and I watch as realization dawns. She swallows, nodding slowly. Yeah, you're right. I reach for her hand, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Private sector bullshit, I guess, which sounds terrible. Have you considered fugitive recovery? Tanner clears his throat. Batman would approve. Everly suddenly appears very interested. Is that the same as bounty hunting? Tanner and I cringe. What? They still have those? I've seen them on TV. Those guys are bail bondsman runners who want to sound cool. Ignoring the flowery-tasting tea, I snag my friend's untouched coffee mug from the side table and take a drink. Tanner is talking about a type of independent contracting the government doesn't admit to. Sounds perfect for you. She's not wrong. It would allow me to do what I'm good at, fulfilling that part of myself that will probably always feel like I've got something to prove, that I'm the opposite of the evil bastard who created me. Because even though being around Everly has done wonders for my mental health, childhood wounds have a way of working their way into your molecular structure. Yeah, I let my hand trail down from her arm to her ass, giving it a squeeze. But it's also dangerous, and there's a lot of traveling. That would never have stopped me before. But what I'm not saying is that it's a lone wolf type of job, the kind that works best when you're single. I don't know. Am I still a lone wolf? Since that day at the club when Everly discovered who I was, we've been, well, I'm not sure exactly. Enjoying each other? Exploring this magnetic pole we have? But there's always been a threat looming over our heads. Somehow it made everything feel temporary. But over the last 24 hours, everything has changed. We're bound to change too. That's inevitable. Where do we go from here? What does she expect? Fuck, I'm starting to sweat. I scratch at my neck. Tanner's eyes narrow for a second before he glances at Everly and back again. Understanding washes over his face. I can't look at her. Is she watching me? I blink at Tanner like an SOS signal. The itch spreads to my chest. Will I be expected to settle down? Do I want to settle down? Do I know what the hell settling down even means? Shit, I can't breathe. Isaac? Everly gives me a coy smile. I don't expect you to change personalities now that he's dead, you know. I just look at her, helpless, because I don't know. That would be boring. And you, she leans over and kisses me, her hair falling in a curtain around my head, are incapable of being boring. The smile widens until it practically takes over her face. Turning on her heel, she leaves the room, taking the empty mugs with her. Oh God, the room is spinning. Also, I really want to grab her and throw her down on the bed, damn it. Plates clink in the kitchen, along with the sound of water running in the sink. At least I have a small reprieve. I look out the bedroom window at the tree line where I stood not so long ago. So, Tanner chuckles, when's the wedding? Fuck off. I glare at him. How's Shay? His face twists. Bite your tongue. I'd take Everly any day, even if she was a gigantic pain in my ass for the past year. I stare at him. He's one of those people who rambles under pressure. He'll crack. "Stop looking at me like that," he grumbles. "Shay is a completely different thing." "Okay," he sighs. "She's staying with some deadbeat with a record." I'm keeping an eye on her only because I still feel responsible. Plus, my mother is attached. The end. Ah, it's a favor to mom. Right. Stop trying to change the subject by antagonizing me. I grab a bottle of water and take a casual sip. I just asked a simple question. Uh-huh. Do I get to be your best man? Do I look like a wedding kind of guy to you? Don't tell me you're going to string that poor, smoking hot angel along. There are millions of men who'd snatch that right out from under you in a heartbeat, wouldn't even care if your dick was still wet. My blood pressure rises. You, my friend, are about 5 seconds away from needing to run. Just saying. His eyes sparkle at me like a motherfucker. You need to do right by that girl. She's a gem. All right, Grandpa. In this millennium, people don't have to be married to be in a long-term relationship. His laugh is fucking triumphant. All I heard is you admitting it's a relationship, and the words long-term. I throw the water bottle at him, forgetting he used to play baseball. Must be love. Tanner's voice fades into the distance. Yeah, I mumble absently, staring out the window, watching the trees begin to blur. Maybe I'm the one fading. Maybe some part of me has disconnected. I'm floating away, somewhere past that tree line and out into the horizon where there's nothing but blue. Wait, his voice comes from somewhere distant. I was joking, kind of. Are you? Hey, can we talk? Everly's voice aims at me from the doorway, and I slam back into my body so abruptly my wounded shoulder throbs. Shit. Tanner, did you say you were staying at the motel around the corner? She asks. How about you check back in with us later? Yep, I'm out. He excuses himself with a fast wave, disappearing out the bedroom door. I'm taking the last of these muffins, he calls. Then the front door closes. And now I'm alone with a woman who wants to talk. Looks nice outside. I push myself up on my elbows, gritting back the strain in my voice. I think some fresh air would do me good. Absolutely not. Climbing over me on the bed, she straddles my waist. I'm not sure who you think you're fooling, but I'm aware of how hurt you really are. I'll be fine. I can see the pain in your eyes. That's why I brought these. She opens her palm, showing me the painkillers, then grabs the water Tanner returned to the side table after I threw it, gesturing for me to swallow them. And, by the way, if you get out of this bed right now, I'm marching you straight to the hospital. Don't test me. Yes, ma'am. I can't focus on anything but the warmth of her body pressing into mine, and with no will left to fight, I collapse back onto the pillows. Her voice shifts to a gentler tone. Listen, I'm aware it's not your favorite thing to talk about, but I think it might be time for us to discuss the dreaded subject of feelings. I'm definitely having some feelings. I push my hips up enough to make sure she feels the same thing. Stop distracting me. She smacks my bicep lightly. I heard what Tanner said. Now I want to know what you're thinking. Well, let's see. 5 seconds ago, I was thinking I was turned on, and now I'm back to thinking I want to vomit. Do we have to figure this out today? We could take it one step at a time. See how we're feeling tomorrow or next week. I swallow. Maybe we'll never have to give it a label. We could wake up one day and it'll have figured itself out. Fuck, why am I still talking? She regards me thoughtfully, holding herself far enough away from my groin that I can't easily shift the subject to other things. No, we don't have to figure this out today. And yes, we can take it one step at a time. Oh, thank God. But the fact that you said the word we 5 times during that panic ramble tells me a lot. I'm not sure what to say to that. Does it? Yes, especially considering it was connected to future dates. It sounds like you think we have something you don't want to end right now. Did you expect me to? She rubs her fingers over her forehead, bringing them down to her cheeks. Her body drops against mine. She looks thoughtful, hopeful, sad. I don't know. But this time, I don't try to distract her. I don't really know what you're thinking, Isaac.
Her eyes rove my face, studying me like she's trying to piece together a puzzle. Her hands drop, one trailing lightly over my heart. I'm not sure what you want or what you need, if you'll stick around or disappear into the wind in the next hour. But I know that the thought of it makes me want to cry. A glossy sheen glimmers in her blue irises. There's a pang in my chest where her hand rests, and it has nothing to do with the injury. Oddly enough, I'm hoping the fact that you seem on the verge of a meltdown is a good sign. Her lips turn up in a half smile. If you didn't care, you'd just leave without a backward glance, wouldn't you? Yeah, I guess I would. Then I'll take this as a positive. Her fingers thread through my hair, stroking, lightly, soothing, moving down to the back of my neck to gently knead the sore muscles there. I don't know how to do this, Bee. Be together? She frowns a little. It's not that difficult. We're doing it right now. Exhaling, I lift my good arm, gesturing for her to tuck into my side. For the record, you're the only person I've ever considered doing this with. She pulls her face to mine, rubbing against the scruff of my beard. That's a good start. The ceiling fan circles slowly over our heads, and I stare at it, unblinking, letting it take me into a hypnotic space. I'm just not sure what you'll need from me, or what comes next. Snuggling into my side, she molds her body to mine. All relationships evolve. The only thing we need to know right now is whether we want to go forward without the other person in it. My eyes snap to hers. I don't. Neither do I. I nod once. We'll just let it evolve. Her lips brush against mine, and I press in, sealing our mouths together. My hand tangles in her hair, tugging her head backward. Then I lick along her jaw to her neck where I nip at the tender skin. It hits me like an epiphany that should have been obvious all along. I was never going to leave tonight. I whisper into her throat. She hums dreamily, her eyes drifting closed. Or tomorrow. My fingers move between her legs, pulling a moan from her. Or next week. Or probably ever. 52. 5 months later. My fingers tighten around the steering wheel as I stare ahead, watching moms with strollers glide over freshly poured concrete as they soak up the Santa Clarita sun. The rain from last night has vanished, but its trace remains in the glistening droplets clinging to baby tree branches under a clear blue sky. I steal a glance at Allison's bungalow, a fresh stucco build with brown shutters tucked in a textbook soccer mom subdivision. It was meant to be her dream come true. A fresh start, a good man by her side, and the promise of a family just within reach. But there's already a for rent sign perched in the front lawn, and the image is a pair of metal pliers clamped around my heart. Swallowing hard, I cut the engine and slide out of the car. I'm not sure what I'm expecting today. Since everything imploded on that San Francisco runway 5 months ago, I've only seen Allison once, and it was far from a heartfelt reunion. Jasper's funeral was a somber blur. She was so wrecked with grief that I stayed on the sidelines, managing only a fleeting moment with my former best friend, a bone-crushing hug that still lingers in my chest whenever I close my eyes and hold my breath. I slipped out early, planning to reach out when the dust had settled, but I was met with radio silence. Her mother eventually got in touch, telling me Allison had taken a much-needed getaway to South Africa to stay with her aunt while she recovered and processed the aftermath of our mutual hell. Understandable. I know what it's like to want to hide. I also know running is only a bandage for a wound that keeps bleeding underneath.
Sooner or later, it seeps through, forcing you to face it head-on. I walk up the path to her olive green door, each step heavier than the last. The freshly planted flowers along the walkway are vibrant, almost defiant against the weight of everything unsaid between us. I haven't practiced this conversation, and I'm regretting that now. Words used to flow so effortlessly between us, but now they feel stuck, tangled somewhere between my ribs and throat. Lifting my hand to knock, I hesitate for half a second before letting my knuckles connect with the wood. The door creaks open, and there she is. Allison stands in the doorway, her auburn hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. Shadows lurk under her eyes, and she forces a smile that doesn't quite reach. She looks smaller somehow, as if the world has been pressing on her from every angle. Her gaze meets mine. "You came," she says, the words soft, almost disbelieving. I nod, trying to steady my voice. Of course I did. The tension between us hums like an invisible wire, pulled taut and waiting to snap. But for the first time since the funeral, we're standing face to face. It's a start. Before the silence thickens to smothering, I take a step forward because I'm not here to let it grow. "Can I come in?" She blinks once, twice. Then she pulls the door wider and moves out of the threshold. "Yes, yes, come in, please." Cardboard boxes litter the living room, stacked on countertops and dining chairs. My footsteps echo through the near-empty space while my eyes land on a pearly white couch and an adjacent end table. A framed photograph stares back at me. Jasper and Allison smiling on a sun-drenched pier, their faces pressed close together. Her hair catches the light in a way that makes it glow, while his hand rests protectively on her shoulder. They look happy, untouched, like the world hadn't yet shown its teeth. The sight freezes me in place. I glance between the scattered boxes, each labeled in neat black marker: kitchen, books, bedroom, all part of a life she's trying to pack away, piece by piece. "Sorry for the mess," Allison says, stepping to the side. She wipes her hands on her jeans, her smile strained, eyes darting to the photograph on the accent table. The renters are moving in on May 1st, and there's still a lot to do. I guess we could have met at a cafe or something, but I'm so sorry. My eyes water, emotion creeping up my windpipe. It's a beautiful house. "Yeah," she breathes out, faltering briefly. These words are hard, so hard to say. "Someone will be happy here." I swipe away a loose tear. "Where are your dogs?" "They're staying with my mom while I pack. It's been easier getting things sorted." "Are you moving in with her?" A slight nod. "For a little while, anyway. I need to get back on my feet, and the mortgage here was too much to cover on my bank salary. I'm thinking about relocating somewhere cheaper. I can't fathom downgrading to another apartment. The dogs need a yard to run around in, and I just..." Her eyes glaze over, pain skating across her face. "I'll be okay. Recovery takes time, you know." "You know I do." I step closer, twisting my long hair over my shoulder. "If you need help moving, I can fly in at any time. I'm in the process of moving myself. We bought a fixer-upper about an hour east of San Francisco." "We?" Yeah," clearing my throat, I chew on my cheek. "Isaac, he's everything, but I can't get the word out. It doesn't feel right talking about my everything when Allison stands before me, sifting through the shattered remains of her everything." "He's the man I'm seeing," I finish, glancing away. "We met in captivity." Her eyes pop. "Oh, not exactly the start of a fairy tale, but things are good, really good." I wait for her to flinch, to back away, to shut down and ice me out. Part of me feels the need to apologize, or at least to soften the edges of my misplaced confession. I mean, I'm so happy for you, F. My eyes fill with fresh tears. Authenticity laces her words as a smile blooms, shining back at me, real and raw. I steal another glance at the photograph as guilt and relief battle beneath my ribcage. "You're not alone," I whisper, the words wobbly but pure. My gaze slides back to hers. Heart thumping, I reach for her hand, linking our fingers together. "I'm here for you." Her bottom lip trembles as she squeezes my hand. "I never wanted you to be alone either. God, I tried. I tried so hard to reach you, to be there when..." "I know," I croak, a geyser of tears spilling free. "I wasn't ready. That's what makes this so painful. No one was ready. No one prepared for this. This goes beyond apologies and surface-level strain. We're not the same people. And yet, we are. I think about what Queenie said to me once. People grow and people regress. When they grow, they're becoming a better version of who they already are.
And when they regress, it means they're too scared to grow. But people don't truly change, not at their core, not at their essence. Allison is still Allison, and I'm still Everly. What connected us once is still there. Our experiences and scars have marked us, defined us in ways we can't undo, but maybe that's not what matters anymore. My face crumples as the truth settles in, clearer than ever. I close the gap. Her arms extend the moment my feet start to move, and I collapse against her chest, scooping her up into a hard-earned hug. I'm so sorry I left. I hold her tight, tears dampening our collars. I'm sorry I couldn't forgive you fast enough. If I had done something different, maybe he'd... No. Allison pulls back, taking my face between her palms. It's not your fault. None of this was your fault. My grief pours out in gulping, agonizing sobs. He tried so hard to find you, to save you. And I watched him die. I watched him bleed out before my eyes. Another fragment of my past gone with the wind. I feel guilty. I feel pulverized. Allison grips me by the biceps, her hands shaking as mascara streaks down her face. Everly, she murmurs, he did the same for you. Grief is such a complicated thing. It can crash over us like a heavy tide, pulling us under, only to release us with a sharp, cruel breath. Sometimes it's quiet, an unspoken weight that lingers, subtle but constant. It can scream or it can whisper, reminding us of what we've lost and what we can never reclaim. It doesn't heal, it teaches. And in its wake, there's an unexpected kind of peace, the kind that comes with the painful understanding that some parts of us are meant to stay broken. I look at Allison, her tear-streaked face still a mirror of the girl I once called my best friend, and I realize I'm not so alone in my brokenness. Do you think it's too late for us? The question is for her, for the universe, for me. I need to know if there's still a chance to rebuild, to take the jagged pieces of what we had and make something whole, or at least something that doesn't cut so deeply. Her grip on my arms tightens, as if she's trying to anchor both of us in the now. It's never too late, she says. Not while we're still here, willing to try. Her words are a lifeline, a flicker of hope. I nod, the ache in my chest unbearable, but somehow less lonely. I want to try. Her lips curl into a sad, bitter smile. Then we start here. It's not a solution, it's a beginning. And for the first time in a long while, that feels like enough. We drink tea at her kitchen island, seated side by side on 2 bar stools. Our tears dry and our voices strengthen, the stories we share holding a little less weight. She asks me about Isaac, and the truth pours out less guilty this time as I fill her in on what I call our evolution. It's not a picture-perfect romance. What bonded us in the beginning will always remain. Our ghosts won't scatter, and our pasts won't dissolve just because we want them to. But maybe learning to live with them is the point. Isaac isn't my salvation, and I'm not his. We're something quieter, something steadier. 2 broken souls learning how to be whole alongside one another, even if the cracks still show.
It sounds complicated, Allison says, her fingers tracing the rim of her mug, but also kind of perfect. Yeah, I smile. We just fit in some strange way, and something tells me we're both in it for the long haul, whatever that may look like. Marriage? Babies? Her brows waggle, her eyes brighter. It's as if my small happiness is infecting her somehow. My cheeks warm at the notion. We're not rushing into anything, but I fiddle with the hem of my blouse, my fingers brushing my lower belly. I wouldn't say no to starting a family someday. I may or may not have settled on a house with a 3rd bedroom, perfect for a nursery, eventually. Allison grins, her dimples glimmering back at me. The world needs more spider enthusiasts. Get 'em a magnifying glass and one of those bug-catching kits as soon as they can crawl. I laugh, our words trailing off as we sip our tea and simmer in the silence that feels more like a familiar embrace than a chasm. And when morning gives way to afternoon, Allison discards our mugs in the sink and glances at me from the other side of the island. A smile hints. She leans over to the Alexa and says, "Alexa, play The Scientist by Coldplay." For one brutal heartbeat, my throat narrows, chest tightening. I close my eyes, sinking into ancient, dark memories. But as the first notes crest and my friend meets me at the edge of the kitchen, a warm familiarity takes over, something inherently sweeter. Allison's eyes glitter with fresh tears. Dance with me? I rise, the space between us shrinking in a silent, knowing pull. As she steps into my arms, I'm taken back to a moment when we were 16 years old. The living room morphs into a theme park backdrop, a lifetime ago. Innocence and living. People sing along beside us, dancing, laughing, under the smoldering sun, while we cling and sway and make music that reaches deeper than any note or melody. The living room hums with the soft rhythm of our tear-filled laughter, echoing with the same lightness that filled those carefree days. Our favorite song weaves through the air like a thread, connecting us to the moment, then and now, reminding me that even the hardest struggles can lead to something beautiful. Not all walls are unbreakable. Not all walls are forever. Some just need a little time to crumble and a little hope to tear them down. 53. And then Ariel, halfway through her set, grabbed a rookie's phone, took a selfie with it, and sent it to his mom with the caption, "Having a great time, thanks for the birthday money, Janet." I snort coffee through my nose. Oh my God, I feel so out of the loop. Mom laughs beside me, shaking her head at Queenie's ongoing strip club tales. "That's why you've got me, angel baby. I'll always bring the tea, whether you're on my payroll or not." Queenie leans back in the patio chair and slings back a midday mimosa. "But I can't say we don't miss you fiercely. Len has been sulking for weeks." "I miss Len," I muse. "I miss everyone." "No need to be a stranger. We're only an hour away from your new place." My mother pulls the tomatoes off her BLT like some kind of monster. "Everly, maybe you can throw a housewarming party once you're settled. Say the word and I'll make the drive up here again. You know I have a few plants that need rehoming." I do know. She sent me a panorama photograph of her living room that doubles as a greenhouse. Then my nose wrinkles at the thought of hosting a housewarming party. The guest list flashes through my mind. Me, Isaac, a Los Angeles police detective, my traumatized best friend, a handful of strippers, and my mother with her small army of ferns. "I'll bring over the snake plant, the jade, and definitely that monstera," Mom continues. "It'll really brighten up your space." I appreciate that, but we're still in the renovation stage. Just what I need, plants that could probably survive an apocalypse while I'm still trying to remember if I watered myself today. I stir my iced coffee with a plastic straw and watch the ice cubes clink. We haven't even picked out paint colors yet. Do you need furniture, decor, wall art, kitchenware? I think we're all set. What does Isaac like? I refrain from saying, "my vagina." We're both kind of minimalistic. Less is more. Queenie hums with appreciation. "You scored yourself a good one." My second husband was a hoarder. "Andre, right?" Mom inquires, her eyes flashing with old memories. "He had that commemorative ketchup packet shrine. Man couldn't throw away a single packet from 1987 to 2003. Barking a laugh, Queenie swallows the rest of her mimosa. Still, leagues above Daryl and his emotional support mannequin. They both cackle, shouting in unison, "Margaret!" As the two women play catch-up, I check the time on my phone. Isaac dropped me off at the cafe an hour ago, while he left to go run errands in the city. Errands? The word sounds way too domesticated. Realistically, he's probably lurking around a 7-Eleven, giving the store clerk the kind of stare that makes people confess to crimes they didn't commit. I nibble on my croissant, watching pedestrians drift past the San Francisco cafe as the sun pours down like a golden spotlight. A smile tugs at my lips, and I close my eyes, soaking in the warmth. There was a time I missed the sun more than anything. Then came the time I resented it. The glow made everything feel too bright, too perfect, like a happiness that couldn't hold. Now I let it wash over me without expectation, taking what it offers. The world keeps moving, and I've learned to move with it, even when the light fades. What are you doing for work now, honey? Queenie asks me, dabbing her lips with a napkin and leaving a ruby kiss behind. Tugging on my ponytail, I straighten in the chair and stretch my smile. I got a part-time job at a native wildlife sanctuary. Spiders? Mom wonders, her eyes wary. One, a giant hairy tarantula, much bigger than Festus. I grin when she winces, then glance down at the table. Also, I just enrolled in a forensic science program at the community college. Mom drops her sandwich and gapes at me. What? You didn't tell me. I signed the paperwork yesterday. I chew on my lip, unable to tamp down the excitement whizzing through me. I figured it's never too late to pivot. She blinks half a dozen times, processing. Forensics? After everything you've been through? Yeah, if any good has come from my experience, it's that I have a newfound appreciation for how the smallest details can make the biggest difference. So much can be hidden in plain sight. A single piece of evidence can unravel a whole story. My eyes glaze over, adrenaline buzzing in my chest. I spent years analyzing every little thing that could have gotten me out of that situation. Now I want to use that focus for something more productive. I want to help others find answers. Queenie and Mom share a glance, their faces tenderizing before they both look over at me. My mother's eyes water. She nods, reaching for my hand and squeezing gently. Her dragonfly ring still rests on her, shimmering under the California sun. Resilience and change, she told me. Queenie sighs, clicking her tongue. Always knew you were meant for big things. You live your life the same way you tell your stories, unapologetically. I fold my hands in my lap, my attention panning between the two strongest women in my life. Both mothers in their own way, both guiding lights. It's how I was raised. A familiar engine roars up beside us, and I glance left, catching sight of a rust-colored Jeep. My chest sizzles like a firecracker. It's hardly been 6 months, and my physical reaction to seeing Isaac Porter in the flesh has never waned, not for a second. Cheeks warm and pulse fluttering, I watch as he hops out and shuts the door, strolling behind the vehicle and finding my eyes across the sidewalk. The smallest smirk ticks up his mouth as he wedges a hip against the Jeep's rear and folds his arms, watching me from a few yards away. I know that look. There are suspension ropes in the trunk.
Romantic atmosphere. Mom clears her throat, pulling me from the invisible current crackling between Isaac and me on a downtown city street. Queenie whistles under her breath. Flustered, I reach for my iced coffee and chug half of it. What? I say through the swallow. King Kong is looking at you like he just found his new favorite skyscraper, Queenie mutters with a wink. Mom's lips press into a thin line, but her eyes gleam with amusement. I hope you warned him you're not exactly a damsel? I chuckle. Pretty sure he figured that out when I made him carry my groceries up 3 flights of stairs. Good man. I wave at Isaac, summoning him over to the cafe patio. Begrudgingly, he looks both ways, almost like he's searching for the nearest escape route. Not much has changed, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Isaac enters through the gate, rifling his fingers through his hair and pausing a few steps from the table. He sends a nod to my mother and Queenie, then stuffs his hands into his pockets, shuffling from foot to foot. Smiling widely, I reach for my purse and pull out a wad of bills, tossing them onto the table. That's my cue, I say, standing from the chair. I'm so glad we could do this today. I really needed it. Mom jumps to her feet, drawing me into a firm, motherly embrace. Her necklaces and bracelets jangle as she clutches me, smoothing a hand through my hair. Love you, sweetheart. I'm so proud of you. I close my eyes and savor the moment. Love you too. I'll be staying with Queenie for the weekend. Allison is watching the animals. Give her the biggest hug for me when you get back. You know I will, she says, inching away. Let us know if you need help with the move. I nod. Don't have too much fun without me. The two women exchange a mischievous glance. With the amount of tequila on the menu, we won't remember much of it. Laughing, I move away, blowing a kiss to Queenie as she raises her empty glass in my direction. Isaac grabs me by the hand the moment I'm close enough, linking our fingers together.
His rough, calloused palm cradles mine, and I sink into the warmth, the undeniable connection. I peer up at him, a light breeze making my ponytail catch flight. Hey, I missed you. We saunter onto the sidewalk and stroll past his Jeep, heading toward the downtown district that's teeming with families and shoppers. Isaac glances skyward, squinting at the sun. I know. Then he looks down at me, his features softening as he scans my face, my dreamy-eyed expression, as my tongue pokes past my lips. You're trouble, you know that. I grin, tilting my head. Oh, yeah? What kind of trouble? He leans closer, his voice dropping low. The kind I can't seem to stay away from. Good. Sounds like my plan is working. His lips twitch in that almost smile of his, the one that melts me every time. These little moments are everything these days. The wind in my hair, children laughing, birds singing from treetops, the salt breeze on my skin, his hand in mine. I take nothing for granted anymore. I know, more than most, that these precious seconds are what stitch the canvas of life together. Tiny, fragile pieces that might seem small on their own, but together they make us whole. Pausing on the sidewalk, I pull my hand from his and point at the building signage on my right. It must be fate. Oh, pit stop. He frowns, his gaze following my finger. Really? I promised, right? His eyes dim for a beat, glazing over with memory, before sparking back to life. He waves me off, nodding. I return 10 minutes later, finding him right where I left him, leaning back against the brick siding. Tossing him a pack of cigarettes from the adjacent convenience store, I hold up my other treasure and waggle my eyebrows. Ready to try it? Do I have to? It's our thing. You bring the bubble tea, and I bring the cigarettes. I shrug. I saved you a trip and grabbed both. Grumbling, Isaac snatches the pink drink from my hand and takes a sip. His face immediately sours as he ingests the strawberry milk tea. Disgusting, as predicted. He hands me back the giant plastic cup. Enjoy your sludge. With a chuckle, I watch him flip the cigarette box open a few times, drawing one out, then pushing it back inside. What were you up to while I was at lunch? I ask, slurping from my straw. Isaac hums under his breath. If I tell you, I'd spoil my very specific plans for later. He glances back toward his Jeep and tucks the pack of cigarettes into his pocket. Maybe I got you something too. Your birthday is coming up. My eyes round through a gasp. I knew there were suspension ropes in your trunk, along with gags and zip ties. I bite my lip and smile, stepping toward him. Swallowing, I clasp his face with both hands, finding his gaze and watching as the gold flecks flicker, swirling with brown. Weird way to say you love me? His eyes shimmer with affection and heat as he reaches for me, tugging me close. Then he rests his chin on the top of my head and inhales deeply, pressing a kiss to my hair. I tolerate you. Yeah, I whisper back, sliding into the warmth of his arms, knowing I finally found my place, my home. It's more than four walls, more than a box on the ground or a roof over my head. It's the steady beat of his heart against mine. It's safety and chaos, comfort and fire. It's him. It's us. I tolerate you too, Isaac. 54. Sorry I'm late. Everly rushes through the door, a large plastic cup in one hand and a bag of groceries in the other. I had to... The word cuts off in a gasp as I close in from behind, slipping a scarf across her eyes. Shh. Wrapping my arms around her, I nip at her earlobe, letting her know she's safe. I have a surprise for you. While I'd love to play with the adrenaline rush, I don't want to play with PTSD. Her body relaxes against mine, warm and pliant. I don't think I'll ever get enough of the way she hands herself over to me so readily. She's strong enough to get by on her own. Hell, she could probably survive fucking Armageddon at this point. But when I ask her to trust me, she doesn't hesitate, no matter what I throw at her. I plan to explore that with some of the supplies I picked up in town the other day while she was visiting her mother and the woman who owns the strip club. But that's further down the agenda. Bending her knees just enough to lower the groceries to the floor, she keeps the cup held out in front of her. Can you set this somewhere safe? There's a spider in here, isn't there? I take it from her, barely able to make out a large brown lump through the plastic. Shouldn't they be hibernating? Disoriented from the blindfold, she stays still, giving a slight nod. An employee at the store I stopped at found her hiding in the stockroom. I thought I'd get her to the sanctuary where she can be released in time for mating season later in the year. Shortly after we decided to get out of the city, a great deal came up on some acreage in a rural area in the foothills of Mount Diablo, also known as a hotspot for tarantulas during the fall. Needless to say, Everly can't wait for September. I set the spider on the kitchen counter because we're a really strange couple and return to the girl waiting, blindfolded, at my mercy. Taking her hands in mine, I lead her to the wall separating the living and dining areas of the century-old house we closed on 2 weeks ago. Thick plaster and about 50 coats of paint divide the rooms, and after verifying that it wasn't load-bearing, I decided we didn't need it. There's a sledgehammer leaning there since I've been working on renovations while she was gone. I wanted to wait to do this with her. "Should I be naked?" she asks when I have her positioned. It almost makes me laugh out loud. She knows me too well. And now, the thought of her naked tempts me to abandon my plans. But I hate myself a little for saying this, but not just yet. Probably isn't the safest. Okay, she draws out the word, pulling her bottom lip between her teeth. "Should I be worried?" Situating myself behind her, I wrap one arm around her, pick the sledgehammer up with the opposite hand, and bite down on her shoulder. What do you think? When she grins, I kiss the bite marks. "I have something for you to hold. It's heavy, so be ready." She snickers with innuendo. "You're worse than I am." I loosen my grip around her waist long enough to smack her on the ass. Then I reach around her, place the handle in both her hands, and lifts the blindfold. She glances at the hammer, then turns her head to look at me, the question reflected in the downward pull of her eyebrows. "I think we need a more open floor plan. Want to do some demolition?" Her face lights up, snapping back to the tool. "Oh, hell yes. That's my girl." I back off to the side by several feet, giving her room to wield the hammer. "Have at it." Lifting it as high as she can, she pauses, blinks, then takes a Herculean whack at the wall. Once, twice, again, and again. The wall absorbs her fury with varying cracks, chips, and dents, each swing punctuated by an endearing little growl. It doesn't take long to realize my mistake. Everly's determined as hell, but at 5'2" and barely over 100 pounds, she's not exactly built for busting through reinforced plaster. The house fights back, and sweat begins to dot her hairline. She doesn't stop. Her expression is a storm of power, anger, and frustration, a relentless fusion that drives her to keep swinging even as her arms tire and tears threaten. She's too stubborn to quit, which is exactly why I step in, moving behind her, chest brushing her back. I cover her hands with mine, steadying her grip. "Mind if I join you?" I whisper against her ear. Breathing hard, she gives a small nod, fingers tightening around the handle. I've got my own issues with walls. Together, we hammer, strike, and wail against it, turning dents into holes, then gaps large enough to catch glimpses of the dining room beyond. The air cools, but sweat drips down my back. Everly's panting, charged with something beyond sheer effort. It's a release. This is what I hoped for. Because while I might be useless at expressing myself in words, I know how to read people, her most of all. I've watched her fingers skim the worn white walls of this place, seen the way her palm lingers there, like she half expects an answer from the other side, like the surface is both an enemy and a friend. With a good chunk of the wall gone, I back up and let her decide whether she wants to continue without me. She's built her own momentum now, and I watch her for a minute as she grunts and growls, gaining a second wind that drives the hammer in harder. Fuck, that's sexy. There's a case of water bottles sitting on a box in the dining room, so I go to retrieve one for each of us. While I'm in there, she has a breakthrough. Literally. The sledgehammer busts through, followed by a huge chunk of plaster that falls to the floor near my feet, breaking into pieces. Now there's a gap about the size of a child. Almost there. She keeps at it.
The hole becomes larger until it's big enough to fit through. Cracks, wood splinters, and her growls of effort echo through the space. Any minute now, I expect to see a mane of hair covered in powdery white plaster emerge triumphantly from the hole and join me on the other side. But those growls have turned into something more, something heavier. Her swings slow, her breaths hitch, the sledgehammer slips from her fingers, hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Dust hangs in the air like a cloud, and I look through the opening in the wall in time to see her crumble. Shit, I frown, peering through the jagged gap. B? Her eyes swim with tears, spilling over to soak the edges of her hair. She stands there, shoulders trembling, her hands pressed to her knees, and she looks at me like she's never seen me before. Hey, I whisper from the other side. She shakes her head, covers her mouth with her hand. A sob breaks from her. I step through the opening without hesitation, closing the distance between us. Her knees buckle, and I catch her as she sinks into me, her sobs muffled against my chest. I hold her tightly, one arm around her shoulders, the other cradling her head as she finally lets it all out. I feel her chest rise and fall in sharp bursts as the emotions erupt, years of weight she's carried breaking free like the wall itself. It kills me to watch, but I know she's not falling apart. She's freeing herself. Everly looks up as I hold her, a choked sound slipping through her tears. I didn't think it would feel like this. Like what? I ask, brushing a strand of plaster-coated hair from her face. Like, I can breathe again. Her voice trembles, but there's something in it, hope seeping through the cracks. More words pour out, like a flood, years of silence and captivity spilling from her lips. I used to sit there, she chokes out, motioning toward the wall, staring at it, dreaming about what was on the other side, wishing I could just walk through it, but I couldn't. I couldn't. I gather her closer, tucking her against my chest. She doesn't collapse, so much as let go, melting into me like she's finally safe. Her voice trembles. And when you were there, when I knew you were in the next room, she lets out a breathless laugh, shaky and raw. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tear that whole damn place apart, but I didn't. I just sat there. I let him win, day after day, year after year. No, I say sharply, gripping her face, forcing her to meet my eyes. You survived. You fought in ways he couldn't see. You outlasted him, Everly. You're standing here now because you're stronger than he ever was. Nodding frantically, she clutches the back of my shirt, more laughter bursting from her lips. A smile breaks free like a hard-won victory. I've held onto it all for so long. And now you're letting it out, I mumble into her hair. It's over. Her tears soak my shirt, but I can feel her breathing steady, feel the tension ebbing from her frame. Both arms tighten around me, and she whispers aback, "It's over." When she finally pulls away, her face is streaked with tears and dust, but her eyes, they're alive, shimmering with something fierce and untamed. She swipes at her cheeks and looks back at the gaping hole in the wall. "I thought breaking it down would be the accomplishment," she says, her voice soft, steady. "But it's this. It's just this." I rest my forehead against hers and smile. "Fuck yuff it is." She tilts up and kisses me, deep, hard, and unrelenting. And when she pulls away, her gaze lingers on the wreckage behind us. She stares at it like the wall isn't just broken, it's gone. And in its place, there's a door. "What are you thinking for career day?" Sarah appears next to me wearing a flannel shirt and rainbow-striped Converse. Ribbons loop in bows at the ends of her braids, the same color as that stupid toy guitar she carries everywhere. Nothing. Snatching the crumpled brochure out of her hands, I plop down on the curb with the comic I just picked up, Batman and Captain America. My mother laughed at me when she saw the flyer I brought home from school. She's wrong, you know. No one can predict what you'll be in the future. You can do whatever you want. I scuff my feet across the pavement. "You wouldn't say that if you knew where I came from." "I do know."
Her fingers strum an off-key chord across the instrument's plastic strings. She told me. She told you? No, she wouldn't. You're 9. She said you're not really my brother. I let the air out of my lungs. That's 'cause I'm not. Then you're both wrong. I go back to reading while Sarah pretends to play the guitar, but I can't focus, and after several minutes, I pick the paper up and glance at it. There's nothing on this list I'd want to do anyway. Might as well forget it. You know what I think. She nods at the comic draped across my lap. Superhero isn't a real career. I roll my eyes. What about a police officer? You could still catch the bad guys. A humorless laugh bursts out of me.
Cops would hate me. Why? Because my father's in prison. There's probably some kind of background check. Oh, she plucks one string on the guitar, over and over, until it finally snaps, smacking her in the face. Shit. Her eyes go wide and she looks at me in horror. We burst out laughing. The energy shifts when a line of bicycles passes in front of us, a group of kids she knows from school, calling to her to come to the playground. She waves, getting up to follow. But at the last second, she freezes, whirls. A private investigator. That's what you should be. You could solve mysteries. That wouldn't require a background check. Then she grins. But if you ever need a sidekick, you know where to find me. There's a flurry of activity in the branches of the aspen tree in front of the house. I've been sent out here to make sure Mr. Binkers isn't harassing the birds Everly saw building a nest earlier. It might have also been because I couldn't keep my hands off her while she was cooking. Nearby, some wildflowers sway with the breeze. I walk over and pull one, a single, long stem topped with a cluster of purple flowers, heavy enough to make it droop. Everly would probably like these. Wait, what the hell is happening to me? I drop the flower. Then I think of her smile, and I pick it back up along with 5 more. Another barrage of chatter erupts from above. The black cat we brought with us has definitely caused a stir among the local wildlife, but his attention is on something much bigger. Several horses from the neighboring ranch, grazing casually in our yard, like they don't give a shit about the concept of boundaries. Honestly, they were part of what attracted us to the place. Binkers stares at the enormous animals for a minute, then turns to me and blinks. The fuck is this? I shrug. You'll get used to them, Binks. As he saunters past the unhappy tree dwellers, a bright, jewel blue head pops out of a hollow in the trunk. She didn't tell me there were bluebirds. Ugh, blue dicks. I look up at the sound of Everly's voice. She's radiant, flushed from the heat of the stove, wiping her hands on her spring dress, her purse draped over one shoulder. What? Did she say dicks? She nods at the flowers in my hands, laughing lightly. That's actually what they're called. Ah. Clearing my tote, I hold the handful out, passing them to her. Thought they might look nice on the counter, next to your spider. She gives me a mock gasp, but the way her smile glows makes my heart beat a little differently. Isaac Porter, are you giving me flowers? Don't make a big deal about it. I chuckle. It does figure I'd pick something called blue dicks. She pulls her bottom lip between her teeth, looking up at me through a fringe of eyelashes as she holds them under her nose. Thank you, she whispers. It makes me wonder why I thought giving a woman flowers would be so terrible. I can't remember now. She tucks the flowers into the top of her purse so the heads stick out and loops a finger through her ring of keys. I've got the chicken and vegetables together, but I got so distracted by the tarantula, I forgot the pie crust. I'm going to run out really quick. Do you mind stirring the pot on the stove occasionally? Sure, I'll head inside in a few minutes, just enjoying the air. She hums a satisfied sound, her gaze panning across the field, from the invading horses to the swath of wildflowers and over at the birds. The empathy in her eyes tells me she knows what I'm thinking. Her mouth curves up on one side. She'd love it here, I bet. Yeah. The word gets stuck in my throat. It's something I think about sometimes, what it would be like if my sister were here to see my life now. Because the truth is, if she'd never been taken, I wouldn't have ended up in that room on the other side of the wall from the woman I share my life with now.
I wouldn't have been able to destroy the vilest evil I've personally encountered with my bare hands and a piece of broken glass. One action started a domino effect that couldn't be taken back, and it changed everything. But no matter the good that came out of it, she's still gone. I'm not sure I'll ever say all that out loud. I don't think I need to. The male bluebird serenades us, cocking his head at the female as she works on their nest. Warm arms wrap around me from behind, a soft body pressed to my back. She'd be proud of you. I nod slightly. Without my sister's loss, how many other lives would have been taken? How many families would be missing someone? You were never my sidekick, Sarah. You were the catalyst. I'll be long, she says softly, standing on her toes to kiss me on the cheek. Her hands drag down my arms, threading through my fingers for a minute before they drop. See you soon. As she walks to the Jeep, the female bluebird takes off from the hollow, zipping ahead of her in a sky-hued blur. Everly starts the vehicle, rolling the windows down to give me a wave. The stereo kicks on, playing a cover of the song she's had on loop, fitting, given our four-legged neighbors who seem to prefer grazing in our field over their own. The lyrics reach me, a reminder that the people who truly love you won't leave, not for being broken and not for being bitter. Nothing will drag them away, not even when it seems like they're gone. As the male bluebird follows his mate, I watch the woman I love pull down our long gravel driveway, raced by a gold palomino with a cream-colored mane. My whisper is lost in the wind. See you soon. Epilogue. Hey, Grant. I look up from the table where I've been sketching a skull using a real model that sits in the center. This place is so cool. John Richards, a senior lab tech, stands in the doorway of Dad's office. I've got that last run of DNA results you asked for. My father spins away from the computer, looking over the top of his glasses. An email would have sufficed. You didn't need to come all the way up here from the basement. I was on my way out. Besides, I see you brought our favorite future scientist. John waves at me. Heard you had an ordeal. Glad you're okay. I smile back. This sling is a pain, but I'd go through it again just to be able to skip school and hang out here. While Dad looks over the printout, John slips a latex glove over his hand, turning the now empty hourglass over on the desk, giving it a cursory examination. The ashes came out of this. Ashes? Dad hums a confirmation, rubbing his chin. Then he turns back to the computer and compares the results to a page on his screen. I've been trying to let him work, but I'm dying to know. Looks old. Where did you get it? John holds it up to the light, looking through the glass. Crime scene? Dad gestures to me. Aiden fell on top of it. It was out in the back of our property, buried in an old cellar where the original house once stood. No one's gone digging through there in years. I thought everything had been cleared out. Interesting heirloom. Ashes in place of sand, huh? He didn't tell me that. Indeed, my father replies. Dates back 100 years or so. And your property, it's been passed down through your family for several generations, right? Long time, yeah. John sets the hourglass down carefully. So, it could be cremated ancestors or a family dog. Neither. They're human, but I ran them against my DNA and it's not a family member. Human ashes? Practically vibrating, I jump out of my chair and rush to look over his shoulder. You can tell that for sure? Back when these ashes were bottled up, it would have been hard to get concrete results. But technology has come a long way. I'm 99% sure the deceased isn't anyone related to us. Who do they belong to then? Dad slides his chair over so I can see his screen. Well, I had a suspicion based on some stories passed down through our family. So I've been digging through police archives and found a DNA match to some blood from a case a century ago. A guy who committed some terrible crimes. Black market stuff. He was presumed dead, but the body was never recovered. My eyes feel enormous, like I'm trying to take every bit of information in through them all at once. So, does this mean we've recovered it? On our property? My heart races. I found it. Me. I did that. Looks like a possibility. A small part of it, at least. Are we going to be famous? He chuckles. I don't know about that. But it's kind of cool, huh? Really cool. John leans back on the desk, looking at all the evidence like he still can't quite figure it out. So, just so I'm following this, There's an old cellar that used to be part of a house at the back of your family property that contained the remains of a very bad man lost to history a century ago? Yeah. Dad pulls up some pictures from another website, old case files. My great-grandfather made a name for himself by bringing down some notorious criminals. From what I've been told, he was a little, different. Finding something like this on our property isn't the most shocking thing I've heard. A laugh bursts from my dad's coworker. You spend your days talking to bones. Most people would call you different. Dad smiles. Right, so it means something coming from me. I like that he's different. Most kids' parents are boring. You think there are more bodies back there? I hop from foot to foot. Can we dig around? Wow, the apple really didn't fall far from the tree, did it? John looks between the two of us, clearly amused, and heads for the door. See you next time, Aiden. Then he peers over my head and nods at Dad. Good luck with this kid. He's going to keep you on your toes. My attention is back on the hourglass. I knew it held a mystery. Can we keep this, too, since it was on our property? Well, see, with the remains found in it and the DNA they were connected to, it's going to stay here for now. He angles his chin toward the box we found it in. I'll let you bring that home, though. You did a great job cleaning it up. Sliding it off the desk, he places it in the crook of my arm. Dad hangs his lab coat by the door and unrolls his sleeves. Ready to head out? Your mom will have dinner waiting. I'll let you tell her everything we discovered. Nodding, I cradle the box carefully. It's in much better shape now, but it's still old. He even located the manufacturer, a long-closed store out of San Francisco that once specialized in custom jewelry and gifts. They made the hourglass necklace, too. I really hope we can bring that home someday. It would make the perfect centerpiece in the collection of artifacts found on our property. Oh well, at least I have this. Dad locks the door behind us. Since he's in charge of this department, he's lucky enough to have his own office. Maybe when he retires, I'll get to take it over. As he walks ahead down the hall, stopping in a doorway to say goodnight to some techs working late, I glance at the silver nameplate on his door, imagining my first name in place of his. Aiden Porter, Ph.D. Turning to give me one of his half smiles, his eyes glimmer. He knows exactly what's in my head. This work has been in our family for generations, in one way or another, and I know he had the same dreams when he was my age. That's why he doesn't bother hiding the gruesome stuff from me. With my good arm, I hold the box to my chest, just like I did the night I found it in that deep, dark hole. Thanks to Dad's tools, decades of crusted mud have been cleaned, the intricate engravings now as clear as I imagined they were the day they were carved. Turns out, it doesn't say forever. It says foreverly. We aren't done yet. 2 more stories are planned in this world. You got to know one of the heroes well, but can you guess the other hero? Acknowledgements. Thank you all for diving into Irreversible. We hope you enjoyed every twist and turn of Isaac and Everly's journey. As with every new book, the creation process is filled with its own behind-the-scenes adventure, made even more special by the people who help bring it to life. First, an enormous hug of gratitude to Rin Sher, our very first eyes on this story. Your insights were invaluable, and your dedication to shaping this book into its best version went above and beyond. We are endlessly thankful for your unwavering support. To Pam Godwin, thank you for your sharp mind, keen eye, and steady encouragement. Your advice has been a guiding light, and we're so grateful for your generosity. To our incredible beta readers, Gabby, our video queen, Shabby, Lori, and Stephanie, thank you for your thoughtful feedback and endless enthusiasm. We love you all to the moon and back. A heartfelt thanks to our editor, Sylvia Curry. Your flexibility, advice, and belief in this story mean the world to us. We're so lucky to have found you. To Nicole Rissaniti and the amazing team at the Seymour Agency, thank you for championing this book and handling every detail with care and expertise. You've made this journey brighter and smoother than we ever imagined.
And to Kate Kelly, the most wonderful assistant and friend, thank you for keeping us organized, creating pretty things, and managing chaos with humor and grace. You are the glue that holds it all together. Finally, to you, our readers, thank you for embarking on this adventure with us. Your love for stories gives these words their heartbeat. We hope this one stays with you long after the final page, reminding you that even in the darkest of moments, there's always light to be found. With all our gratitude, Jennifer Chelly. More books by Jennifer Hartman, Chelly St. Clair. Co-writes The Thorns Remain, Chelly St. Clair. The Bayou Never Tells, Jennifer Hartman. Still Beating, Lotus. The Stars Are on Our Side, Aria. Coda, June 1st. The Wrong Heart, Older. Catch the Sun, An Optimist's Guide to Heartbreak, A Pessimist's Guide to Love, Claws and Feathers, Entropy, co-written with E.R. White. Playlist, listen to the irreversible playlist here. Time for People, Atomship, Stranger Ways, Amberlin, The Pit, Silver Sun Pickups, Familiar, Agnes Obel, Wasteland, 10 Years, Run Baby Run, The Rigs, Every Day is Exactly the Same, 9 Inch Nails, Wild Horses, The Sundays, Innocent, Fuel, Circadian Rhythm, Last Dance, Silver Sun Pickups, 6 Underground, Sneaker Pimps, Every You, Every Me, Placeable, Don't Fear the Reaper, Keep Shelley in Athens, The Scientist, Coldplay, Possession, Sarah McLachlan, In the Air Tonight, John Howard, Dots and Dashes, Enough Already, Silver Sun Pickups, Bells in Santa Fe, Halsey, Kiss Me, Rob Vischer, Withered, Atomship, Rain, Sleep Token, Human, The Cinematics, Blindfold, Sleeping Wolf, Something Better, The Broken View, Closer, Kings of Leon, The Kill, 3013 Mars, Always, Erasure, Separate Ways, Words Apart, Daughtry, Lizzie Hale, Remedy, 30 Seconds to Mars, The Scientist, Beth. About Chelly St. Clair. Chelly St. Clair writes love stories with emotional grit, often featuring broken, morally questionable characters who find their way to redemption. Obsessed with learning and trying everything, she's had careers ranging from gang intervention to zookeeping. After decades of collecting unusual experiences, she found her calling as a writer, weaving bits of everything into imaginary worlds. Living in Tennessee, nature and the southern U.S. are frequently at the heart of her work. Follow me on social media. Facebook, Chelly Steer Author. Instagram, Author Chelly Steer Clair. TikTok, Chelly Steer Writes. Join my reader group to chat more. Chelly St. Clair's Saints and Sinners newsletter, release updates, and more. ChellySt. Clair.com. About Jennifer Hartman. Jennifer Hartman resides in Northern Illinois with her own personal romance hero and 3 children. When she is not writing angsty love stories, she is likely pondering all the ways she can break your heart and piece it back together again. She enjoys sunsets, because mornings are hard, bike riding, traveling, binging Buffy the Vampire Slayer reruns, and that time of day when coffee gets replaced by wine. She loves tacos. She also really wants to pet your dog. XOX.
Follow me on social media. Instagram, Author Jennifer Hartman. Facebook, Jen Hartman Author. TikTok, Jennifer Hartman Author. Join my reader group to chat more. Queen of Hearts, Jennifer Hartman's Reader Group. Merch, newsletter, and more. www.jenniferhartmanauthor.com